Hello, everyone. Welcome to this weekend's cast of the Spy Party Championship, the Spy Party Competitive League Postseason Championship. My name is Dels, and joining me today we have Rav
Hello.
and Slappy Davis.
Excited to be here.
That's right. We've got a roundtable of 3 casters for today, and we've got a big match. This is the last match left in this round of the postseason championship. So basically, all of the players who placed within the first 4 spots of their division had the chance to enter into the postseason championship. Well, I'm speaking a bit roughly. It was, bronze 1 to 4 made it in, silver 1 to 3, and so forth. And so they are now duking it out to see who is the champion of the regular circuit. So Diamond and Platinum had their own postseason. Yeah, silver too. Yeah. Round 2. Yeah, this is round 2. Round 2 of the championship. There was a round 1, but just because of the way the numbers shook out, there were sort of a lot of buys there, as you can see. And yeah, there was a postseason Masters Circuit Championship for Diamond and Platinum as well. But for the regular circuit, every other division goes together. Last time we actually saw Bryce play against Slappy, and that was a really close set, wasn't it?
It was rough. It wasn't rough. It was a great set, but it was like a big jump up for him, which we'll get into as we talk about the players more.
Right, because Bryce during the regular season was the lowest seed coming into the championship here, right? Placing 4th in bronze. But his results kind of got better and better throughout the season, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was very lucky to play Bryce early as my very first match in the regular season, and he had not come into form yet, and so it was actually fairly one sided. We did actually play out the rest of the set, and after the official results, he actually started getting into form more. And then he had another couple rough matches versus some of the other top players. But then, as the season started winding down, he started playing better and better. And I was actually really bummed because I went into the final week expecting to play Byaxin because Hyper was going to have top seed coming into it. And I presumed that Hyper was still going to pick Bryce, and that I would be playing by accident. I was like, actually, that's okay with me because I had been watching Bryce's play over the ending of the season just get better and better. And so I was like, I don't actually want to run into Bryce when he's this hot. But unfortunately, by accident dropped, which means Hyper got the buy and gave me Bryce. And from there on out, he was just playing on fire. So it was a really great match. And I'm very excited for him to come into this playing so well.
Yeah, and the way the championship works is the people who automatically made it to the second round, they didn't have to play in round 1. Those people get to pick who their opponent is. So all the players on the left, Bryce, who won his match, Magic Doer, Calame, Hypixer, the round 2 people got to pick who do you want to play, right? So Gentleman had first pick and could have chosen any of those 4 players to play against. And so if you're just looking at it on paper, you would say, oh, Gentleman will probably pick the lowest seed, right? Probably pick Bryce, who was the lowest seed, the lowest division, lowest rank coming in. But Bryce did such a good job in that first match against you that Gentleman did actually go for someone else. And Bryce was not the first person to be picked as an opponent, which I think says a lot about how well he played last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough to say if uh uh like I'm looking at the other picks because like honestly it would be a tough group to pick from, right? Magic Doer is strong, Hypixer is strong, Calame is strong, and like I always feel really nervous if I would ever be in the pick position because it always just feels like a slight to pick somebody and that brings them a little bit of motivation as well. So I'm curious if that'll play in for Bryce.
Yeah, and so on the other side of this match now we have C-Rams, who has had a absolutely dominating sniper in gold. CRAM's placed second in gold, but it was through a very close head-to-head tiebreaker because everyone at the top of gold basically had a very similar record. But CRAM's sniper win rate there, highlighted in blue, 88%. That's crazy, right?
Yeah,
It's
a very, very strong sniper. I think their difference between their sniper and spy is probably the largest in this division. But as you can see, it's always fine margins when you have players like that. I think most would have probably expected C-Rams to have won gold division on paper. But I mean, they still place very strongly in a three-way tie. But it has meant that they are potentially open to a more difficult match in the round two, like you said. So, as you said, Bryce on the up. So this should be an interesting match, I think.
Yeah. And so taking a look at the picks and bans now, I think my read on these is that it's very much influenced by CRAM's commanding sniper win rate, because you can see that Bryce has picked a lot of the occlusion venues. He's picked Aquarium and Tayan, venues that are harder than most for the sniper to get a win on. And CRAM's has basically picked a lot of very sniper-sided venues. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think Cena Rhodes is just picking his comfy venues. He likes to have a lockdown on sniper, and he's picking the venues that sort of fit that style more. And we'll try and snag a couple of maybe some civ shots from Bryce, who I think has a more even distribution in their skill between sniper and spy. So if they can just ensure their sniper victories, they should be able to edge out some openings on their spy by playing it in a certain way. But as you can see, Bryce picking Aquarium, TN, which are more spy-sided in that sense. There's more things you can do on those venues. So I think that draft makes sense in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, though Bryce has picked Courtyard there at the end, which, you might expect to just trade sniper wins if you get to that point. But maybe that's Bryce's plan, is to pick up some spy wins on Aquarium and Tayen and then just hopefully close it out on Courtyard. All right, cool. Let's get into the games. So looks like we're starting off on Aquarium, and we're going to be seeing C-Rams spying first, playing as one of the twins. Sorry, it's very important I say which one. This is Plain Twin. I'm zooming in to make sure. We've got Plain Twin in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Alrighty, first game of the set. C-Ram's just going into an innocent conversation. SC a bar we could chase, but just chilling to start off the game.
Yeah, we don't really have too much in this conversation. We have a double agent with us. We could wait around and go for a contact, but there's still a lot of people moving around, a lot of people at statues. I don't think we're going to want to go for it this early. The ambassador is walking over to the bar, though, so that's going to set up some opportunities.
Yeah, it'd be generally quite a docile start to the party for Aquarium. Just a few statue goers and a fairly sparse bar, I guess. But we are going to go and join the bar to get that first fingerprint.
Yeah, I think we had to do something at this point because we'd actually spent like the first 30 seconds of the game just kind of sitting around. We don't have any flirt progress. Even if we wanted to join her, she was in the middle of that super full conversation in the center. And I think C-Rams just knew that he had to make some sort of progress if he wasn't getting started on the flirt. So he just went to the bar and wait, what's he doing at the bar here? He's delegated. He's picking up a delegate purloin. He's also getting the briefcase. And there should be a print on the drink as well, right? He hasn't taken it yet, but there is a print on the drink.
Yeah, there is. He's just gone for the all 1-2, the drink print and the briefcase. So I think rightfully so, we're getting a highlight for this. I think Bryce is highlighting for statues, but has also highlighted C-Rams here for the double fingerprint. So I think we're definitely very aware that C-Rams has a mission done here, but he has to take. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, last print done.
Yeah, he was just being very patient with that fingerprint. Like it wasn't a difficult one, so there was no action test. He just wasn't clicking it until he was like safely snuggled into a conversation.
This Purloin here is very aggressive, and the SC does join us as well. This could look like a frame from Boots, but I think Bryce, as the list goes, will narrow it down to 2 potentially, if he knows where Boots has come from, but no reaction as of yet.
Oh god, the ambassador joins right next to us as the shark is passing, but are we able to take this bug with a drink in our hand? We're not. I wonder if we're going to gulp and go for it. No, we just take one sip. But you know what? Maybe that's okay. The sniper knows that we couldn't have bugged the ambassador there. We do need our threat level to go down a little bit, so it's good that we're being observed just doing nothing.
Yep. And that purloin just seems to be noticed now as some alerts are coming off.
Yeah, I think it's just sort of a really dangerous play to go for a purloin like that after you picked up a highlight for getting 2 fingerprints at the bar. There's very little chance that the sniper doesn't notice it. And then the party is, like you said, it's narrowed down. It's either us or it's Boots trying to frame us. But the problem is, Boots might not do 3 more missions. And if we try to do more missions, we'll get shot. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. Good shot. That was for the moment of truth, but behaviourally entering the DA conversation there, and then the contact going off pretty soon after. It's good tracking from Bryce and a solid shot to start off the set.
Yeah, it's the only thing that makes that shot difficult for the sniper is that, like, if it was Boots framing, you don't have any definitive proof that it's the twin. But obviously, since the twin is the one who got those fingerprints and then moves to the double agent here, it's just way, way more likely. All right, well, that's the first point of the set for Bryce. And now Bryce is going to be spying as Salmon in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And this game is sort of going to set the tone for the rest of the set. Can Bryce pull off a spy win against such a dominant sniper? If there's any place that you can do it, it would be Aquarium. We are playing as a pretty tall character, though. I hope our head doesn't ever stick out behind the shark too much.
Yeah, I think playing a tall character like Salmon Aquarian does limit the potential like shark walks or things you can do behind the shark because you're just bigger and taller and you might be seen more easily. But Salmon does blend in quite well with Aquarium. His salmon colored jacket it's all the same color, so you can often get some good soft tile progress without being sort of credited because of that sometimes. But and also this is it is Bryce's venue pick, so they might have some things planned.
Yeah, that's true. I am colorblind, so sometimes colors just blend in for me anyway. But I feel like we don't hear people talk about that too much, like picking characters who blend into the venue. Because most snipers would probably just say, oh, I can track people even if they blend in a little bit. I'm not blind, right? But I don't know if there's things happening in your peripheral vision. Maybe they do blend into the background for people who aren't colorblind like me.
Yep, sometimes it can be the case. We do enter the conversation next to Ambassador. We might be in standing bug range just. So I'm just going to stay here, but Wheels is going to force him out. So if you want to take this bug, it has to be pretty much now. But we don't go for it now. Yeah, just the one flip across the conversation and no other progress so far. So quite a slow game. We need to get the pace up if we want to get into a mission completion situation, but ST has not been helpful.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just waiting here now. If we leave, we would be obligated to go for the briefcase. I wonder if Bryce was worried about doing that because he was just waiting around for a while, but he does ultimately pick up the briefcase and go for a return, not being watched as the sniper zooms in on the statues at the back.
Yeah, we do have a fingerprint statue at the back for later potentially, but we really need to get the flirt on now if you want to be in a position where we can win this game. As we do go into conversation and get that. And the DA is also here as well, so we can get potentially 2 missions at once.
Yeah, oh my god, we're bugging the ambassador here behind the shark, and even though we're very tall, the timing of that was actually perfect. We made it back to our spot right as the shark was leaving. We go for the contact in the aftermath of that as well. And my god, do you think that C-Rams knows that Salmon did have the chance to walk all the way through that circle and return to place?
Possibly. The fact that we haven't had much reaction and we have a highlight for real BB instead of the bug, so I think this might be clean, genuinely. We're going to go for that second briefcase now or a different statue or books. 1 minute
Yeah,
left
when
though.
it comes to bugs behind the shark, that just seems like one of the harder ones to pull off. Like you said, we're playing a taller character and we were all the way across the conversation circle as well. So the timing had to really be perfect to get it done. Bryce picking up a fingerprint now. I think the sniper is noticing it, especially because we are highlight for having the real banana bread. But is C-Rams going to be able to take a
Oh,
shot for
Kane!
this?
Oh, it's so bad that the SC has left there. It's such a big green test on the difficult fingerprint, but the SC leaving is potentially devastating to go and chase now and hit a green test at the statue pad.
Oh god, this looks so suspicious. We have to land on the statue pad with them and flirt with them.
Hits it!
This is something that AI can do, but
Oh,
C-Rams
what a shot!
doesn't like it and takes the shot.
Wow.
Oh,
That is such a good shot. Especially because I think, at least from what I know from Searans, he's much more of a camper than watching things like that. But I think the chase, we ended the conversation. Kane left and then we chased Kane as well, so it does look like we're finishing flirt, but just a really, really good game from Bryce, just generally getting the green test and a fantastic bug as well. But the other people who had real BB just didn't do anything really, so we stuck out like a sore thumb at the end. But
I
rough.
would have loved to see if we could have got that spy win if the ST had stayed in convo. But yeah, for those who don't know, it is legal to go stand on a statue pad that someone else is already on, even if they're holding a statue. But it really depends on their positioning. So, like, if the AI walks up to the very, very front of the statue pad, there is a little bit of room behind them that someone else could choose to go stand on. In this case, it was dicey because Kane was more in the middle of the pad, so I don't know if an AI would have had room. But it is possible for an AI to go to a statue pad that someone else is already on, and then when they get there, they realize that it's taken. Don't question the AI logic. They get there and then they realize, oh, someone's already standing at this pad. I will leave now. So could have been AI like, but C-Rams was able to take the shot. And so the scoreline is 1-1. C-Rams going to be spying again now, playing as Boots in 3, 2, 1. Playing it.
Such a good shot that really. It's a very hard to shoot the flirt, but just the intuition to basically just shoot the spy who's finishing at the end is very good there from Searams, and a quick cheese flirt as well.
Yeah, all of the evidence was just adding up. We did also have the highlights for the real banana bread, right? So it couldn't be an easy shot to take, but I think C-Rams was on top of the fingerprints as well. So it was just looking like it was likely to be the spy.
Yep. Good stuff. We do get a delegate, and we have already a 54% flirt, so we could be looking for an early purloin again. Bryce this time highlighting for bar instead of statues, so switching up that lighting strategy because the bar is more full, which I like. Yeah, just chilling in this conversation for now.
Yeah, the conversations are filling up. We have the double agent in. We also have the suspected double agent in another conversation. So a good banana bread could be lining itself up. Honestly, there's not many people out of conversation. We can take a banana bread at any point we want, I think.
Yeah, this is a good time for it. Aquarium does tend to have these sort of parts of the game where a lot of people are in conversation, so you can generally get quite good contacts, as we do take it now. Yeah, giving up 5 low lights or 4 low lights fairly early in the game sometimes can be a bad thing, but on Aquarium this is a good BB anyway.
Yeah, we waited a really long time for it, but luckily no one left conversation, so it basically stayed a good BB the entire time. Maybe we were just worried about doing it too soon and making it look like our conversation was the one with the real double agent, but I think we waited quite a while, so it should be a very safe BB at this point. But unfortunately, we're not really able to get anything spicy done. We're just going to be going for inspects just so that we have at least partial progress on some mission, because there's less than 2 minutes left and we haven't done too much else.
One of the bad things about having a good early contact like that is that the rest of the party isn't doing much, and therefore it's easier for the sniper to basically snipe the game. And we have caught the little twitch at the bar trying to get the green test on the flirt. I think we're pretty much a dead spy walking now.
Oof. Oh, so we started, right. We started a flirt, and when we saw that we hit a white test, we canceled it to try to get a green test. Very cheeky. I don't know if a little bit of flirt percentage is worth getting yourself shot for. And if Bryce did see it, then yeah, we're just completely dead. We'd kind of be dead anyway, just because there's only a minute left and we don't really have too much done.
Yeah. If you, I guess, initially shove yourself really far into the bar, you can sort of do it without there being a twitch. But because we were coming to the bar at a sort of perpendicular angle, it made it very hard for us to do that. So, um, yeah, it's just one of them. Twin is also just getting the statues done now, which is a bit of a threat. But I think we're just gonna die on these statues potentially.
Yeah, we don't have a fourth mission, but if the Twitch was seen, this is when Bryce would shoot, just because you never know when you missed a bug or something like that on Aquarium. I mean, I think you can be pretty sure that Boots never bugged because she was just standing in convo the whole time. Oh my god, he went for a swap.
Yeah, white swap.
That doesn't work though. Yeah.
Wanted to hit the green test, but just hit the white test, and you know that often ends in a bullet. So yeah.
Yeah, if you don't think you were going to be able to get anything else done, you might as well try for a green swap and hope that that leads to something. There just wasn't really any time for any other game plan. But like you said, we were probably dead anyway if the Twitch at the bar was noticed. And so that's another sniper win here. And Bryce is going to be spying now, playing as Disney in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Mr. Big Hands himself.
Yeah, all this talk about Aquarium being, spy-sided venue, more than most at least, but we've been just seeing sniper wins across the board.
Yeah, it's one of those venues that, at a very high level, it's sort of broken on both sides. You've got obviously the shark walking and the potential to finish missions behind the shark and not get shot, but also there's a lot of pathing on this venue that is very abusable if you're sniping, like C-Rams has just shown there by low lighting Kane for pretty much nothing. So, and Duke as well. So it's very difficult to still get spy wins, but you still have a lot of agency to do things around the shark.
Yeah, and Bryce's game plan for the set is to be picking up spy wins either here or on Taean. So I think it's really, really important for him to get a win here. If not, I just don't know how many opportunities he's going to have to get a lead on any of the venues that C-Rams chose.
Yeah, he's got 10, but I think he's going to have an equally good sniper to basically match C-Rams, and then it generally will come down to who has the best spy. But another low light on Irish.
So basically, it doesn't even matter what Bryce does. C-Rams is just going to be low lighting half the party. Man, that feels rough to spy against.
Yeah. Do you get one inspect? And we sort of cheese it a little bit behind the shark. You might have got away with this progress without being seen, potentially. Which would be good if true, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and we're playing as a tall character again. Once could have been a coincidence. Twice, I wonder if it's on purpose. Because you would think if you want to pick up the spy win here, you'd play as someone shorter who can hide behind the shark really easily. But maybe that's a sort of mind game that Bryce is playing with his spy picks.
That's true. We do enter the conversation with the double agent. We have flirt done and one inspect, so we've got a decent platform here, but we just need to try and figure out what that fourth mission will be as well as inspects. But it's a bit of a rough contact. Yeah, SCA's out, the party's active. This is a bit of a rough time for a contact.
Yeah, our only hope is that maybe the visit to the statue wasn't seen just because it was partially behind the shark. Because I think at this point, if we go to complete inspects, we will be watched very closely. It would be really hard to get away with a swap at that point. We're taking a contact. There's a nice handful of people out of conversation, so it's not ideal. The SDA wasn't in convo either, so there's only a few people on the venue who have a real contact here, and we're one of them. And then as one of the people with real contact, we are going to finish inspect at a statue that we could swap. Let's see if C-Rams is on top of this, but I'm pretty sure C-Rams is going to be zooming in on that statue a moment from now to check if Disney swapped it.
Yeah,
Disney did, in fact, swap it. The laser doesn't zoom in right away, but zooms in when we put it down and is able to take the shot.
good stuff from CRMs. I think generally good play from Bryce there. I think if we waited slightly longer, we could have maybe got the no, we wouldn't have got the top shot because it would have been middle next. Yeah, it was just rough timing basically because we couldn't block it with a shark at any point after this point in the game. So we did also want to wait for a better contact, which didn't unfortunately come. So generally, I think it's pretty good to finish and a good shot from CRMs as well. So yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the statue was just way too visible there. We weren't really able to body block it as much as we would have liked. And that means we're coming out of Aquarium tied 2-2, all sniper wins. Not what Bryce wanted from that venue. And now we're going on to Modern, where it will be even easier for C-Rams to maintain sniper dominance. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Playing it, and this is with C-Rams spying as Taft.
Yep, picking Taft, one of the faster characters on this big venue, so it's a good choice in that sense. We go straight into statues for some early inspects, and every bar is unbelievably busy. I like the choice to go in the statues with a busy bar because it sort of we get progress without sort of being like in the forefront of the mind because Bryce right now is going to be concentrating on making sure he doesn't drop a pearl into this bar, but we do enter the bar as well, so I think this is a pretty good start from CRMs.
Yeah, if the party is active in any way, that's just the best time for you to go do something as well. And if it's something like the bar that is now using up all of the snipers' highlights, it's not a bad plan. We pick up a highlight as well for going to the bar. And, you never know. The sniper might look at Taft later and be like, oh, yeah, he's highlight. Yeah, that was just because he was at the bar at the start. Maybe you don't remember that he did those inspects. So I think going to the bar is a decent choice. And now the bar, I mean, the bar rush hasn't even ended. There's still more people waiting in line there.
Yeah, I think Modern can be like Aquarium in that sense. It can either be like totally docile and no one is doing anything, and then or it can be like completely crazy. And unfortunately, Bryce has got the wrong end of that stick and has got a very difficult body to snipe. But an early contact, and I think that might have been a send. I'm not sure. Just let off some low lights. So.
Yeah, there were a ton of people walking around during that contact, but there were so many of them and they were so close to the conversation circles that I don't think the sniper can be sure that no one did a split of some sort. My God, we're getting missions done. We're going to the statue. We've hit a swap on it. Not a green swap even, just a white swap.
We have swaps, and there come the low lights. So we aren't shot yet, so we're gonna have to shake the flirt if we decide to finish that mission. It's down to either Boots or Taft. The fact that we're still alive
we were trying
is
to
a good
finish
time.
the game. Oh, yeah, I think we were trying to finish the game right then and there because we had the purloin sent off, but unfortunately it timed out. And so we have to finish with Flirt. If the purloin had gone off, there's a chance that Bryce might have been distracted by the swap, might not have noticed the list disappearing right away. But I think Bryce was probably watching for a rush from Taft there since he was so on top of the swap. I don't know if it would have worked. But now all we need is Flirt. And no shot has been taken.
We did rotate very far around for that swap, so I think Bryce was guarding it. But one of the rough things now is that because it's down to 2, it's easier to spot that Flirt tracking, and Boots is not really doing anything in particular for to be shot. So this might be a case of we probably get shot on the final Flirt, but we'll see how it goes.
I think as soon as we talk, we probably get shot. We waited a little while, as long as we could. We're not being shot. If this was the win, you would have 10 seconds of Taft talking to shoot him. If that was the last Flirt, Taft would have actually just won this game.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, a green Flirt would have won the game, and C-Ram knows it. I think the fact that we're not dead means that we missed the first inspects, which is going back to the start, very good choice to get the early inspects with the busy bar, but we can still get shot here for a flirt because Boots is just doing nothing. We are the only player in this game who's doing anything remotely spy-like at the moment, so there's going to be a shot it's on us, but we need to get that flirt done. It will expire very soon.
Yeah, oh my god, the timer just ends at 16 seconds left, so we do have the ability to talk. Is Bryce not going to shoot? Is C-Rams
Yeah,
getting away with this?
yeah.
C-Rams is rotating his camera all over the place. He's shocked as well that he got away with it. Wow. It's because of that first inspect not being seen. Like you said, I think if Bryce knew that Taft had both inspects done, he would have shot, but he thought Taft needed another mission.
Excellent choice, yeah.
Wow.
In most situations, that sort of set of mission, I guess, what's the word, like, path, usually would get shot at this level, but we just chose to get those inspects at the exact right time where Bryce had to guard that busy bar. So yeah, very good spy game from C-Rams, and takes a break of serve and is leading.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Now it's Bryce's turn to spy on Modern, playing as Smallman in 3, 2, 1. Playing it. Oh god, we're starting right by the ambassador here. No, we take control, but
he resisted the urge. That would have been difficult for some people in this chat to have done, but you know, he did decide not to. But we are playing small immediately after losing the game, which is the button has been pressed quite early in the set, which I like.
yeah, we didn't see any Smallman on Aquarium. We saw all the tall characters, but now the Smallman is coming out. But yeah, I don't know. I think we were really out in the open if we tried to bug at the start. And the ambassador was just walking away from us. I think Bryce just realized that there was no point going for it, and it would have actually been very, very visible. Ooh, microfilm here, hidden behind the twin. I don't think this is very visible to the sniper at all.
No, yeah, it was good timing as well with the cover we had, and generally red bookcase is one of the more difficult places to get it, so we got the hard part of that done already, which is good stuff.
Yeah, we are gonna maybe pick up some suspicion for going to the statues here, but just like last game, it's a huge bar rush. Oh, zoom in on the right side of the venue there. Maybe that was checking to see if Smallman swapped, but either way, I think we were definitely noticed. So Bryce doesn't want to be seen moving around the venue a lot. He's already in this corner. He's going to go for the second half of the microfilm right away, maybe. And it's not a bad time because the sniper has to be watching all those people who were at the bar. The microfilm is totally hidden by that conversation, and it doesn't look like the sniper was looking at it.
Yeah, again, really good timing on that. We have the full conversation to cover us, and I think we have a microfilm clean on Modern, which generally results in wins for the spy. So we just need to make sure we get that flirt and a good contact, and then those inspects as we enter the conversation. BST.
Yeah, now C-Rams has already shown on Aquarium that he is able to take a shot even if he misses one of the 4 missions. He is able to rely on his intuition and shoot someone who seems very spy-like towards the end of the game. So it's possible that he'll still be able to take the shot here, depending on what Bryce does over the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, we just need to make sure we finish the game with a bit of luck, and hopefully C-Rams has some other sus than us at the same time we're finishing, but also in a timely manner. You take the contact now. It's a pretty good contact. Only 2 low lights. Disney input. Oh, 3, sorry, and Duke. But yeah, very good contact for Modern.
Yeah, that contact really came together well, and just 3 very full combos, or 4 of them even, but 3 of them with suspected double agents. We're just going to go finish the inspects now. I mean, if C-Rams were suspicious of us, he could shoot here, but without the microfilm, I just don't think there's any reason to shoot Smallman for going to statues. Oh, God, C-Rams was on top. Do you think he saw the microfilms, or
I think he's just credited microfilm because Smallman's gone to 2 statues, but still it's such a good shot. C-Rams showing why he had an 88% sniper win rate in the gold. Yeah, it's a really good game from Bryce, I think, but yeah, crazy shot again.
Yeah, I think those microfilms would have worked against a lot of snipers. It just didn't look like CRAMs was really focused on them or noticing them at all. And then he's still just able to take the shot. That's crazy. All right. Feels rough for Bryce, I'm sure. But we're going into Tayen now. Bryce is behind because of Modern. I mean, Bryce absolutely needs to sweep this venue or at least get a spy win on
Mhm.
this venue, I think, or his chances will just be completely shot. But C-Rams is spying first, playing as Sick in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And that means Bryce does also really need to win the sniper game here, which is not going to be easy.
Yeah, you look at the rest of the set. You got double library, veranda. It's gonna be tough from here. But Tayen is a swingy venue, so we need to get this win here, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
starting over here with our seduction target. We got a green flirt, which is nice at least. We are at the back of the venue. There could be cover to bug the ambassador, perhaps as he walks by, but I don't think. I think Seek's bug would be one of the more visible ones here. So I don't know if we actually have the opportunity to bug. Even if it is Tayen, I think a bug there would have been very easily seen.
yeah, I think Bryce had a good angle for guarding it. Didn't have much other threat on as well. Toby was in the same area, so um, yeah. As Smallman hands back a briefcase behind the ambassador, you never want to see that, but especially on TN. But yeah, no highlight. Just conversations are um, not full, but we do get a white pearl line. That's not what you want to see. We are behind the shoji, so the fade is not visible. But as we see, the tray is now visible. We get a highlight for it.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be death for C Rams. If it was a green purloin, maybe, but there wasn't too much else happening. So I think Bryce probably would have been on top of it, even if it was a green. But it was a white test. The tray was immediately visible with no list on it. The ambassador walks by us again. I still don't think we can bug here, especially because we're a highlight for a white purloin now. What is CRAM's best out to win this game? If there's the bug, but I think that arm must have been visible as the ambassador was walking by.
It just about was. We just about had the angle for it, but there's no contact yet. There's no reason to shoot. We know that Cerams has not finished the 4 missions. We haven't been to any Zouches or any bookcases, so the maximum that we can have right now is Flirt, Bug, and Purloin. So it will sort of come down to the contact, I think.
Yeah, exactly. We've just been standing there the whole time. So even though the bug, I mean, the arm was visible from the sniper camera, you could clearly see it snapping back into place. So I think Bryce is probably just on top of everything, but doesn't need to shoot because there hasn't been a contact and we haven't been to a mission site. We're going to change convos. We're going to flirt. Bryce probably wants to shoot, but is just reminding himself you do not need to shoot for a flirt here. Just in case you were wrong about things, just have a little bit of discipline, wait for a contact, or for Seek to at least go to a mission site of any kind. And Seek's not doing it. He's just snuggling up with the double agent. I mean, you have to try for the contact. Maybe the sniper wasn't on top of things, but they were, and we get shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I'm not sure if we had the bug, but we did have the double agent correctly highlighted. So Bryce, in their mind, knew that Oba was the DA, and the fact we chased there and were the only person in the DA conversation or in any conversation with the DA that wasn't low lit, that's a good shot for that, I think, behaviorally. So good stuff.
Yeah, it was going to be hard to come back after that white purloin, but Bryce needed that sniper win and he got it. And we'll see if he can get a spy win now, playing as Ponytail in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Alrighty. That's Smallman and Boots next to the ambassador at the bookcase. That's a bit of a rough start behind the Shoji
Yeah,
for
this
C-Rams.
sniper just heavily zooming in on that. Well, good. Hopefully it means there's some other suspects here. Because we're not getting too much done. Our ST is Smallman. He was at the bookcase the whole time. We do have a nice full combo with the double agent, so it's possible we want to wait here. Ooh, the ambassador enters right next to us. We totally have the opportunity for a bug here. But the ambassador leaves. We don't go for it.
Yeah, I think probably wise. We had a lot of cover, but C-Rams is, as we've seen, a very good sniper, so might have seen the lean of Zoo go and get our first alert with Smallman.
We took a really wide path around the ambassador as we entered this conversation, just making it really clear that we were not bugging.
Indeed.
Ambassador
Yeah, I
is at
think
another bookshelf now.
Boots getting some statues done, that's, if you have bug credits out of the game, is nice to see. But yeah, TN generally is a venue that you can force some civ shots if people have bug credits and whatnot, so we could be playing into that a little bit. But we are just getting that flood on now. White test for 85%. But with 2 minutes left, it's a small venue, you can get quite a lot done quickly, so I wouldn't worry about the pacing.
Yeah, now Boots is going to the bookcase that the ambassador was just at. So this is her second bookcase. I think the sniper will know that she's not microfilming, but she does have a fingerprint here. She does have the statues. She's getting a lot done.
Yep. A contact here would be good in with the double agent, but it's hard to know if Bryce knows what Boots has. Can be difficult to really know what the sniper is thinking at any one time. I mean, we don't know that if CRAMS is thinking that Boots is sus, but we can only infer. So, but done.
Yeah, Boots even walked away with the book. Oh, but she's bringing it back now. Oh no, she's doing a briefcase. Oh my god, that's another fingerprint. It looks like she walked away with that book because she wants to microfilm at some point. So I don't think C-Rams will shoot her if she doesn't do the microfilm, but Boots is probably taking up a lot of his attention as she walks near the Amba again, returning that briefcase. Oh god, we're taking a contact.
In the end of red.
Which kind of, it's just a bit too long. She joins. I think you might have been knocked out.
She just joined and then the contact word is spoken. I think it was spoken a millisecond before she got it. Oh, a nice bug bouncing off the ambassador there.
Yep. Very nice.
That was really nice, but there's only 20 seconds left.
Probably going to be a purloin in contact. Request the drink. Here we go. This is the finish.
Yep, the real contact is going to be coming off, and then we're going to do a purloin in the aftermath. But is the sniper watching Boots, or are they watching us? The overtime shots happened. C-Ram doesn't even know who to shoot, and he shoots Boots after all.
Yep, there we go.
Not doing anything.
Yeah. Saw that coming in. A bit of a, yeah. I mean, it's a very good bug. We'll say that first. It's a it is creditable, but with such other threats on the venue, you can sort of miss that certain guests are doing things like that. And we do take the white purloin. I think in this situation, a white purloin is better than a green because we have no clock hang, and it sort of forces the overtime immediately. And because C-Rams isn't looking at the list and isn't seeing Alice as a suspect at all, we just shoot the person who he thinks is the most sus, and it ends up being Boots.
Yeah, Boots helped us out a lot in that game. She never finished missions, so she didn't get shot, but she was taking up so much of the sniper's attention. But even without that, that was a really great bug, just artful bouncing off the ambassador there in such a way that the swing of our arm just got like totally covered at the exact right moments. That was really great. That's what let us get the win because, you know, we still needed to get the mission completion. And because of that bug, we were able to do the purloin, and the sniper just wasn't onto us. So really well done to Bryce. Helped out by Boots, but mostly helped by that amazing bug. And so the scoreline has been tied up again as a result of that. Bryce got the spy win that he needed. And now we're going into library. C-Rams choice, and C-Rams is going to be spying as Irish in 3, 2, 1. Playing it.
Look it up. C-Rams has doubled this venue. obviously very comfy on it. But we do go immediately into Sender Inspects, which is a bit of a non-standard way of playing this venue. So nice to see a bit of a switch up.
Yeah, I mean, it just puts an immediate highlight on you. That's what makes it non-standard, is that most spies do not want a highlight on them right from the start. Queen did pick up the statue next to us, so there's a chance the sniper isn't sure if we were able to get all 3 inspects, but I think we will just be credited for having inspects done at this point. And then we just immediately enter a conversation and talk right away, so it's all pretty spy-like.
It is, but it is library, and we can't see the whole venue at once as a sniper, so you can get away with these sort of things a bit more easily behaviorally wise, because you can't always be seeing everything at once. We do go next to general box and get a green fingerprint, so very aggressive early soft top progress here from C-Rams.
Yeah, I mean, a green fingerprint is always good. You never know if the sniper is remembering every single one of those or if they're going to credit you with it. But having a highlight from finishing your inspects right away makes it more likely that they will credit you. So it's good to get a green fingerprint, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it'll help us pick up a win.
Oh, we're trying to get time to cheese the microphone behind the pillar. I think, but our hands are visible and we're highlight. If we lean, and we are kind of visible. We'll go for a bug
I
instead.
think,
Oh,
yeah,
we're dead
this is
though. We're
seen.
dead though. I think so. I think
This
we're
is
seen.
surely seen, right?
I think it's because we're highlight.
Oh, God. We walk away right on screen. I think
Yeah,
Bryce has seen
I
this.
think he's seen it. Yeah, it's a really cute little play, and the bug is good, but just the hands were poking out the front a little bit if you lean. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the sniper laser is still watching the rest of the venue sometimes, but I think Bryce knows who the spy is. Maybe he's doubting himself. He's like, did I really see what I thought I saw? You know, it's like we're watching Irish to see if she bugs the ambassador here, but obviously she already did it while hiding behind the pillar. But I think Bryce is on top of this.
Yep. Go into the conversation for the Oh, not on the contact with the flirt even. But Seek leaves. So it's a bit annoying for C-Rams, but 2 minutes to play. We need a fingerprint, a contact, and a lot of flirt. Or we could potentially go for a silent game with the microfilm, but I think that probably will get a shot given we got the fingerprint from the green box.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I think we're just biding our time here and the shot is going to come off. But from CRAM's POV, he does need to finish missions. He's got a book in hand. With 90 seconds left, you probably don't want to put that back where it came from, and you'll just need one more fingerprint at that point. So it is possible to get your missions complete on time here. We will need another flirt, though. Hopefully the ST goes somewhere where we can flirt with him.
Yeah, I think now is the time to get the contact, maybe. The Asian conversation. It's not a hugely good one, but Seek could have joined, but no, he walks past the conversation. We could have got 2 at the same time, but I think the main worry really is getting that final fingerprint.
Wow, well, we've done a contact and we haven't been shot for it. I mean, I guess Bryce knows that 5 missions haven't been done, but you could have 4 missions if the flirt was done, and if he missed any fingerprint or something, you have to shoot.
Might be for microfilm credit or something, but I think just generally we had that bug down and the contact leave is suspicious alongside the 3 inspect. So yeah, good catch from Bryce, and yeah, good play.
Yeah, I mean, green is where that book came from, but just in case you're wrong about that, you do have to take the shot since you know, saw the spy bugging as a highlight behind the pillar. Okay, cool. Well, let's move on to next game of library. We have Bryce playing as Plane Twin in 3, 2, 1, playing it. So Bryce does have the lead now, 5-4. Probably going to be hard to get a spy win here on library past C-Rams.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that is really great to see from Bryce is that he was very patient on those shots. So, as much as it hurt to see that Modern hold, Bryce's biggest weakness in his sniper game previously to the end run of the season that he had was shooting civs that had partial credit. And so that game, even though like he kind of played with his food a little bit, is showing that he's much more conscious of mission progress, taking his time and waiting for the right shot to come off. It did burn him on that Modern, but I'm really liking the adaptation overall.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these games so far have come down to a spy who gets away with one mission clean, and then is the sniper able to take a shot anyway, even if they've only seen 3 of the 4 missions. That's what C-Rams has been winning a lot of his sniper games off of. We had that amazing shot, on Aquarium where he was able to shoot missing the bug, and then the other one on Modern where he was able to shoot while missing the microfilm. Or we think missing the microfilm. Maybe he saw it, but it seemed like it wasn't a huge focus for him. And so then when Bryce was in that position and had to take a shot despite missing one of the inspects, he sadly wasn't able to. But thanks to the Taeyen game, the scoreline is still tied up, or rather not tied up. Bryce has the 1-point lead. He could get a lead if he wins the spy game here, but he doesn't have too much done other than just a lot of flirt progress.
Yeah, one thing that Bryce might be a little bit more hesitant to do this play because he just basically shot for it is pillar play. Bryce would like to do pillar play on library, but if you kind of catch someone out on it, you're going to be a little bit more hesitant to maybe do that because it's going to be fresh in their mind as a possibility, and that you have both kind of mutually acknowledged you're aware of the play itself. It was interesting to see that we went for pillar play. By the way, another green test on green microfilm. Be like a fun thing. Be like, okay, you always get green microfilm, or you always get green fingerprints on green books. You always get red fingerprints on red books.
Oh my god. Well, isn't there like only one red bookshelf in the game? It's like only on Modern, right?
Veranda, I think, has red books on the close side as well. But yeah, it's also funny which venues have which color as their third book. Like you would think it would be the same 3 first ones, and then it'd be always the 4th one. But yeah, it would just like this. It would be like a fun little detail, which would just make it interesting. Ooh, we are getting a flash on Salmon, by the way, picking up that statue. I can't tell if that was just them really trying to see into the statue to make sure, but it was at least there was a safety off for a moment there.
Well, it's good news for Bryce, who hasn't actually got too much done. Oh god, I thought maybe Bryce was gonna go swap the statue. Oh my god, Bryce is pretending to be called to the statue. I think that Salmon was just at, and he's going for a swap on it. It's gonna be a white test, but you can't see the fade. Is there any chance that C-Rams takes a shot on Salmon right now? Just for that? No, he's just taking lowlights.
It's a good adaptation, but like, okay, so we got a minute left. What else? So if we were safety off on Salmon previously, there's not that much they have to do. By the way, we are getting this flirt done at microfilm, which is actually a pretty great way to finish this flirt because we don't actually have to rely on flirt after this. We do. So Bryce is aware that their other top suspect is Salmon, so we could look for a contact with him in conversation. It might be a bit. Oh, is Salmon going to the double agent right now? Oh yes, that's amazing. We are going to be the second person joining, so it's like this. I actually think we should have. I think we should have gone here for the contact. I think we should have contacted at a nearby convo.
In the end of red.
Oh my god. Oh come on.
C-Rams doesn't know what to do, but he picks the correct shot after all. Wow, nice.
If we had gone into a different conversation, I think Salmon might have gotten shot. If we just faked another conversation, we got a little greedy because we were not going to we were not going to mission win. We just weren't. At least in that way, right? If we had stepped into the close conversation circle, contacted with Jackson inside, I think that we could have actually been in the conversation circle without a DA, right? And so that would even make it look more like Salmon. But us walking all the way across the venue, and like that just would be so unlikely that the person that you called over for your swap joins you across the venue in a CC with a double agent and then contacts. That just doesn't feel quite right. But really love the attempt.
Yeah, and as Hoffnung is pointing out in chat, Salmon had just sipped his drink a moment before the contact. He could have sipped his drink and then done a green contact
in the end of red.
immediately, but it just made it a bit more likely that the spy was twin. And yeah, I think we just like we couldn't really pick between framing or completing missions. We tried to do both, and I guess that cost us, unfortunately. It's too bad. It would have been exciting to see a shot on Salmon there. But oh well. Score is tied up again, 5-5. C-Rams spying as general in 3, 2, 1. Playing it.
It would have been so cool because frames are so hard on library just because of the fifth mission, right? And, like I just love seeing frames actually work on library. So I'm a bit sad, but it is great sniper play. They were able to suss out the thing here. We do get an immediate timeout at the windows. We'll see if it was on screen, but there's other things that Bryce is probably trying to guard at the beginning there.
Yeah, I don't think the sniper looked like they were focusing on it or taking the time to look at the windows at all there. So I think we probably got away with it. And I think a timeout on libraries, I mean, it's usually a pretty good choice. It's easier to get away with it here than most venues just because there's a lot going on and there's so many window pads. The sniper might not necessarily see you. And you do need a lot of time to get your missions done here. Time can slip away from you really quickly on this venue.
Yeah, and especially because so if we considered ourselves as burning some of the cheese earlier on is for pillar strats, getting a time ad in a not cheese position is going to be especially valuable. It doesn't look like we're going for any more pillar cheese on either side because General's a little bit large in frame, not only tall but just kind of wide. But I'm anticipating that we do have the option for a swap block, and we do have a great walking bug. So if we're able to get the walking bug and kind of like feel our position out to see if we could do a late swap, that seems pretty good. We might want to do a side statue visit first, though, to set up for that, so that we can milk the statues at the end.
Yeah, and the good news about the time ad is it gives us a lot of time to just wait here. The ambassador just keeps walking by us, so it could be good to go for a bug at some point. We're just taking the contact, though. There's a decent number of lowlights available, but you do at least have both of the SDAs in. They each have a couple people with them. And then in the aftermath of that, we're going to pick up the briefcase, just get a nice and easy fingerprint. So it's, I don't know, a little bit of progress on a few missions. The flirt's not even halfway done, though. So it just doesn't feel like we've been able to really get many opportunities in this game.
Well, once Ambassador starts dropping some more fingerprints, we don't love that he's just kind of walking back and forth between pads here, because at least like pads in those positions are kind of like the worst of both worlds, where almost always Ambassador is doing some sort of evil thing for the sniper when they're on library, unless they're in a conversation that's pretty empty, because they're either walking and you can get lots of reverse bugs. They're dropping fingerprints because there are just so many objects, or they're standing in a CC where there are lots of people passing by them. We are going for center statues here, so it does not feel like this is going to be a swap block this early, but we can take a stab at the swap if we really want to, because we would block the white test at the very least, and if we get a green, we're not so far. Oh, we are going to go for it. We do white swap. I think this is just going to be a normal shot, though. Was that action priorities, actually? That might have been action priorities, because we hit the fingerprint after the swap.
Oh, maybe. Right. You would think you would take the fingerprint earlier. Well, no, you might want to swap first and get the fingerprint within the 10 seconds. Oh, but you don't have 10 seconds because the flirt's not done. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that could have worked. The fact that the statue had a fingerprint, we could just finish there if we hit the green swap and then go flirt while we're waiting for someone to swap it for us. And it would have been a really early finish. So, like, the sniper might not have been looking for a swap that early. That's maybe what C-Rams was thinking.
I think we might not even seen the swap. That might have been a 3 cycle, because watching for 3, if there's a middle fingerprint, the good and bad thing about fingerprint when you're sniper is like, oh, ambassador drops a fingerprint on middle statue. that's bad. But the good thing is, if a spy goes for it, they will often be greedy and stay for the third cycle. Because if you're going to try to get all three statues and a fingerprint in, you very often are going to three cycle. And they definitely did three cycle, so we might have never even seen a swap.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Again, doing it with 2 minutes 11 left on the clock is the only reason a play like this could work, just because the sniper isn't really expecting a finish with so much time left. And the time ad did give you that. But yeah, a three cycle and just visiting center statues still meant that we were going to get shot, unfortunately. All right, we have Bryce playing as Duke now in 3, 2, 1, playing it right by the ambassador. We take control immediately. We just stand there, maybe wait for the ambassador to walk by us, but nope, he just goes to the painting pad, and we don't really have any cover, so I think a bug would be seen here anyway.
I mean, that look at that stack up though on Queen. Like if you play meta wise, Queen General are flirting. One of them is getting a fingerprint, and maybe they both bugged, right? Like so, if you are worried about Queen General pairing, if you're worried about bugs, and if you're worried about fingerprint, they both did a lot of suspicious stuff right there at the beginning. And luckily, we both saw it, but didn't participate in it as Duke.
Yeah, General is going to pick up a highlight for starting his inspects now, so he might become a suspect. We're just reading the book here in the middle. We don't feel confident enough to go for the microfilm transfer, so we're just going to take the book out. I do think there are enough other things happening on the venue at this point that it's possible that CRAMs won't remember where the book came from.
Yeah, it seems like we are going for this because otherwise Bryce would take that microfilm in the corner because Bryce really likes those kind of plays. There's no one visiting statues. There's nothing happening on this side. Honestly, this feels like a moment where Bryce would normally be microfilming if they had a shorter character. So I do think that we are hoping to just have this book be clean altogether and do a drag. Oh no, here we go. That oh wait no, we decided not to do it.
Yeah, it was
We
a
we
weird
were
curve.
going for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. This
It's
is
like
what I was expecting.
Mhm. Yeah, we just got it at the pad though. It's like we wanted to get it behind the pillar, but then we diverted. It was a sort of strange little curve path. But either way, we've got the microfilm out of the book. We wanted to return it, and then we saw that our seduction target was here, and we were like, you know what? I'll just make a quick dip into the combo for her, and then I will go to the bookcase.
Exactly. And we'll do a proper turn. And not only, little note here, we decide to go to the far return point so that our seduction timer goes down a little bit further. And now we can go into the far part of this conversation and finish up seduce.
Yeah, and as we entered the conversation there, we bumped into the ambassador a little bit, but I hope the sniper knows that we were not able to bug there, so we don't get any credit for that. The flirt is done. We have half the microfilm, and oh boy, would you look at the clock. It feels like we've got a lot done, and yet there is just barely 2 minutes left, and we only have 1.5 missions out of 5.
Yeah,
Good thing
and
we're going to the blue bookcase now. Yeah.
And I don't think Bryce is going to want to do this here. And Toby's on our side, so it does not feel like we are going to go for it, though. Luckily, White takes a little bit of the attention away from us. We do have some flashing. We have flashing on. I don't even know who we're flashing on. There's just flashing from C-Rams.
Yeah.
It was like there's several people that they were flashing on.
Sometimes that means the sniper just doesn't want to put their laser over the spy, but they think they know who the spy is. There's just a lot of flashing from the sniper. They are very confident about someone, and it really doesn't feel like it's us. Why would you be that confident about Duke unless you think you saw the microfilm?
We're playing weird. C-Rams's camera is not like normal C-Ram's camera, so it's hard to tell like exactly what you're saying do we have the wrong read on somebody or do we have the right read and we're just paying attention. This Perlin's going to be behind pillar, so we are checking it very closely. I think we're dead. Okay, so I think it seems like we knew the entire time. It must have been the microfilm, and I'm guessing maybe it was the second microfilm. I'm looking back at how on screen that was. We did come. Yeah, it was the second microfilm. The end of the head turn was visible. So we did get back in time after checking statues on the right-hand side for white dress that the microfilm animation was just so long that we caught the end of it and we were just waiting.
Yeah. Okay. So the safety offs, they gave us a little bit of hope for Duke there that maybe the sniper was on to someone else, but didn't really seem like they were. So then the white purloin happened and just boom, instant shot. Barely even needed to look at the tray. So, unfortunately for Bryce, the first microfilm, the green test one was really good, but the white one was on screen. Like you said, he probably would have liked to take that book somewhere else, but he probably looked at the clock and knew there wasn't enough time left to go walk away with the book. So he just tried it and it didn't work. So, scoreline is tied up going into courtyard. This was Bryce's pick. Presumably, he was hoping to have a lead by this point, but he doesn't. So, we'll see what happens here. CRAM's spying as Smallman in 3, 2, 1, playing it. Though it's not really a venue where you can get away with many Smallman things. Not too much cover on this one.
Yeah, I would say most of the time, if either one of these players has Smallman, there's a lot of intent there. They tend to go all out when they're Smallman. But like you're saying, what can you really do with Smallman? The main things that Smallman... Oh, we do get marked suspicious, by the way. I'm actually not sure what that's for at all. Yeah, okay, we are going to bug on our way out, but well, I don't think we're going to get credit for it because we were so far away from Ambassador that there was no chance of it being an actual bug. So there's that. So we'll see how CRAMS does. CRAMS does not seem happy with how the game's going so far. Those are the unhappy CRAMS camera movements. So we'll see if that pushes them into a desperate play or if that pushes them into something much more cautious.
I mean, even if the bug didn't work, it was just the start of the game. You still have most of the rest of the timer to get other things done. But we don't even have any flirts so far. Maybe that's why he was shaking the camera. We try to go flirt with Kane at the statue, but he had just put the statue down, so there wasn't going to be enough time for it.
We're
So
getting
we're
flashed
just
on, by
picking
the
up
way.
inspects. Flashed on, just man, we haven't done anything. Okay, we did bug, but it didn't work. So, oh god, we're just gonna bug standing by the ambassador there. Wait, did that work? Was that off screen?
I think so. That honestly is weird, given that we got flashed on. And I mean, I guess maybe maybe Bryce is like, you already bugged. I don't care. Like if we saw the bug animation, or we think we saw the bug animation, we give him credit. But like, that is a funny situation because, okay, so if Bryce saw that there's the bug attempt, but the bug didn't take, we might be in a situation like the modern game where our count's going to be off. And that would actually be really tragic for Bryce, right? To have another game where they feel like they were on top of it, but their count was off. We'll have to see what happens with this contact, of course. That's probably going to come right after this. We are going to double talk here for a second. I don't know if Bryce is really looking for that, but doesn't matter. Yeah, we were going to be done on that contact no matter what. But I will say, that bug, the second bug, was pretty good.
It was good. It was basically off screen. The sniper's camera rotated over, but it was just a little bit too late to catch the bug. And it's too bad because if we didn't have the suspicion for that first bug, we might have gotten a win here.
Yep, absolutely. So, and I am curious about what made them so certain, but it just feels like it had to have been the bug. But yeah, we'll see if they're able to fight back.
Yeah, and like Smallman already had a highlight at the beginning, so I guess Bryce was just wanting to watch Smallman from the start anyway. Maybe he had some sort of read that CRAMs would go for him here. I don't know. But Bryce spying now, playing as Plane Twin. It's always Plane Twin. It's never been Bling Twin. This set in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Yeah, if you see a twin and you're not sure which twin it is, do you assume one of the two twins? Because I always assume Bling until proven otherwise, but some people might assume Plane until proven otherwise.
That's interesting. No, I've never thought about it that way. You're saying if I'm sniping, I just highlight whichever twin does something first to differentiate them. I don't care if it's a Bling Twin or a Plane Twin.
Oh, we have caught this
anyway,
timeout, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, wow, this whole party is already low lit.
That's a really nice catch, honestly. Like a lot of it's it's one of the things where if you have time on courtyard, like this is something I'm trying to drill into my own game, so I'm gonna say it. If you have a calm party at the beginning and like you're like doing the pull breath of relief thing that you don't think somebody could have cheesed someone, um, look for time ads. That's what you have earned yourself when there's not too much chaos going on. So you earned yourself to take a peek at who's at Windows. And C-Rams looks like they took advantage of that because there wasn't really all that much craziness going on, and so they were able to keep track of, I think, pretty well the people who were at Windows. And we have a lot of confidence about it too. The fact that we're not just highlighting the people we think were at Windows, we've actually gone through the trouble of low-lighting every single other person. We're feeling very confident here. But of course, we don't know exactly who it is, but this is going to be such an uphill climb for Bryce at this point.
There's only 3 suspects on the map. None of them are really doing anything. Kane is taking an innocent drink right now. I mean, the good news is everyone is in conversation here. If we go for a contact, it's possible. Teal might look like she's doing a real contact, but I don't think Bryce has no idea that the time ad has been caught, though. He's just playing as if the sniper has no idea. So I don't think he's not really able to play based on knowing who those other suspects are. He can't see them like we can. So it feels kind of doomed.
And this is actually kind of a good thing that Double Agent left us, because if we had contacted there, we are knocking out Teal, who is getting inspects right now. And by the way, Papa Danger's also grabbing inspects. This is actually great because we get actually like, well, I need Papa to 2-cycle here at least. Otherwise, it's going to get great. Okay, so they both have actual inspect credit. And hopefully, Bryce actually has a bit of a lifeline here, because not only do they grab inspect credit, Bryce sees that they have inspect credit and will be more likely to try to keep them into the double agent pool, which he would probably not care about from the time ad perspective, but now cares about because they are inspectors. So that is a big boon to Bryce.
Yeah, and so Bryce is going to move over to the real DA. If we contact now, Teal is in the middle of talking. She has an SDA as well. I don't know if C-Rams is more sure of Twin doing the time ad than anyone else, because Teal should be more of a suspect. But as we pick up the briefcase, that makes us basically just as much of a suspect as them. I don't know if C-Rams knows about the difficult drink print, though, so it's like technically possible we could get missions done, but nope. C-Ram shoots us as soon as we go to the statue.
That honestly was closer than it should have been, given how well we guarded those the time ad. That actually felt like a pretty good game that really had a shot for Bryce. I think that if we hadn't had gotten caught in the time ad, I think that game's getting away from C-Rams, because if they're not catching part of the fingerprints and there's all that kind of noise going on there, where you have to watch all that, and there's like multiple inspect visitors that are getting that contact there, that would have been a tough game to shoot for. So great adaptation by C-Rams from the very beginning.
Yeah, because if C-Rams hadn't had the time ad, for all C-Rams didn't shoot when we finished the fingerprints, which means if the Twin had somehow gotten a bug by without you noticing, he would have won. So I don't think C-Rams had enough confidence to shoot for the fingerprints. He needed us to go to the statues. So it was almost a very good spy game. Yeah. All right, so it's still tied up. We're going into Veranda now. C-Rams going to be spying as Duke in 3, 2, 1. Playing it, and this venue was C-Rams' pick. C-Rams just picking a lot of sniper-sided venues to keep up his super strong sniper play.
Yeah, at some point down the pick list, you start getting into the things where you're just okay with the venue, and like it's just like, I think that when there's a lot of venues, it's more interesting what they don't pick or what they specifically ban out. It's actually a really strong adaptation for Bryce to start having banned Ballroom, because they were getting a bit rolled on Ballroom. It didn't gel well with their sniper play, and they weren't getting a lot of advantages off of it in Spy. So they've transitioned to banning Ballroom. Even though it's an uncommon ban, it's worked out really well for Bryce. So Veranda, I'm curious if C-Rams just kind of feels like it's an actual spot where they have an advantage, or if it's just like, okay, I don't really have too much of it's not offensive to me in any way. I feel like I should pick up my sniper win and then just see what happens to Spy.
Yeah, I mean, C-Rams banned Redwoods, restricted pub, So basically, he's happy playing on any venue that is, slightly sniper sided, it looks like to me. So we're just going in here. We're picking up our first set of inspects. We don't have any flirt progress or anything. It's like we want to join our seduction target, but she just joins that kind of full convo. So we bailed away from it. The ambassador walks behind us here, but a bug would be very, very visible as Duke. So we can't go for that. But I feel like we're eyeing up the ST and we really want to go join her. We don't want to leave this convo like 5 seconds after we entered it, but we do. Oh God, why are we having so much trouble entering this conversation? We had to just give up on it and go to the window.
I'm also unsure because I agree with C-Rams. That looks like an enterable spot. We must have just been taking just barely the wrong angle. Because like after we missed it the first time, oftentimes if you miss it, you're just like, oh, okay, I guess not enough space in there. But like C-Rams, would be like, oh no, you can get in there, just try again, and that'll look less suspicious. Maybe it just looks like a in motion kind of movement. But yeah, apparently we could not fit our way in there. But Ambassador does come right next to us. It's actually not a great buggable position though, so I don't think we're gonna do anything with it. But we probably will stay long enough to boot Ambassador. Yeah, there we go. And then now we can leave. Now that we've gotten Ambassador moving again.
Yeah, the sniper laser was just zoomed in on it the whole time. There's no chance we could have gotten away with a bug. But unable to pick up any hard tells, we're just going to go for more soft tells. We're getting a fingerprint off this statue, and it is going to let us finish inspects. It's decent progress, but we still have no flirt. And like, flirt feels like an easy mission to get done, but if you have less than 2 minutes on the clock and you still have 0% flirt, like you're actually more likely than not to just not be able to finish it. Luckily, she enters the conversation next to us. We're doing a contact, a fake contact. Was that a mistake? We were just trying to flirt, maybe.
Oh, at 100% it was a mistake. Because so C-Rams did a great job of making an anticipation on Irish reading where they were going. Because Irish looked like they might have stopped in the front conversation. We are going to get a reverse bug, by the way, through here. That's a pretty good Duke bug. We'll see if Bryce is aware of that angle that Duke can have on there. And we are going to finish up the second fingerprint. By the way, we're taking a little peek maybe at Duke. I couldn't tell if that was looking at Purloin. Or if we were trying to stay on top of microfilm. But right now, it looks like Bryce is actually suspicious of Duke for microfilm reasons, which might throw us off the trail because we might be expecting a second microfilm visit at some other point.
Yeah, I think it's possible that bug was clean. The arm was a little bit visible on the snapback, but it's not necessarily the case that the sniper was watching it. We take the real contact now. We're letting off a low light on Teal. We take a Purloin in the aftermath. I think it's noticed. Bryce wasn't certain, but was able to take the shot.
That's so bold. Like, okay, so I am trying to figure out if where was seduction target? It says we had the ability to maybe try to force seduce. We would have gone back to that green post. I think that actually probably is the right call. Because I was surprised to see us going for the Purloin, given that we still had seduce on the table, but we only had like 30 seconds left. But like, let's say we hit a green there, we can still try to go finish the flirt, and then we can just see what happens with it. And also, similar to the Tayan game, maybe we just miss it, for the countdown timer, how we missed the Purloin for under 10 seconds. So, a good attempt. Veranda's just tough. But honestly, not a bad spy game. Veranda, just so many missions you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, we might have won this if we were able to finish with the flirt. I'm still unclear if the bug was caught, if the sniper was on top of the fingerprints or anything, because it didn't look like a super confident shot from Bryce. Like, he did take a few seconds to think about it and then shot Duke. It didn't look like oh, you're my top suspect, of course you purloined, I'm shooting you instantly type of shot. So yeah, it was a good attempt from C-Rams. But Bryce picks up the sniper win, and now we have Bryce spying as queen in 3, 2, 1, playing it. We are near the ambassador, but we started with a drink in our hand, so there was no way we were going to be able to get a bug there.
And what we definitely have not seen at all yet this set, and we are 15 games in. This is game 16, I guess. We have seen no baffling sieve shots at all. The like every once in a while in the super long sets, like we find ourselves in spots where okay, you can get an advantage just because some random civ does something crazy and takes a bullet for you. Like the closest thing to that might have been boots on Tayan, but that was actually kind of a reasonable shot, especially given that we had the Perlin at the very, very end there. By the way, this feels like such a purloin opportunity for Smallman. I actually would be staring down that list so hard. The through the door Smallman purloin just feels like a spy moment. I would be so paranoid as sniper.
Yeah, and while Toby is on that side of the venue, it looks like Queen is maybe going to try to take advantage of something on the left side. Unfortunately, the ambassador is coming over to us, so it might not be the greatest time to go for a microfilm, but the sniper is watching Toby over on the other side there. Unfortunately, if we wanted a microfilm, the ambassador just walked right over to us, kind of ruined our potential timing, and so we just put the book back,
We're gonna
not
regrab.
able to do anything with it. But we're
No, we're
gonna
totally
actually
regrabbing.
take the book out again. Oh my god, we're ripping it out after putting it back. So we hope that the sniper saw us put the book back and stopped watching us. And then we rip it out, we get the fingerprint from it, and we hide in conversation so the sniper doesn't ever notice that we have the book. It is visible on screen here, but yeah.
I love that play. The thing that's so great about this is this feels like getting to watch Bryce evolve. Like this is Bryce used to have these kinds of plays and not know what to do with them, and now I believe more in Bryce to know what to do with this play. Like what actually makes sense as a follow-up to this one. Because I love this idea right here. We are going to slam back in here. So not only do we have a little bit of an edge on the fingerprint and the microfilm, like having a little bit of cheese there, like I feel like we can actually make something happen with this, especially with the last 2.5 minutes. So where Bryce's head needs to be at. Okay, so we are at partials with transfer. Sorry, we're at partials with fingerprint. We're at partials with inspects. We need to finish up seduce. We need to finish up contact. We need like it would be great if ambassador just drops a fingerprint at statues. That would just be time efficient. Like we need to avoid bug at all costs. That is one thing for sure. We need to not make ourselves look like we're doing bug at all. The rest of the path is so clear. We need to make it not be a temptation on sniper at all. But I think we just have this if we follow through and get some clean progress on each of these.
Yeah, unfortunately, that means we need the ambassador to go put a fingerprint somewhere, ideally on a statue. And he's just not doing that. He's just hanging out in conversation. And in fact, I don't think anyone is even going to push him out here. He's got no one near him, so he might just hang out for a long time. It's okay because it gives us time to go get our contact, which we were going to have to do at some point anyway. But we have just a little over a minute left, and we really want to finish one more fingerprint and get the inspects. And if they're not in the same place, that's going to take a lot of time.
Absolutely.
Are
Funnily
we
enough,
force
also.
this briefcase?
Ooh, I think we are. Yes, we are going to grab this briefcase. The question is, are we going to set it right down? Nope. Okay, so we are feeling the fact that we have a highlight. I am happy for us at that because if we didn't feel like we were maybe being watched, we might have just tried to cheese that entirely, not even return this. Okay, interesting like return grouping there. I actually don't know if that's enough of a priority to get in there. But we do have the time, and we're just going to go straight to statues, and this is going to be a huge test for C-Rams. Oh, no. I actually really wanted Bryce to get that one. I am so curious how much we had in that because like this is the kind of shot that makes me mad at Veranda. This is a me mad at Veranda shot for being too hard for Spy because I think we played a fantastic game and I think we're just getting shot for just like too much activity at the end there. It's a good shot and it's how you should play Veranda, but damn, that's so tragic to me.
Yeah, it's really too bad because again, it looks like the microfilm was gotten away with, which is something we keep saying a lot this set, and then CRAMS is still able to take the shot. But ripping the book out was really clean, and when we put the book back in the bookcase, it was just basically completely off vision from the sniper. So it's great, but that's the problem with 5 out of 8, right? On a 4 out of 8 venue, if you get away with a mission clean like that microfilm, you have a very good chance to win. But on a 5 of 8, you still just have to get a bunch more missions done. And if you go visit statues at, 40 seconds remaining, when you've clearly done 2 fingerprints already. It's just such spy-like timing, and C-Rams was able to take the shot. Well,
Yeah, but
that
that's the thing
ties
is
it
like
up.
if we
Mhm.
we we, we probably didn't have the fingerprint count, but it is true that we did take a bit of a that we had a wonky path from the beginning on the briefcase return, and then it ended it through the thing through the CC. So might have been it.
Yeah, and we really forced that briefcase too. I don't know how much we were being watched, but it might have been noticed that like, hey, Queen just walked across the venue to get there, and she's already taken the briefcase. So yeah, it's too bad after that microfilm though. All right, C-Ram's going to be spying on Gallery, playing as Sick in 3, 2, 1. Playing it. C-Rams was the higher seed here, so C-Rams was able to get one more venue choice, and so this is his choice as well, but his fourth choice.
Yeah, and apropos of nothing, I feel like CRAM should have an advantage on this venue if it will get into Bryce's play in the second one because at this point CRAM should be familiar with the kinds of little things that Bryce likes to do, and we will be needing to be very conscious of blocked like things like microfilms behind conversation circles, bugs behind conversation circles, little like twitches and moves at paintings, that kind of thing. I'm not sure how like I think in big people on like a cheese spectrum, I don't know quite where C-Rams falls. C-Rams seems to be about like normal as far as cheese tolerance, neither too into it or too hesitant around it. So we'll have to see if they try to do something like I don't think they're going to do anything with this microfilm as an example because I feel like they'd be too conscious about this. They are taking it out though, which I was not expecting. I was thinking they'd just return.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you options, but it does make it a lot harder for you to get other things done. We want to finish the inspects at some point. We won't be able to do that while we have a book in our hand. We won't be able to take the purloin either. So I wonder how long we're going to hold on to this book.
We were very intentionally waiting for someone to grab the briefcase before we moved because we might have been obligated to grab the briefcase when we moved, and we didn't want that to be our next motion. And now the briefcase is close enough to Ambassador that we can walk away freely, and then we're just going to flirt with this. The question is also so Ambassador dropped is dropping fingerprints on both bookcases right now. The first one might be gone. I don't remember if suspected double agent cleared that one or not. But if we go back to fingerprint, or sorry, we go back to green book, we will be the one finishing it off. So we probably don't want to go back until at least Smallman takes here because the fingerprints cleared on green. So us going back to green is not going to be a problem. Fingerprint's going to be mostly dead on blue now. I think that Papa might have had it, but Alice is going there with a book in their hand. So the fingerprints have already been cleared back there, and now we're kind of just stuck with this book. I don't think this book has worked out because of that, because of the way that Ambassador went to both. Um, Gave people a couple fingerprint credits, but now we've just been with this book for forever as a result.
And the double agent has not been in conversation either. Oh God, we're bugging the ambassador as we walk behind him. I think in order for it not to be seen, we tried to sort of path a little further away from him, but that means the bug didn't take. And we're actually putting the book back in. We're putting the book into the blue bookcase here. Okay, the sniper does take the safety off on us. I was like a little bit surprised that we're actually putting it in a different bookshelf and that the sniper maybe wasn't on top of it. But it looks like Bryce is very aware of where that book came from, which makes sense. We were a highlight all game. Oh God, safety is coming off on more people at more bookshelves. But I think this is another case where the sniper is just taking safety off on random people as a proxy for letting us know that they're on top of Sick, right?
You would think so. I wonder if Alice is the call here for the swap. I mean, I think it'll be obvious enough. It looks like actually Taft is going to be the call. No, Taft is going to move around. Taft, that's a weird path for Taft to take on that call. So we are going to have this here, and the question is like, if Taft was a low light, this might be harder to see. But it looks like Bryce is actually watching the swap. There it is. It is on screen, and we are confirmed for 100% on this one. I was also curious if we were worried at all about Pony, because she was at Blue Bookcase previously and then in the sneaky spot on green bookcase. So that flash might have been a genuine flash on Pony as well. But doesn't matter if we see the swap.
Yeah. All right. So Bryce gets the sniper win. That means Bryce is on match point here. If Bryce can get the spy win on gallery, he would take the set. It'll be pretty tough to do against CRAM Sniper, though. And if Bryce is not able to get the spy win here, then we would be moving on to overtime. All right, let's get started with it. Bryce as Tex in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
And so I'm trying to see, okay, I'm trying to get into Bryce's headset about why he's picked Tex on gallery. He's usually kind of intentional about the kinds of spies, or at least the plays that he does with certain spies. Tex is standing out to me as an interesting one because I think that he would like to do something kind of cheeky on gallery. We do get a nice green flirt at 49%, so there's always the possibility of two flirting, but I don't think that's the primary thing on his mind. I think the primary thing on his mind is Ambassador is in a terrible position. Purloin is also kind of in a terrible spot. What can I do while the party's just like not really giving me much except for the visitors at microfilms and statues?
My best guess, maybe you can join this convo circle at the south, and then with your back to the sniper, you pretend you're in convo, but you actually do a microfilm. I don't know. That probably doesn't work. But like, you're right. Bryce probably wants to do something cheesy with the book here.
We try to join that conversation circle, but I can't actually remember if it was. I think it was C-Rams that actually had trouble with the terrible convo on Veranda, but we were not able to fit in similar to that game. Oh my god, that's tragic. That was right at the very end of that seduction, and that would have finished it up for us, and we would have been on such better pace. But now we're flagging a little bit. We are going to probably try to go grab this contact out here, but it's not even the best time for it because there's a lot of people out, and there's some statue visitors that would get knocked out. The middle, the actual in-building stuff is terrible. Okay, so it got a little bit better, but this will let off a bunch of lowlights, and it'll be very easy to get the lowlights and not feel in danger for anything else except for maybe Irish Purloin, which we'll be able to confirm at this next take did not happen.
Yeah, and we've been moving around a lot, and we're just the first person to leave the conversation outside and walk back in. I guess here's the moment of truth. The safety is coming off on random people, which we know means that someone else is the suspect. And it's us. It's Tex. Yeah.
Are they watching each other's replays and seeing like are they like amping up the number of flashes because they saw that their person flash, and so that normally when we see flashes, that is one, a commitment strategy for the sniper, and two, communicating to casters and spectators what their thought process is. But if they think that maybe the other person is going back and reviewing logs real quick, it's also like a communication between the players, which would be pretty funny.
Yeah. All right. Well, that means that the set ends up tied, which means we will go into overtime. God, and with the way the set has been going, trading wins back and forth, I could see that continuing in the overtime here. So let's just quickly go over the rules for overtime. So if we reach overtime, the higher seed gets to pick any venue as long as it was not banned. I believe you can pick one that was restricted, just not one that was banned. So the higher seed picks a venue, then the lower seed picks a venue, and you just play 2 games on each venue. But you might not get through both venues because if one player ever has a 2-point lead, they just immediately win the set. So we're picking 2 venues. So we're picking the next 4 games of venues, but you can win in just 2 games if you win both of them. So we'll move on to overtime in a moment, but let's just take a quick water break, a quick bathroom break for everyone, and then we will get started with the overtime.
Welcome back, everyone, to the overtime of this match between CRMs and Bryce, second round of the SCL8 postseason championship for the regular season. Let's get into it, shall we? Dales did a good handoff a few minutes ago, so we have CRAMs spying Smallman on Modern. Are you ready, Slappy?
Absolutely, yes. So excited.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
So
Alrighty.
naturally, we're gonna see. Oh, like this is we're fairly like behind this. Is this gonna be a straight rip? No, okay, no. But we are gonna do a just immediate. I actually don't mind this because like people commit to the rips so much, but the rips are more easily visible in peripheral vision, right? Where microfilms are less so, even though they're pretty visible. So that might actually be fairly clean.
Yep, start. We had a bit of cover from Sari as well. Not that we planned it, but it was even though it was a white test, we had it pretty much invisible. So, yeah, having half the microfilm done already is good. But the ST being a bit rough at we could have booked there maybe, but we didn't. The bookcase, meaning we're a bit behind the curve, despite the fact that we have the microfilm in pocket.
Yeah, and importantly, also, this is actually a similar situation that Bryce had, where you still have green microfilm. Because if you could microfilm twice at any one bookcase, a lot of the bookcases would actually, or microfilm would just be a drastically different mission because
Mhm.
you wouldn't have to like necessarily use up the really covered one, right? Like red's covered every once in a while if there's a person standing directly in front of you, but it's oftentimes out in the open. And then especially green being far in the corner produces much more cover. And the fact that we got the blue right away is also just a nice use of our initial momentum.
Mhm. It's also a very similar game plan to what Bryce had in his modern game earlier in the set. We had doing microfilm, or at least animation microfilm as Smallman. Do you have a fingerprint on the drink as well? I mean, you could have this briefcase as well to get the prints done. But the DA is going to take it instead, which is not what you want to see.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I do wish that you could contact DA when they're standing in a CC with the BC. That would be fun. Like it'd be like a way which you could like you have like a window of time, right? But I know that they have like the leave conversation thing, but I feel like you should be able to.
Yeah, it would be a nice little buff to spy that, wouldn't it? Um, but yeah, we're just chilling.
You would.
ST's moving around. We have one more flirt to get. One more print, half the microfilm, and probably a contact in 2 minutes to go. So we've got quite a lot to do still, but we need that ambassador to move. And as like a lot of the time on Modern, if you get half a print, the ambassador is just going to stand in conversation the rest of the game. It makes it very difficult to get that second one. So hopefully the ambassador will move for CRAM's sake.
Yeah, and that is where Modern gets into like a tough spot. I think we had mentioned this the first time on Modern, where like Modern is either crazy or absolutely boring, right? For Sniper to have to take care of, and that can really be in the spot where Ambassador sits in the front conversation circles and does nothing. Ambassador did move, but they also moved to like the most safe position in any part of any venue ever, which is the over and the
Yeah.
side, and it's just like almost never is bug never a concern, but bug is absolutely not a concern when they're on the outside periphery. And then they go again to the outside. We are going to be doing the microfilm during this. This is kind of the unfortunate thing though, is we might get caught for it because there's nothing else to watch. But we're in rotation, and it doesn't look like we're watching Smallman's arm quite close enough.
Yeah. We were on screen until the exact moment that we did the white tests, and then Bryce moved his laser over to low light someone instead. So microfilm done, no highlight flirt here. We need that print though and a contact, so he's still kind of in a rough spot.
We do, and let's see. So we're going to be dropping it at books, but we'd have to be visiting books 3 times during this venue, or sorry, yeah, during this match alone. We're going to contact and go. It's going to look like a bug path if we go directly to the fingerprint,
No,
but
a
we kind
safe
of
shot
have
onto Teal.
to. No, that's tragic. That's the first I was just talking about when we were on Veranda. We have not seen any kind of just out of nowhere civ shots. Now I'm sure there is a reason for that, but that's the first one where there's not like a lot of prompting for it. I mean, it has to be bug something. But Teal wasn't on my radar at all as feeling like they like especially deserve something. They'd been in that conversation a couple times, trying to track over what they did.
Yeah, I mean, they were in the conversation with the D8 at the end. I'm not sure exactly what else they did. We're probably going to take the bug at the end, which might have been seen, but yeah, it is really rough for Bryce there.
And that's actually
Just
that's a
watch.
bad indicator in my that makes me worry because those are the kinds of shots that Bryce used to take and that he's cleaned up a lot more. And I've been really happy with his sniper play. But it could have also been that it was the hold on Modern that burned us on the miscount of inspects as Taft. So also Bryce could be remembering like 20 games ago when they held a little bit too long on Taft and didn't shoot. So bummer,
Hmm.
but we're now in the hole, and this could be rough because we have to win back to back. We do pick Smallman though as our fireback option.
Yep, we do, and CRAM's very much in the driving seat here, looking to get this set sewn up. Sniping on Modern, Bryce spying as Smallman in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And again, Smallman on Modern.
I was curious if we would
It's
actually
not
just go
really like.
straight for microfilm.
Yeah, I thought we were eyeing it up, but it's weird because, like, I don't think Modern is particularly a quintessential Smallman venue. I don't think, but we're just behind the ambassador here. We could bug, but we have the angle for it. But yeah, it is interesting to see that both players are picking Smallman on this venue quite a lot.
No,
That
no, C-Rams, you
worked.
did not miss that. You did not miss that.
Oh
That was
my.
that. Oh my God. That is one of those instances where it's just like, oh, it's you're so we just talked about this where ambassador's so safe that you just don't look. That's fascinating because like okay, so obviously that was very on screen, right? And like there's a thing where it's like you are completely looking away. That is one of the spots where that's one of the little margins you can get a sniper where it's like okay, if you would actually have to be absolutely insane to bug, go look somewhere else, right? Because there's no way they would go for a bug like that. So go do other stuff that you can get done because you've guarded bug by putting your laser near it, and then like they just like you. It's oh my God. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
so normally I would say, well, maybe they do know, but C-Rams has not been shy about flashing, right? So the fact that we don't see flashing, but they've been flashing all match long, is a bad indication for C-Rams.
Yeah. There's no way that's credited. It's a bug that is so bad it's not watched, and those are often at a high level the best bugs because the sniper just isn't expecting it at all. And there's no way it's accredited. The choice for Prince though, after getting this bug, is on this venue risky. So we could be looking at a bit of a if the ambassador doesn't move much, like I've said on Modernes quite often, this could be a bit of a disastrous way this set to end for Bryce. But
In
we
the
do
end of
take the
red.
contact and the flirt. We got one fingerprint left, who is and the ambassador is at bar, so we have that option to finish very early here.
Huge credit to Bryce for staying on top of this, by the way, where it's like sometimes it's hard to play out a game where you feel like you waved at the sniper, especially like because like I am curious. Well, it's just a highlight. That's pretty
Yep.
good. That's a pretty good indication. Oh my God.
It's a green
Oh,
test.
here
It
it
had to be a
is.
green as well.
Oh
This
my
is going to
God.
be a
And
win for
like,
sure. Yeah.
oh, that's so funny. Oh my God. So like, okay. So what's also crazy about this, and this happens, those were they have played incredible sniper games all set long. Those are both of the for the two of them. They both let something off they wouldn't have in the earlier spot. This is where we start talking about endurance and fatigue, but we'll start the next game. But that's nuts.
Yeah. We are back tied going into Tayen now, which Bryce swept in regular play. We have C-Rams Oz Boots, which is a bit of a callback to early in the set. In 3, 2, 1, playing it. We head straight for Senate statues.
All right, so we're gonna be able to get two inspects here. I don't know. We're gonna be racing against. It is gonna get taken. I if C Rams. I mean, I guess it's worth taking the shot, right? Where if you maybe you get it down in time and you get a green test, it's there. Are we gonna try to stay? No. Like Tayan is one of the times where you actually really can't three cycle. It's very, 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 very visible. So we are only going to have the partials. By the way, a red dress does go like statue to statue. That we get a there's so much happening at the same time. We get a bug on this conversation statue. Red dress is going statue to statue. So red dress is probably one of the top suspects. We might have credit for 3 statues. It's hard to quite tell. I think we just kind of have to be credited for 3 statues. And red dress goes to statues again. But during that, we also have the bug going off. And C-Rams has got to be aware of the fact that red dress has definitely gotten the inspect credit. It's probably be waiting for them to go back in CC to fire off this thing. But from here on out, there is a path to 4 missions that's very viable.
Yeah, really hard to tell if Bryce knows we have bug or not. It was on screen at the time, but quite a lot was happening at other places on the venue, like you were saying. So yeah, we'll see. It's sort of the moment of truth will probably be when we go back to statues, but the ST is also not being particularly cooperative either, so we need to get that flirt done soon as the white test contact comes off now.
All right, well, red dress also takes, I mean, it depends on whether, I'm curious if Bryce considers that a suspicious background. Obviously, it's an AI path, right? So technically, it's low lightable in some sense because it's like this insane wraparound through conversation path to the back corner. So red dress may be in more trouble or less trouble as a result of that. They do take also a really long path to get this briefcase. Red dress is a real danger getting shot.
Potentially, but if you've been tunneling over from the start of the game, she's not flirting. She could be bugging here though. That is rough for Bryce. And going next to General at bookshelf. This could be a sip shot on Oprah. He's thinking about it. We're going to go back to statues. I think we're going to be fine because of how much attention is being paid to Oprah here.
Yeah, and Bryce is trying to like both use the highlighting or the I don't know what to call it, the outlining of the characters to see it, but not show red dress too much that they're suspicious. And also, red dress is having trouble getting that conversation circle. Red dress visited statues again, by the way. So this is like this crazy, like from Bryce's position. I think red dress is going to die on the next talk because it looked like they missed the conversation circle going into the front one. So if red dress goes into a conversation circle to talk, we might actually get a civ shot. But will it be before Boots actually goes and finishes? Red dress is going to another statue in the back. Okay, this game is crazy. It's done because there's no way C-Rams is getting shot while red dress is being a maniac in the back here. So we are going to get away with it. Fascinating to think about whether or not we've been able to find the shot without red dress.
Yeah, I mean, 5 statue visits. Like, 3 is like weird, 4 is ridiculous, 5 is like that's AI. That's not a spy. But yeah. I was really worried that given it was so quick that flirt that we might get shot. But again, I think Oprah is doing us enough. So yeah, C-Rounds once again on match point. Swiping on TN, which brought Bryce to Smallman again. In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, at what point do you stop pressing the emergency button for Smallman OT? But I guess we'll see. This is funny. Okay, so we are in the back here. We could sneak forward in this conversation circle and just go for almost like a shark bug, which is like a CC bug by reaching across here. He's not taking it right now, but that Bryce likes these, so I'm actually surprised we haven't seen it quite yet, inching forward and doing the bug. But we're playing a little bit cautiously.
Yeah, and the angle from C-Ram is good enough to catch it anyway, I think. Especially with it probably being a right arm bug with the angle that we're at to the ambassador. So I think wise not to take it. We do miss the green test and the fingerprint, which is rough as well.
Yeah, we still have. We're gonna fake this banana bread. What is this gonna buy us except for just credit on the front? Okay, well we're playing pretty slow. So one of the other possibilities is we pick Smallman and then go for a very non-aggressive game. And because it's Tan, classically Tan, you can find basically 4 missions in the last minute if you need to because it's so cramped. But we might just play it super slow with Smallman, and then if we need to, just go all out.
Yeah, 50-50 on whether this is probably going to be a dance, to be honest. It just feels like it to me. with the number of small win games, the lack of progress where we are on the venue, we can get center statues as well with the flirt here potentially, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
That's a great instinct, by the way. I think you're 100% right. Where if you do the super calm game as Smallman especially, or any of the small characters, we do have a stain. That bug's basically free, so we
The
kind of have
freest
to
bug
do
I've ever
that one.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do take it, but that doesn't really even tell me about what Bryce's game plan is because it's just so free that you just have to.
Hmm. Yeah, and I would think that C-Rounds has probably credited that as well. He does generally a pretty good job at crediting those sort of things, like we saw on Veranda with the direct credit. I think he credited that in that game. As we just shoot Twin or something.
Oh, God, okay. So Twin did visit center statues at the very very beginning of the game. We did 2 cycle. We went to the bookcase. We were so it's funny is that fake contact was while Twin was walking. Twin also does a weird redirect out of there into the middle of CC and then out. That's actually really strange looking. The about like 230. I don't actually
Yeah,
don't know what that
yeah, yeah.
was. That was like a blocked path by Toby or something. So I think maybe this looked yeah.
I need to go back and see, but he'll probably be redirecting off something. 230. We haven't really got a chance to, but yeah. Either way, another Civ shot. We've been waiting for some spy wins in this set, and then 4 have come along at once in overtime. But we head into Courtyard, which is the next venue, picked by C-Rams, spying as Alice. Are we ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
God, this overtime so far, it's just been like the complete opposite of the regular set. The regular set was just trading sniper wins back and forth, and now we've just seen 4 spy wins in a row. I mean, you can say it's nerves. It's also maybe just exhaustion. You've been playing for a while at this point. It's not uncommon to see overtimes sort of go in this direction, but it just makes it so volatile because, like, C-Rams, theoretically, was who you might expect to win the set, just being the higher seed and having such a dominant sniper win rate. But if C-Rams isn't even able to consistently win the sniper games anymore, then it's just anyone's game. Bryce could easily get the underdog victory here. He just needs one good venue. That's it.
Yep, I think fatigue is definitely setting in. 11-11, you played 22 games of SpyParty in a stressful setting with it being basically a knockout match, so we're definitely going to be seeing some more spy wins here, I think. And also, it's a bit of a bump for senior rounds because when you have such a strong sniper, dropping two match points on the sniper side can be a bit demoralizing. So we'll see how he reacts to that.
Yeah, and if you think about it, just during the regular set, right, the only sniper game that C-Rams lost was that Taeyen game where, an AI Boots was just being an absolute menace, going around doing a million missions. So it was a really sort of extraordinary circumstance for an AI that caused C-Rams to lose a sniper game. Whereas when Bryce lost one sniper game during the regular set, it was because he had it like narrowed down to 2 guests because of the swap, right? But then he just wasn't able to take the shot because he was missing one set of inspects. And those were the only times either player dropped a sniper game all set. And now we're just seeing a bunch of spy wins in a row. We've seen Civ shots that we just weren't seeing at all during the set. So C-Rams has been playing a pretty basic courtyard game here, has the inspects done, has the flirt done. We're going to go join the double agent. We're curving nicely around the ambassador there so we don't get credited with a bug. We take the banana bread. We don't let off too many lowlights. And we just need one more mission.
Yeah, we know not too many low lights for Courtyard, but unfortunately with the only Sachi goer who has real contact, which if Bryce is paying attention to is not great for C-Rounds because I don't think he's going to fake again. So Pearline would be death, probably we're being stared at as a top suspect right now.
Basically anything would be death at this point. I don't think we're going to be seeing a 5th spy win in a row here. We're going to pick up the statue. Obviously, if you swap it now, you're going to die. It is a green swap. We hit a green swap.
It's gonna be
There's just not
interesting.
much to be looking at here, though. So I
Ambassador on
think
the other
that
side of the venue,
Bryce
which
will
is
be on
good for
top of
us.
it.
Another highlight going to
The
swap.
twin
This could be
And me in the
interesting.
red.
But he's knocking him out with the contact. Staring at it, yeah.
Oh god, you're like hoping the sniper doesn't watch the statue because they're like focusing on the banana bread, but no, Bryce is completely on top of it and just immediately takes the shot,
Yep. Good stuff.
which suggests that we were like a big suspect anyway.
Yeah, he was definitely staring at that swap. I think pretty standard game. Good shot from Bryce. Now looking for a spy win to win the set as Plane Twin. Are you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Yeah, Bryce would need to get a spy win here to win the set. Not the easiest thing to do. We are really close to the ambassador in this conversation because we're standing like right in the middle of the conversation circle. We try to bug and it doesn't work.
Yep. Not the same sort of bug we saw on Moderna. Smallman is not going to work twice in the same set. C-Ram's catching on and a good shot. Nothing more to say about
I
that,
mean,
really. It was
we
just
are
a bug.
blatantly way too close to the middle of that conversation circle. So yeah, it wasn't gonna work this time. And we move into another venue. We have Aquarium playing as C-Rams playing as Twin on Aquarium in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Same spy
Well,
he played in the
if
first
there's
game of the match.
Oh yeah. No, that was Plain Twin. This is Bling
Was it?
Twin. It's a different
Oh,
spy.
whoops. Whoopsie.
Yeah. I only
They're
remember because
very
I made
similar,
sure to
right?
zoom in and yeah. They do look kind of similar actually now that you mention it. I never really noticed, but yeah, Plain Twin and Bling Twin, they look kind of the same. They have like similar clothes, similar hair. They do look pretty similar, almost as if they're like twins or something. Oh, that's why they're called twins.
Do you know what? Just cottoned on now. That does make sense, yes.
Yeah. I wasn't sure why people called them that. But okay, we're taking this a bit too far. But C-Rams just started off with some inspects. Just hanging out in a completely empty conversation circle now though with Sorry.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of this set, the ST has been not very kind in the early game, but being a bit more kind now as it end a conversation across from C-Ram so we can get that blurt done. 35% green test across conversation, like a close white, but at least we get some progress.
Yeah, but the party looks really dead. The ambassador isn't going to get pushed out. There's not that many people going to the bar. We walk by the ambassador a little bit behind the shark as the shark is passing, but I think the sniper knows that we're far enough away that we couldn't have gone for a bug there.
Yeah, we missed the pad for the statues, but I think we're okay. But again, we've been quite aggressive on the softails, getting in the inspects done early. We're definitely like the biggest threat in the party to Bryce, as we stare down that bug, and we wisely don't take it. But again, entering conversation with the ST, quick alert.
Yeah, it's very noticeable that we didn't take the bug, but we did just come from the statues. We are a highlight. The sniper was watching us enter that conversation, and it was a really full convo. We talked immediately. Now we've moved over to the left convo, and a banana bread comes off like 10 seconds
in the
later.
red.
So if Bryce has been watching Bling Twin at all, I just think it's all very noticeable. Just because we're doing all this right after we passed by the ambassador, I think it's more likely that our movements stick out in the sniper's mind.
Yeah, I think potentially some sort of shark walk is being planned here from C-Rams because he's being very sure to be very blatant about, or at least trying to get the things done very quickly. We do it for a fingerprint there instead. Oh
We're
no, we're
trying to walk
walk,
behind the
yeah,
shark
walk
to
right
move the
across.
microfilm, but Bryce zoomed in on us when we were at the first bookshelf. So I think Bryce is actually completely on top of this and yeah, able to take the shot.
Yeah, I like that play, but not when you're the top suspect for statues. We're just going to get a stare down for that. But good attempt though, just regardless, just throwing anything at the sniper is better than nothing in a lot of occasions. So Good shot from Bryce, as they are looking to once again take a spy win to win the set. As general.
Mhm.
Right, you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it. Could be looking for a
Yeah, I mean,
delegate
that
cheese
was
at the start.
a noble attempt, but Bryce was just on top of all of it. It might have worked better if we did it with the flirt done, but obviously we would have just gotten shot for it either way. CRAM's already taking safety off. Maybe noticed Bryce flirting and leaving convo.
We're dead because we delegate cheese and CRAM just caught it. I think this is going to be a shot immediately on this purloin.
Yeah, wow. The spies are just going for these aggressive plays here, and the snipers are on top of it, which is funny because just a few games ago, the snipers were civ-shotting all over the place. But I don't know. We were saying maybe they're exhausted because it's been a long set, but they've been on top of things quite a bit in these last few games. I think the spies are learning they can't be so bold going forward. And yep, there's the shot from C-Rams. The scoreline is 13-13, but the scoreline doesn't really matter as much at this point. It's just whoever can win 2 games, whoever can win 2 games in a row.
Absolutely. Oh my God. By the way, we have passed recently. There was Aragoria versus Skarny, which was 14-12. That was a crazy long set. Opie Urand was 13-15 Winter Cup finals. That was the big comeback. That was like the next longest one. And I people in chat, they can go find like longest sets because we're coming up on the longest one that I know of, which is Lev T versus Roxo in SMC 2024 Challengers, which went to 17-15 with like a ton of balcony overtime. So we're starting to get up there.
Sorry, and we're moving on to library now with C-Rams as Smallman in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Another, by the way, like I want to know how what percentage of Smallman games get brought out here. So similar to the fact that we're doing like those immediate cheeses, like that is worn down spy play where you just start flipping coins because it's just so hard to think about everything, right? Where your spy game can kind of become like a relaxation point. Honestly, like there might be some sort of sense to like basically no controlling for like a spy game just to give yourself a break while the other spy or sorry, well, the sniper is still having to stay at the top, because if you play like a really cheesy opening for spy, you actually give the sniper a rest. You're not draining them as much, and you didn't get much of a break yourself. So there's like at some point in the endurance parts of these, there's some worth to just like really chilling and just seeing what the party gives you.
Right, but it's hard to do that when you're spy because it's like you know that if you just get a win here, you could end the set. But yeah, maybe you play the long game, you just tire the sniper out a lot, and you just trust that, even if you time out, you'll be able to win the next sniper game. Maybe C-Rams is going for something like that because we really haven't done anything. And we're playing as Smallman too. At this point, we've seen so many Smallmans this set that maybe there's some mind games here. Bryce maybe expects you to pick Smallman, but then he notices that Smallman's just kind of standing around doing nothing for 2 minutes. And so not suspicious of Smallman. I don't know.
Yeah, and when you play, if you have a gambit heavy style, you're like think about what they don't do. Okay, so we are going to do this, and we are going to go to right to the corner. It's a very invisible spot, and Smallman able to just belt through so many time ads. Also, importantly, we're able to walk away seemingly off screen. So not only do we get these time ads, we walk away. The one thing I will say that I don't it depends on if you buy into the meta or not. But if you are worried about Smallman and you know what Smallman is good at, if you see a ton of time being added, that's a Smallman like thing, right? Because Smallman's watch check is so fast, they can sneak into spots and do it so fast. sometimes that little
And the end of
sneaky
red.
spot for watch checking and adding time is good with a character that doesn't normally do it because it doesn't matter as much how fast the time adds are. So we'll have to see if Bryce kind of tracks how much time got added here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Toby was offering us a drink right as we did the contact too. And so the sniper is definitely looking at us because we are a highlight, but it just sort of makes it even more noticeable that Smallman's not really doing anything. But it definitely made it noticeable that he was in combo with a double agent at least. But we haven't done anything, so even though we have a highlight, I don't really think we're that much of a suspicion, unless just for the fact that a time ad happened.
I am worried for C-Rams that it was that, though. That it's a reflex almost, where if you see a bunch of time added, you just highlight Smallman. You're like, no, I'll shoot Smallman, right? Because there's a bunch of time that's been added. You just highlight Smallman, and then you just watch where they go for a long time, right? So it should boost up. Um, if you've added a bunch of time of Smallman and you're worried that you're gonna, oh, this is gonna get, this is dead. This is really just dead. It doesn't matter. I was just gonna be like, what will we do? But it doesn't matter if we just go for it. It's not a terrible timing as far as what the rest of the party was doing. Ambassador was at books in the middle, and Toby was on the far side. But if we're worried about Smallman, it was just gonna be shot, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was a white microfilm. All right, so that's the sniper game. That's the sniper game for Bryce. We'll see if Bryce can get a spy win now, playing as red dress in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
So we're gonna be at least tying. So even if Bryce is able to win this spy game, we're gonna be tying Winter Cup, Opie Rand. Curious to see how this one plays out. To see if we can keep this just rolling on, because it is library. So this is a hard one to come back from, right? It's hard to go back to bring back the spy win on this one. But again, like we talked about, fatigue will set in. CREMS really needs to make sure they don't civ shot in this game, though. That's like the number one thing they can't be worried about doing, because they're self obviously the match will just end, and if they're tired, they may just really want to.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a few civ shots at the start of overtime, but since then things have turned around and the snipers have been mostly on top of things. I mean, we were on top of Smallman last game before he even did a mission, maybe just for the time ad, I don't know what. So the snipers seem to be back in form here. It'll be pretty hard to pick up a spy win against CRAMs here on Library, and Price is going for a very similar strategy, just sneaking into that window, doing a time ad, and then we walk away. We go get some more flirt progress here at the green bookshelf. Maybe we'll also do a microfilm of our own. Bryce tends to do microfilm almost every game, so I don't expect us to just put the book back innocently. We might, though, just because we have a lot of time left on the clock. We might not go for the microfilm right away.
I really like this choice to do one time ad. So there's two different reasons we might have only done one. One is that there's the school of thought around time ads where you time ad until you hit a white or something like that, right? As soon as you hit that first white time ad, then the value of the additional time ads goes way down. Because you get multiple greens in a row, it's really hard for the sniper to tell how many time ads actually even occurred, because they'd have to be paying attention to how long the dilation on the clock is going to happen. The other thing I really like about there being only one time ad is that if you only do one time ad, you throw more suspicion on the people that just are at the front windows, right? It's more likely that it could be one of them rather than really pushing it towards probably it's someone in a little pillar corner that added a bunch of time, or maybe in like a far corner on the windows added multiple times in a row. One time ad really makes it seem like it could be anybody really that did that one time ad.
Yeah, and Bryce is just kind of doing the same thing as last game. Like you said, adding a lot of pressure to the sniper. I think it makes sense not just in the context of it being a long, exhausting set and wanting to, fill their mental load, but also just because we did see, a bunch of civ shots earlier, and adding time just makes it more likely that a civilian maybe completes missions, gets fingerprints or whatever, but also just gives more people potential bug credit if you have, 45 more seconds of the ambassador just walking around everywhere. And library is a venue where you do have to just credit some people for bugs sometimes, because if you just take your laser off the ambassador for a second, someone might have bugged.
Yes, not and yeah, like the you can almost think of like shark passes. A timeout is like probably like two ambassador passes by a conversation circle when they can pick up a bug. It's also importantly pushing out the time where somebody could be finishing at statues later in the game. We are going to go for a fake contact here. Um, it is pretty good. The only thing that's a bit of a bummer is to knock out Boots, who I think already had partial inspects and was finishing up inspects. But that's actually a pretty good trade-off. Unfortunately, and fortunately, all of the conversations had a DA in them, or an SDA in them. So it doesn't make us look any less suspicious than any other conversation. We are going to have the Purloin here. Is CRAMs on top of this because this is basically, if we get away with this entirely clean, we're hanging out here so long. We're giving up all the rest of the map. CRAMs is parsing so hard right now to think if there's a chain or something else that had happened.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce requested the Purloin at that exact moment. He really wanted it there. CRAM's like no real reaction, but the fact that we're just dwelling over here makes it pretty likely that Red Dress is a suspect. Here's the thing, even if C-Rams isn't certain who did the Purloin, even if he's like racking his brain wondering what might have happened, he's just noticing Red Dress just standing there with the drink. And if Red Dress goes and does anything else at this point, it's just going to be impossible to finish missions, I feel. Considering we need 3 missions beyond the Seduce if we finish it, which who knows if that will even happen at 40 seconds left. I think Bryce was just hoping for a Civ shot and is still hoping for one at this point. Oh, he's actually going to go for a bug, entering with the Ambassador though, but yeah, that just gets him shot.
I almost wish we just timed out there. Like, as much as a timeout would hurt, just to do, it would play against what C-Rams would expect. Because C-Rams actually seemed like they were getting a little paranoid at the end there, looking over at General on the far statues, that they maybe just missed something crazy. And like, if Red Dress really just sat still, because 29 seconds, we're not finishing missions. We're not getting Bug and then Seduce and then 2 more missions after that. It's just not going to happen. And I actually like us putting the pressure on C-Rams of like, oh, Bryson never lets themselves time out like this. What is happening? And then maybe just doing something really dangerous.
Yeah, and I feel like this is what we saw in Library earlier as well, just sort of not being able to commit to either finishing missions or framing. It was just sort of the same issue here. But we're moving on to another venue, and this time it's Pub. Pub is what CRAM's restricted, so he didn't really want to play it. But now that we're in overtime and we've burned through like half the venues already, Pub was going to come up at some point. I'm sure this is something that Bryce chose. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
This is a big switch up though, because like after playing Library, going to something like Pub, sometimes it's hard to like get your habits to change and like not cross over for the previous game. So I'm really curious if like fatigue comes into play in a very particular way. Also, speaking of fatigue, dude, this bar is huge. This is actually a big problem for Bryce coming in here because there's so much activity. C-Rams really probably should do something with this bar. It's crazy.
Right. CRAMs can just delegate a Purloin and hope that, there's just so much bar activity that Bryce isn't on top of it. But he can also take advantage of the bar being so busy to go for something else. I guess bugging the Ambassador there might have been a little bit too visible. But once all of these people who are at the bar end up in conversation, CRAMs has the opportunity to go for some other missions at that point.
The question is, are we going to frame our seduction target? Like the problem is we seem to be waiting too long if we wanted to do that. But like one of the classic plays you can do at bar is there's a seduction target at bar. There's lots of people at bar. That's lots of cover. You seduce at bar. You go join them in conversation circle, and then you have them delegate to you because you've been next to them anyways. And then if you need to go finish up, you've got them as like another target in there. But it does seem like we're not going to end up doing anything with this this bar rush here, which I don't love just because I don't know if there's lots of people at bar. There's not people doing other things. But also there's a lot of things that they're gonna have to come back down and think about. Smallman is picking up and inspect in the back though, which will throw a little of the meta back into there.
Well, we're heading off maybe to the bar ourselves, or are we actually just going to go to that statue? That's an interesting choice. I wonder if we're gonna swap it and try to either frame Smallman or just, if you swap it now, that's 3 missions. You're just done. You dare the sniper to shoot. But no, we just pick up the inspect. We get a highlight for it. But I think some of the highlights are still for the people who were at the bar. I don't know if they've all been brought back down. Half the party is highlights still.
Yeah, it still seems to be like lingering bar lights, which is going to be confusing if we've been tracking some of the inspects. We probably know because, like, for example, I don't know who's inspected out of this white dress in general. This is actually a really dangerous situation. There's a lot of late inspects happening right now, and double agent right now is not tempting us into a contact. That is actually bad though. We're going for a briefcase return. It's gonna be a long briefcase return. So if we were hoping to contact here, that's gonna be tricky. We do have delegate as the backup option. We actually have so much space in the delegate. What we might end up doing is delegating to someone and contacting during the delegate, which I think is going to be the play here, or maybe even bugging. So I think we're going to send here right at like 1 second and then see what else. Oh my god! No, we can just contact right now. Okay. Oh, we delegate to the double agents! But then Smallman gets shot.
I
What?
don't know what just
Why?
happened. Was there overtime? There wasn't overtime. The clock was hanging, but maybe Bryce didn't realize it was a clock hang, or no, I don't know. Does Bryce shoot before the clock even starts hanging?
Well, the shot happens. Well, the shot officially happens. Like it's the. I'm pretty sure Bryce's shot was the. I am shooting in case OT is just barely later. Like if I get like only 1 second of OT, you do the thing where you shoot exactly at 0, and then the shot doesn't register until after. Because technically, the shot happens when we're not in OT. There's not very much lag, so that's actually a pretty quick shot take. The shot does actually happen too late for sync if it was not a if it was not an OT. But that is a crazy finish because like I really think we missed up our action priorities there. Or we didn't expect Double Agent to just join us because they have this briefcase return and then they go right next to it. That's I know we're not supposed to linger on these games, but that's a crazy ending.
Yeah, that was insane. There was so much happening there at the end. And it really wouldn't have worked out for CRMs if, Bryce wasn't lining up a shot on someone at statues. Oh well, okay. That's the sniper game for that's the spy game for CRAMs. And so now CRAMs just needs to win a sniper game to get the set in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And I don't know, of all the times that the set could end, this could be it. CRAMs has had a very dominant sniper all set. It is pub though, so it's not necessarily a mission where you can just camp hard tells. There's a lot of pathing stuff that you can do on pub though as snipers, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see more people just get, randomly low lit.
By the way, speaking of pathing, I don't know if I've seen this on pub very often. At least it's been a long time. There is a full traffic jam on it. People actually stopped. Multiple AI, and us, actually stopped walking and redirected off of the clog on the beginning path, which is I can't think of when I've seen that. I'm just gonna guess it must happen sometimes, but it was one of the biggest clogs I've ever seen on pub.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why when people make setups for pub for competitive games, they try to keep the guest count lower so that you don't have people just clogging in the entryway. So Bryce started with the inspects, actually doesn't have a highlight for it, though. There are two twins here. You got to differentiate them in some way. Hopefully you remember that Bling Twin is the one who has the inspect. The ambassador enters right next to us. But not gonna be able to go for a bug here, I don't think. We're just gonna walk away and try to continue our flirt. We see that Tex is landing here, so we're gonna be able to get it. We also have the double agent with us, but there would only be 2 people with real VB if we did it now. But now the SDA entered, so it's looking like a pretty decent contact.
Yeah, we might just take this because we would just really need General and Red Dress not to be the real BB or DA. now white as well. So it got a little bit worse at the end there, but we could feel pretty good that there was going to be somebody else in conversation here. And this is looking very promising because we joined in kind of like a conversation that didn't look very enticing. The other conversation circle looks much more like the real BB conversation circle. We're gonna fake though. This is interesting. Oh, it doesn't matter. DA, I
It got
think
canceled
DA
because
might have just
the
saved
double
us.
agent left.
Yeah,
I think that's a good
DA
thing.
might have
I
just saved
don't
our
think a
game.
fake
Yeah,
would have helped
exactly.
us there. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so
Yeah,
funny.
it's just hard for C-Rams to take this shot. And in fact, C-Rams is just shooting someone else entirely. But we would have won off missions anyway.
This is so okay. So, that's a weird one because I don't think. Oh no. Papa Danger did have inspects. We just didn't highlight them for it. They actually grabbed statue right after us. It almost looked like a swap call. Um, a bunch of people actually went to that statue, and yeah, I mean that. So C-Rams, in theory, C-Rams shot at the right time. They just shot the wrong person, but they shot for the right reasons, right? They shot a person who inspected, flirted, and contacted, and at the right timing for when they were done. So it's as much as that shot looks kind of like, oh, I don't know about that. It was for the reasons that the spy was about to win the game. All right.
All right. C-Rams moves on to Gallery as Irish in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Alrighty. C-Rams is Irish, as Tails just said. 15-15, yeah, it's just... Go on.
No, I'm just curious what kind of plays are we gonna see, because like they're kind of alternating between trying to roll the dice and then just like seeing it like play out right, because we've seen a couple of sim shots now, which we weren't seeing any of really. Oh, I guess we did see one in the main set here. We decide not to flirt before picking up here, which I think actually ends up working out, because we were going to be, the timings on each of these people here was going to be watched because we got 3 at the bookcase, but not in a way that looked too bad as far as 3 of the bookcase looks. We are going to be doing an action test microfilm here. Ambassador's in motion, but it doesn't seem like Bryce is reacting at all. Feels clean.
It's hard to tell because there was a good timing on the microphone with the ambassador being out front, but we really weren't staring in at the ambassador at all. Like it was totally visible on the sniper cam, so it might be seen, and we might just be playing it coy as a sniper, but it's hard to tell. But it looks like at least there's no highlight.
Really short window stay. Here's why we ever went there at all, rather than just like kind of going straight in there. We do pick up the cross conversation flare. I wasn't sure if we would try to like jam ourselves in the middle and just be like, okay, I don't think Sniper's watching at all here. Ambassador is gonna squeeze in. I thought they were gonna stop out there. I didn't think they had space in here, and we're gonna get this standing bug, and it's gonna be completely invisible. That's
just so
that's
annoying
completely
as
gone.
sniper. So because like you're in range for the standing bug, but you have someone in between you to essentially take the cover. So the sniper, if they're watching it, is guarding General and Sari. So it's just they're so hard to spot. And props for C-Rams for taking it. But yeah, we're in a great position here. It'd be interesting to see if C-Rams sticks with his microfilm plan or if he goes for a different soft L.
Yeah, and so earlier we had kind of ignored Ambassador at the front of the venue, and it seemed like we might have gotten we had a better angle to catch microfilm. But then later, Ambassador kind of does the same thing, and we still don't guard it. It seems like there's just like a conscious choice of Bryce. Maybe they have like a read, or they thought they had a read on C-Rams where like, I'm not worried about front CC bugs. I'm only worried about back CC bugs, so I'll just give those up and try to focus on the back side of the venue where I think C-Rams does more. That said, we still might catch the second part of the microfilm, especially if it's a white test.
We're alive still. I think we're fine. But the age-old question on Gallery is, does a double agent be kind? And we have a minute to play. The double agent is out front. Need them to stay there. Just a bit longer for us to get this 4th mission. We go to Windows.
Oh, but we don't want to join next to Ambassador, so we're gonna wait for Ambassador to get crowded out. because we're nervous about pathing near Ambassador because we really don't want to mess this up. But it'd be tragic if like DA leaves as we enter into this, having that extra time. So I do like that idea where it's like let's not play around with it. We're gonna hit the white test, and it does take. There's a Gimme Bandit. It looks like we're taking low lights though. I see there's movement we're considering, but it's not gonna be a shot. And
Yeah.
C-Rams is gonna go up again.
All right, another win for C-Rams. Can they finally get this set won? This is I think their 4th match point in overtime on Sniper.
I can't
Good
even,
game, though.
I can't even tell though. But this is going to be they're tying for longest set that I've ever seen that I know of. I think right now because 17-15 Roxo I think was Lev T. So we are in rarefied air already.
Yep, and the Smallman button has again been pushed by Bryce in an attempt to keep this all tied. Bryce spying his Smallman in 3, 2, 1, playing it. She's mad. She's mad. Very nice. Well, we did do this on Courtyard and got very much burned for it, so doesn't seem like C-Rams has caught this one.
Yeah, this one there's lots of an. Are we just? Yeah, we're just gonna take this. No.
YOLO. That again.
We didn't see it.
Another Smallman bug that was very much visible and just seemingly been not caught.
That's straight fatigue. C-Rams catches those like that. I know that C-Rams can see that one because like the other one, the one on Modern was like I kind of get like just not watching it all. That one, normally that bug is almost like free, except for normally you have a person on the other side. Are we going to? Okay, I actually didn't think we were in this conversation circle. I thought we were gonna do something weird.
Red test.
With the book. Red test.
Weird. We're not visible because we're Smallman. We coughed and we're alive.
We're just taking low lights, but like this could tilt C-Rams so hard. But now, okay, so now C-Rams could be thinking, why didn't I see the cough, right? Why didn't I see the cough? You should be thinking small characters are why I didn't see the cough, or back-facing characters in crowded spots, right? Like it's hard to build in a reaction to coughs because they don't happen very frequently, and they're never going to happen on intention really from the spy. So you can't like milk out like behavioral timings, but like oh god, I just hope C-Rams doesn't overreact to it. But this game is going to be so tragic for C-Rams if they let this through.
I think they were paying a lot of attention to Kane at statues as well, so I think Kane is definitely the top source here, not us. As we decide to put the book back in the correct shelf, which I think is probably the right choice. We do go for an action test microfilm as well. White test, it's kind of on screen at the end of it, but we're not shot yet.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. Like at first, I was worried that whoever was blocking us walked away, but it was kind of too late to catch most of it, because otherwise we would have yet another definitive tell being shown through the back conversation circle where normally there's cover. Normally Smallman kind of like really revels in that, but just at the end there we did it. I agree with you where I'm a little bit worried about us going for microfilm at this point. We have 2 minutes because of that time ad. Like I mean, I guess like it's tough, right? If you feel like maybe that bug was partially seen, you might feel like you can't go inspect with those last 2 minutes. But that's where I would have gone in my head, was either looking for easy fingerprints or just forcing the inspects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like statue to statue here might be a shot because like Smallman, maybe they bugged or something, I don't know. But we are going to go for the microfilm. Have a decent amount of cover. This is the moment of truth. We're trying to finish it as early as possible. Only our head is visible. A green test here would probably be fine. We don't take it. We take the book out instead.
Yeah, you're right that was actually pretty good cover for us, but it would have been, the timing might have drawn out from C-Rams, but if we're not, it just feels like C-Rams isn't too worried about Smallman. Because again, what's funny is all throughout the rest of the set, like, they just felt like they were so on top of it, and they would, like, be flashing and stuff like that, but, like, they're just, like, getting worn out the further this goes, and I get that. And also there's, like, I have, like, this conflicting feeling where if I'm this far in an elimination match, the thing is like, okay, God, I'm so far in this match, and at some level, you're like, I really want to win this, but at some level, we get to wait, what are we doing? We're just
Behind
standing.
the
We look like
conversation.
we're doing a transfer though, but like this is so close to green that it looks like we would be doing the other thing. We would just be doing transferring, but we're gonna be
This is
green in
such
both
a red
cases. We're
flag.
crammed in between people. Oh my God,
We're
it does look like
alive.
we're just not being watched though. Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. Like, we just weren't on CRAM's radar. Like, CRAM's just did not care about Smallman that game because there was a bunch of different times where if Smallman was our radar, we might have just had like a hard read and just didn't believe it could be Smallman because there was a lot of angles on that one for there. That's 100%. Like, I feel for them. They are worn out.
Yeah, I mean that bug was just like I'm kind of done. Just maybe this works sort of thing, and it worked. So we are 16-16. This is the longest set officially in history of competitive SpyParty that we're aware of so far, and it's going to be a coin flip pretty much here on Terrace to see who potentially wins the set. C-Rams as sorry. In 3, 2, 1, playing it. Right.
Oh God. And you're right about the
Oh,
coin flip angle, where it would almost be kind of like too tragic for it to just end in a 50-50 shot, but like that's what they should be trying to do, right? Is they should be looking for the coin flip, especially if they're feeling like the sniper's fatigued. They might not be able to parse out a lot of the things they might be able to do otherwise, right? I feel like you just leaned into that. We are going to stay for the next inspect, and we're going to be watching where our seduction target goes because they did go statue to briefcase, now near ambassador, and straight
oh, come
into another
on.
statue. Oh
Come
God,
on,
that's
man.
probably the play.
And T-Ran's nodding at that because he likes it. But the thing is, like, with a fingerprint and 2 inspects, you're going to be staring at Alice a lot. So this is either, like, a detriment for C-Rams or it's, like, a good thing in the sense that, well, obviously it's a good thing, but it could be a detriment because if the sniper is really tunneling and we don't get any of the progress, that it's sort of they turn out to be an AI sort of thing.
Here's the thing. I actually like as much as I want that. Like, it makes sense for that BB to happen. I guess this is actually okay because there's no DA in our conversation circle. I feel like Alice's game is actually a silent game. The way that Alice is playing, like if you were actually trying to make Alice seem like they're the spy, they probably go for the next fingerprint. They do flirt. They're finished with inspects. They go for a silent game because that's so weird, right? But the fact that this was a fake, it still feels like Alice could be the spy because they would just like,
Yeah,
okay, actually, I don't need the extra credit. I'm just gonna throw this out there.
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and she's kind of flirting with General a bit, but we decided to go for statues as well. So finishing inspects, it's gonna be a. We're gonna try and get a contact with us both in. I think that is gonna be potentially stiff shot, potentially win condition. We're gonna enter the conversation here and do a contact. This is a moment of truth.
This doesn't feel
White tests.
like Alice though. Like this is the thing. We're doing lowlights. We don't feel like the flirt could be done.
What a shot!
We do take it. We do. We have it right at the end.
Oh.
That is a great shot. That's actually the correct shot, and for the correct reasons. Like, of course, it's the correct shot, but it's a correct shot for the correct reasons. Parsing out a hard situation. That is the spy out of the two of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a good sort of gain from C-Rams in the sense it really puts the sniper in a rough spot to finish into it like that after an AI has also done that. But yeah, behaviorally great shot from Bryson. It really puts C-Rams in a difficult spot here, having to snipe on Terrace for a tie to just keep this game going after having so many match points. Got to be frustrating, but we have Bryce as teal. Are you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
So now it's like whether or not we going to try to force our own coin flip here because we've tried to force the coin flip. We maybe tilted the. Are we AI controlling the entire time? Is that going to be the play? We have yet to see this. This is a classic Oh no, it's not gonna be that long. It's like that is an OT move that you do sometimes. You're just like actually so fatigued, you just AI control for a long time. Terrace doesn't make as much sense for it because there's not as much automatic pathing stuff. Like that, if we go back to Modern, I would not be surprised to see a no control for a while try to get like lowlights, Aquarium as well. Where you just no control in OT, just like, okay, I'm gonna relax, I'm gonna watch laser, see if I feel out a low light, and then just go for like a Purlin or something in chaos.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think it's also just sort of, it's taking a bit of a breather, to be honest. It's been such a long set.
And the end of red.
I wouldn't want to be in this position with that these guys are, having played 32 games each, um, and still having to play. But yeah, we haven't got much progress, but we had done a fake, and we red testing Swarm. Oh, okay, so we red tested Small One earlier, but now we're sort of playing into it. We're trying to get a bit of a frame onto Small One here.
Yeah, the thing with Terrace though for okay, well that's this
And the
is
end of red.
interesting. Interesting. That reads like it's not Smallman. I'm curious how C-Rans parses this because Smallman would have been really early in their white. I don't think Smallman could have contacted that, right? So I'm curious if Bryce feels this one out because we contacted. It was a white test. DA left during the white, and now there's just like a lot of faking. The thing that could have made our red test look good is Smallman changing conversation circles to contact. That's a way to try to like draw a lot of attention to Smallman because normally red flirting on Terrace might get you. They might go to statues or something, but it's not getting you as much as it would on most other maps. Most of the spots that they go are pretty innocuous, right? And we are actually trying to just do a normal flirt now. Are we going to try to transition to actually mission win at this point? Because like Smallman's just not doing something like going to bar or something like we would hoping they would.
Yeah, I think we're in a bit of a rust spot. It was possible that C-Rounds could really read into that last fake contact because the double agent was out. There were two people talking. When that situation, it's very likely to be a white contact. So I think probably C-Rams, if he's cottoned onto that, he's thinking that either Smallman or Teal are the spy. But do get a delegate, and we are going to try and send it to Smallman and try and force a sieve shot.
Oh, we realized there's a fingerprint on it. I don't know if we knew that. We waited a long time to fingerprint, and it wasn't for action test reasons. So that might have just been a bonus because that fingerprint was there forever. I had actually no idea it was a fingerprint. Like we do send Smallman. It's just a relatively straight up send. I was curious if we were gonna like red flirt Smallman and send DA or something like that, but it is gonna be that.
It's not going to be overtime though because we don't have enough missions.
True. Are we just gonna bug and try to flirt at the end here? I feel like that's our only play, but it doesn't matter. The shot's just gonna come off. There was just too much where, so it seemed like we were gonna try to make Smallman look active and then delegate to them at the end or something like that. That makes sense, but I think the contact just didn't work out for Smallman, being the spy.
Yeah, valiant attempt, but a good shot from C-Rams. Had it down to the two for the Purloin, took the shot on the Delegator, and it pays off. Okay, as we go into Veranda. C-Rams spying as general. Are you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
God, and we've exhausted like a lot of the venue pool at this point. So in overtime, they each get to pick one venue each at a time. And so I think we have. I didn't realize we hadn't been to Veranda. It feels like we were just at Veranda a little while ago, and now we're back. I know there's also going to be High Rise. There's going to be Balcony. Ballroom and Redwoods are banned. So it must just be Veranda, High Rise, and Balcony left if we get through those.
That is true. I believe so. But yeah, like Veranda at this point in a competitive match after 17 games on each side, for both players, like sniping is just, it's so hard to track everything. It's just so tired, and the Veranda is such a venue that you have to pay attention to so much. So this could be potentially some opportunities for the spies here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the snipers still seem to mostly be on their game. There have been more spy wins than during the regular set,
And
but
in the red.
like the discipline that Bryce showed, like on that sniper game on Terrace there, uh, that was really good. And C-Rams was completely on top of his Terrace sniper game. So I don't know if they're, they're not completely exhausted, I don't think.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but it's more like when you've had a long set, like Veranda is just not the venue you want to be playing, I don't think. But would you try for a bug? It doesn't take. I'm not sure if it was credited or not, so potentially no harm, no foul. But would you take a bunch of soft style progress as well with a fingerprint double sack? So some good progress here from C-Rams.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about being exhausted and the effects it has on your sniper, which makes sense. If you're sniping while exhausted, you're going to miss things, but it does have an effect on your spy games as well. The
It's true.
more you might be mentally exhausted, you might just kind of forget to keep up with your flirt, for example. That's something that I've seen in games that go a long time in overtime before. The spy makes some good choices, but they just don't realize they're behind on their flirt, and now there's less than a minute left, and they're like, "Oh God, yeah, I did drop that one plate. My flirt's not done." So spies can also make, not the greatest choices if they've been playing for a long time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, action tests as well, like hitting more white tests than green tests, and there goes a white pearl line, and that's potentially death. Although it's Veranda, though, it's hard to see the fade, but we haven't even looked at the list yet.
There's no reaction to this. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just like the whole other side of the
Pearl's
venue. And
just
even now, like, you're not really getting a view of the list. I can't tell if the sniper has noticed that the list is gone or not.
I think we're hard tunneling on pearls, and we still haven't seen the list. I don't think.
I mean, there was a little shake on the
Just from sniper
sniper
cam.
camera, but like they haven't zoomed in on the list at any point, and like the angle just makes it so hard to see on this venue. And if you notice it now, like it's gonna be way too late. Like, yes, Salmon. Yes,
Now it's
Salmon
been
just
seen.
took a drink. That's true. You can highlight Salmon if you want, but I think this is the moment it was noticed.
This is probably a win. We got a fingerprint on the blue box. In Versace's now. We just need this and one more flirt. This surely has to be a mission win. Or C-Rams. Do you get a highlight though? Highlight onto us?
Yeah,
Just need
I
one
think
more
we're
flirt.
gonna go flirt one more time and get the win. I don't think Bryce has been on top of any of this. Like you said, maybe he was looking at pearls, but he clearly had suspects on the other side of the venue because he was not looking at the guest list for like a full 30 seconds. Oh no, C-Rams, don't get too close to the AMBA. You don't want to get bug credit, but you just walk in a conversation here, you pick up your flirt, and there's no way we're gonna get shot for this, which means C-Rams picks up the spy win on Veranda. Okay, C-Rams could very easily win the sniper game here and take the set. Let's see if Bryce can stay in this. Bryce is going to be spying as Irish in 3, 2, 1, playing it. But if C-Rams can just keep a hold on his sniper here, we might finally be at the end of this. C-Rams could get the sniper win.
Yep, it's charm to charm, surely. Instant purloin. Oh, it crashed! No! Oh, it surely with no way. You could see
Yeah.
the that probably scared C-Rams. It's like Cybercam like was all over the place for like just after that, but we're not dead.
We're not dead. I mean, definitely a crash like that is something that can really throw you off your game if you missed it, because you just think like, wow, that should be the most obvious thing in the world to catch, and I didn't see it. But if you just stay composed, you just take the lowlights that are available that were like nowhere near Toby at the time. Like, you don't need to have caught the spy immediately. And look at that. Half the party is low lit from this. It's going to be so hard for Bryce to get the win here. I think we may finally be at the end.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's one highlight, but half the party is low lit. Like, you had to get 5 missions by C-Rams, who is a very, very good sniper. I can't see. This is surely the end.
Bryce just keeps
I think
shaking his
yeah,
head.
he knows it. Yeah.
the only thing you can hope for is that, C-Rams was just caught really off guard by it. Maybe he thinks someone else did it. Maybe there's another suspect or something like that. But Bryce knows he's in a bad situation. He's just standing here idling. At this point, 3 minutes left. I mean, at least the flirt is done. You can make pretty quick progress on other missions if your flirt is done. We're going to be going into a bookshelf here. Maybe we want to try for a microfilm, but the party is so narrowed down that I think it'll be watched.
Yeah, we just have to hope that other guests do spotlight things. Like we got a highlight onto Twin for partial statues. Do you set the green test on the microfilm? It's a good timing on that, so you have half of that done. But 2 minutes 30 to get the rest of the microfilm and 3 other missions. It's going to have to be something special here for Bryce to get a win.
Yeah, and Bryce has been getting away with microfilm tells through a lot of the set, but then C-Rams is just able to take the shot anyway, and it'll be even easier with the party this narrowed down. And of course, now we're going to go to inspects. I'm sure the sniper's going to notice that. We're going to pick up a highlight for it. It'll make the second half of the microfilm even harder to do.
Yeah, like the game plan probably is some sort of like finish microfilm, purloin, finish inspects probably, but I find it really hard to believe that that'll get by C-Rams. As we go in for statues immediately, okay.
Yeah, we're finishing the inspects here, so that's going to be a fingerprintable statue. The inspects are going to be done. I mean, I almost thought we would just get shot instantly for this, but no, we don't have anywhere near mission completion yet. We have to wait for at least a contact or something like that. And we're just walking across the venue. We probably want to get in with the double agent. Oh, she's not in conversation. She's at the window. So we're just going to this other bookshelf. God, if the double agent doesn't land in conversation, we'll really be in trouble. We go for a difficult fingerprint test on this bookshelf. I don't think that's why we were here. I think we're just here for the microfilm. And
we're live! A white test!
Yeah. We're getting away with it. We actually haven't been shot for that. But again, there's no contact, so we don't need to shoot just yet. But surely C-Rams is on top of this and will shoot us if we go for a contact at this point.
Maybe, but the fact that we won't be watched for that microfilm is a bit telling, honestly. We now have a fingerprint as well, like we need a contact and a fingerprint. But like the ambassador's just doing nothing.
Are we going to go for a bug on the ambassador here? I mean, if we want to finish missions in time, we kind of have to go for something because we don't know at this point. Oh, God, we fail a bug and then we walk away and we go for the briefcase. I'm surprised that we're not shot for this, but there's no fingerprint on this briefcase. It looks like shot on. It comes off.
You are joking me. You are absolutely joking me. Why?
The twin after all that? What was the twin even doing right now? They're just standing around in conversation. Wow.
I mean, maybe we're just hard tumbling on twin for the crash. Maybe they're flirt finishing or they've done inspects. I don't know, but I mean, it's stressful, right? It's 18-17 in this match. It's just like it's a stressful situation for Sieg. I don't know, like. We're still going.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear a crash like that, it can definitely throw you off because it just feels like it should be the most obvious thing in the world to catch. And then if you missed it, you just feel like, oh, how did I miss that? And it just really throws you off your game. I guess that's what happened there. Wow. Okay, we're still in this then. We're going on to high rise. I think the only venues left are high rise and balcony. If it doesn't end on high rise, oh God, it could end on balcony. But I don't know. Let's see how the high rise goes. We have C-Rams as Bling Twin in 3, 2, 1, playing it. So for high rise, you have to. It's a sort of edge case for mission setup in competitive play. It's the only venue where you have to pick either microfilm or swap. It is any 3 of 6, but you have to have at least one of microfilm or swap as part of your 6 missions. And C-Rams has gone for microfilm.
and the pretty much full softail variants. We do get highlight for being a green bookshelf, so this is a bit of a non-standard highlighting strategy from Bryce, but yeah, it's good for tracking those microfilms for sure.
Yeah, well, because it is a twin who went to a bookcase, so you really want to make sure you've differentiated who's the one that went to that green bookcase, which I think means that if we go put it in the blue bookcase, it'll be really noticeable. So maybe just a innocent return would be good for us here.
Yep. As we do go and chase our ST, we could potentially be flirt paired here, given that Teal was also at the green bookshelf with us. So very aggressive flirting, but it could. I'm not sure if Bryce is a particular flirt pairer, but it is high raise though, so you sort of have to kind of pay a bit of attention to that. So
Yeah, but the sniper was zoomed in on the left side, so I don't think they were noticing our flirt particularly. But unfortunately, we are a highlight, so even if they glance over, it does become pretty noticeable. But there is a good amount of highlights at this party now. The others are just for visiting statues, presumably, though, so we're the only highlight just for going to a bookcase. The ST is going to the other convo. That convo also has the double agent in it, so we would really like to go there, and we're going to move over the first chance we get. Are we able to finish the flirt here? No, it's 98%. You're completely across from her.
yeah, that's will make Tamochi very sad if he was here. But I mean, Tomochi is made us both sad as well, to be honest. But would have been a good fake contact because I think Boots has at least some inspect progress. Did you just talking with this contact as well? Was it induce a safe shot?
Doesn't look like it. There's a lot of people in for contact, and a lot of them have been to statues. But Bryce not shooting anyone just yet. C-Ram's just moving between convos a lot, though. It is kind of noticeable that we're the first person to change convos after that BB. I don't even know why we did. And now we just go to the bookcase. I mean, there's been no book activity the whole time. It's so easy to remember, yeah, that book was not from blue.
That highlight paying mega dividends there at the start of the game.
Yeah, I think it might have been noticed anyway. I mean, there's nothing else happening in the party as we go to put it in that bookcase, and there just weren't really. I don't think there's anyone who took a book out from blue the whole set. Blue basically just had no activity. Literally one guest went to blue the whole time. So just really easy to be on top of that book. All right. Well, Bryce picks up the sniper win. And Bryce can now try to get a spy win of his own to end the set finally. In 3, 2, 1, playing it. Oh, and it's right to the blue bookcase. I feel like I was just here. Luckily, we actually have a lot of people at bookcases this time, though 2 of them are just the ambassador and a double agent. And oh, we microfilm and we get shot. Nope, no spy win for
Well, that was quick.
Yeah,
and I think we're guaranteed a 20th game or a 40th game. Yeah, that's it. Maths. But yeah, pretty easy shot for C rounds to see that white microfilm and good stuff.
All right. Well, we are stepping into balcony here. I think it's what me and Dell's coming in here. But I'm also getting. I think I'm getting fed maybe information about this. Yeah. Okay. We're getting. We'll go. All right. Let's start in 3, 2, 1. Playing it.
Yeah, this is the last venue that was available to be picked, and there is an immediate shot on Toby.
All right, so we're getting fed information here that no, they have not actually gone crazy. It seems like there might be a bit of an agreement here. I guess we'll go to the next game to confirm.
Oh, sure. 3, 2, 1. Playing it. We're gonna see what I think we're about to see here. It looks like neither player wanted to play balcony, so they just immediately shot Toby, and then the other player reciprocated it.
I respect it. The only thing is, I will put an asterisk on the number of games they played. I respect this. I will deduct a game from each one of them for the record book. You know, so I think official record we don't count the balcony games, but I respect the fact that they decided like because that would just be tragic, right? Having a set of this magnitude decided by balcony feels wrong, right? So absolutely agree with that, but rather than astericking it, which I would prefer not to do, I think this is just we're still at 1818, which is still or sorry, 1919, which is still crazy.
Yeah, technically, yeah, the scoreboard says 2020, but they didn't really play the balcony games. It makes sense. Balcony was literally the last possible venue to be picked in overtime. Just neither of them wanted it, and they showed us that neither of them wanted it, apparently. Oh god, and that brings us back to aquarium. Yeah, it would have been a little anticlimactic if we just lost to balcony, but oh god, it would have been such a test of their nerves. Uh okay, so aquarium, Sea Rams spying as sick in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Because that is actually how the Rov Roxo or not Rov Roxo Lev T match ended was on balcony, and that was like what was one of I think tied for the longest set ever, and it felt at the time it was actually a crazy ending. By the way, highly recommend going and finding the Lev T Roxo SMC, but it had kind of an anticlimactic ending to one of the craziest sets we've ever seen. So I fully endorse this choice.
Yeah, I wonder if there'll be conversations after this set about the overtime, about the overtime format. But I mean, the set's got to come to a close at some point. C-Ram's spying on Aquarium now. He could be able to pull out a spy win here. We haven't really gotten very much done in this game, though, so far, huh?
No, but this is crazy stressful. This is also one of the venues that I would have been curious. Although I'm back and forth on this because you could no control and see if they're trying to grab pathing lights, but actually they're so far into the set that pathing lights get harder and harder for the really like the intense ones you're really looking for. Pathing actually does take a lot out of the sniper if they're really trying to lock in on it. The easy ones, if they can keep enough attention, will feel good. But also, like snipers will just start to like lose steam, right? Their ability to see all of those little things will go down, and so it may not actually be like the best meta play to try to no control at this point, like except for like one of the really big ones. So we'll see if that comes in, but I don't know if it will. We are taking it slow for the time being. Probably just going to delegate this thing.
I mean, Aquarium is where you really want to try to pick up a spy win. We keep playing these really tall characters, and Six Turban like really would stand out behind the shark. If you're poking out your head for even a millimeter, it'll be quite visible. But we're just gonna go join the double agent here. The guest list has been taken by the twin, who just gets shot for it. We framed the right person. Apparently, there hadn't even been a contact.
No, that was a situation where we thought we were super on top of this potential send here. Where let's see, did Irish ever? Irish did have a delegate, so that's the one thing that I'm surprised about here is that Irish could have been the delegator, because what we do is a really cool move where we're behind Shark, we delegate on our way through, and then C Rams's plan was to make it seem like Irish and Twin would be the 50-50, and for Seek to be left out of it completely. But I am curious that because of that, I'm just surprised the shot came off so early. Like we just didn't need to, and like it could just be we're shooting off vibes at this point where we're just like don't overthink it. I feel like it's you, and just shoot them. So if they thought it was a 50-50 and they just took their shot because they're like it's 50-50, I think it's this person. Well, one, we were wrong because it actually wasn't a 50-50. It was Seek on the way through. Well done. Neat little play. Does work out. I don't think Bryce would have taken that shot 50 or 30 games ago or however long.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, Bryce spying now as Disney in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And he needs to win this game to stay in the set. Feels like it'll be pretty hard to do, but that's what I said back on Veranda as well. And he pulled it out there, so he might be able to pull it out here as well.
But this is where we're getting the point where it's like, what's your prize for winning this set? More competitive SpyParty. If you lose, you get to be done with the season. That would be such like a conflicting feeling in me right now at this point. It was a conflicting feeling when I was playing and I was in not nearly in this long of a set. So there's like there's a point of it where it's like you do like literally at this point you get to be thinking about history a little bit. Like if you this is gonna be a famous set, you know it's gonna be a famous set as you're playing through it. So getting to be the one that wins the famous set is kind of a different prize than the championship momentum itself. But also the consolation prize of being done with competitive SpyParty, unless they're participating in Winter Cup, would feel pretty good right about now.
Yeah, and remember, C-Rams didn't have to play a match last week. And when I say last week, I think, they've had a bit of extra time. It's been maybe 2 or 3 weeks just because of the holiday period and stuff. So C-Rams had a pretty long break before this, whereas Bryce did have to play in the previous round to get here. Again, as a reminder, Bryce was the lowest seed in the championship, and C-Rams was the second highest seed in the championship. So it's crazy that they've even come this far as well.
Yes, and like they brought in like so much momentum, and this it's reminding me of some of like the Aragoria run in Summer Cup last year, where they also had like a crazy long set that did end up in them getting knocked out. But like when players just feel out this kind of momentum, like these kind of special things happen. But what it hasn't been is sometimes we've seen long OT matches that are it just the snipers are just too on top of it, and they're just going back and back and back, right? We've actually seen the more statistically unlikely version of it's just been even across Spy and Sniper. Neither one has really had a lead of more than 2 games, I think, the entire time. I think C-Rams had an early lead of 2 games, and then there was a pretty quick sweep back to bring it back, and it just never changed from there.
Yeah, and honestly, for either player, a win here, like Bryce has just been working so hard during the season, practicing a lot, has a lot of momentum, and is a major underdog here. So for him to get the win would be great. But C Rams has, I mean, I think it might be maybe the second highest sniper win rate of anyone in any division. So it also feels like for C Rams to go out here would be really unfortunate for him. But Bryce is finishing with a swap here. C-Rams has to take the shot if he wants to get the win, but he's not able to. Bryce pulls it off the spy win, stays in for one more venue at least.
That is one. That's actually so we've had just wild games. Bryce dialing it back meta wise to just like a really solid plan. That's just a great plan, right? Doing the back facing swap at the end after doing the fingerprints and nice clean seduces with a silent game with a minute left. That's just a good aquarium game, straight up.
Yeah, it's a great game. And at this point, the snipers, they want to be able to take an easy shot. So if you just give them a shot like that, where there's so much time left on the clock and they just have to decide to shoot you then and there, it's just hard for the sniper to take the shot at this point. So we're moving into modern C-Rams spying as Duke in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And this one, I don't know. This one I could see going split. I don't know if I expect. I don't know if I expect a win on this one. I could see both snipers holding on here, but I could also see something like an overwhelming bar rush at the start of the game, giving C-Rams a spy win now. I don't know.
This is really interesting because we had, if you remember back in game, what was it, 7? No, game 6. No, 5. The first modern game we had after the first double recurrent. We had a crazy bar rush, and at the same time, there was a lot of inspectors. That's the exact same thing happening here. So we had the same setup as that. The only difference really is that Seduction Target was at bar, so we joined at bar when that happened. So last time, when C-Rams had the same start, what he did was he inspected early, went to bar. The highlight got lost in the bar, and then we finished with inspects where we were like top suspect, but Bryce could not bring themselves to shoot us. So we have a similar opening. It's a different enough that this doesn't feel like the same situation where Bryce is very aware of the fact that Duke picked up statues here, but we might be all of a sudden like being brought back 2.5 hours ago to one of the one of the games that we fumbled the most and having flashbacks right now. So this is going to be a big moment for Bryce.
Yeah, you're talking ancient history there. How long ago was that? But yeah, it is a very similar game here. And I wonder if it left an imprint on Bryce, if he'll be more willing to take a shot this time. But yeah, I mean, the highlights, there were a ton of people at bars, a bunch at statues as well. It could honestly be a hard game for Bryce again, where he's put in a very similar situation.
The big thing here is whether or not. So what Bryce wasn't able to do in that game was parse out the fact the non purloin, right, and bring us back into knowing who has inspect credits. So there's gonna be a big moment, kind of actually coming right around now, where we should be dropping the highlights from the bar.
Right, and then we have to see if the highlight stays on Duke because he did go to the statues. But I'm not seeing the highlights dropping just yet. Meanwhile, the clock has been ticking. We haven't really actually been doing very much else, and the ambassador is just actually in a very safe spot. So the party's maybe not giving C-Rams what he wants, unfortunately, but a ton of people visiting statues all throughout the game at least.
One thing that might be good about keeping the highlights though is if you one of the things that happens if you highlight everybody at a bar rush, you also can. Oh, we're just okay.
Ah, we
We've
missed the
missed.
pack
Oh
though.
no!
Oh, it was
No.
so obvious. We like rotated in place, and it was right after walking by the Amba. But I don't know if Bryce was on top of it because we're not chopped for it.
This would be so appropriate though because this like on Modern when C-Rams dropped the bug on Smallman in front conversation circle, and there's like a couple other things in there too. C-Rams getting a win back, that would kind of like exercise that demon from that earlier in that game because like that is a very like we keep saying it. That's a game that Bryce wins 20 games ago. Easy, right? And we are going to send off the Purloin, and we are going to be trying to finish the inspects about the same time as the Purloin. Smallman's going to be taking this pretty soon, and this is going to be like if we didn't see that bug, if we didn't see that twitch, this is actually be a tough shot to parse out in the 10 seconds, especially since that's not going to be happening while we're at statues. List is coming off right now. Oh my god, it's actually kind of close to it timing out just a little bit. But there it is. 10 seconds to think about it. 10 seconds. And there it is. We do find it. That is a great shot, especially how long they've been playing.
Yeah, that was the kind of game where like I was split 50-50 on like the bug and Twitch was very seen and will be shot immediately, or just like it wasn't seen and we're going to get away with this cleanly. It was either going to be a super easy spy win or an immediate shot, and I just didn't know which it was going to be. But yes, Bryce was on top of all of that. So Bryce gets to play as Ponytail now. If he can win the spy game, he will take the set in 3, 2, 1. Playing it. Spy game on Modern, not the easiest to win against C-Rams, but there's a lot of early activity. The bar took a little while, but it's filled up with a ton of people, including an ambassador. A lot of people who could be bugging him. You can like barely even see the ambassador there, but he does have an SDA to his side, so you know he won't be bugged by that person at least.
Yeah, I'm curious if so. One of the strange things about this bar rush is that it includes two SDAs, right? So Bryce has a slightly exaggerated sense of how many people are actually purloinable in this position. They're going to think that there's a. It's just unlikely that they're both the seduction, or sorry, both the SDAs are in there. So when we send this delegate, there's a smaller pool of people that it actually could be, and we do have to send it early, right? Because we are the first taker out of all that group. So we're going to see how C-Rams parses this because this could be a nice early purloin off of a bar rush, and it's basically probably going to come down to C-Rams' ability to grab this.
Right, but if we haven't sent the Purloin, yeah, no, we didn't send it in time, so Queen, the timer expires before she's able to do anything. I don't know if it would have worked either way. We did pick up a book, but we are a highlight. We're a highlight from the bar, so it's not like you were really watching us for a microfilm, but it makes it more likely that the sniper knows where this book came from.
Yeah, and we'll see. So eventually, it just made Queen, waste some time at the bar and just like been there. We do get dropped down though from the bar highlight. Like it's nothing. We don't get any credit from it, but it is a difference between this game and the last game, where the bar highlights are actually shifting, and so Queen is gonna be highlighted this. Queen's going to be going back. Nope, Queen's going to bookcases, which we can't join at unless we want to just do the microfilm right now. We take kind of an awkward path because of that ditch. We're going to microfilm immediately upon getting there, which I do kind of like.
Yeah, I think that's the best timing for it. Just do it before the sniper has a chance to really notice you're there and be looking at you. Plus, you're putting the book back innocently as well. So it's just, a good time where you might be seeming like you're innocent and then you can get away with a microfilm. But we've seen Bryce get away with the first half of a microfilm a lot, and it has not always translated into a win. We want to flirt here, but we're worried it would be too blatant if we stand next to her, so we kind of stand a little bit further away. But it means our flirt progress is really not looking great. And at 90 seconds left, it could actually be hard to finish this flirt.
Yeah, and there was an interesting moment where Bling picked up statues. He was a highlight. He went to statues. We lingered over Bling. We decided to neutralize them, but I think we were committing the statues to memory. So right now, highlights are being used seemingly only for delegate options right now. So delegate is getting watched pretty closely here. And C-Rams is gathering more and more mental suspects with these inspects, but we really are starting to run low on time. Contact is going to come off. There's a decent number of people out, but they're scattered around the venue.
No, that's a lot of lowlights available there. I think at least 5 or 6 that we were able to just take. It's not the worst banana bread. The problem is we just don't have mission progress. Even if we hit a green flirt here, which we didn't, 93% flirt, 30 seconds left, still need half a microfilm. I don't think it's possible to finish missions at this point. You could go for a time ad. We haven't seen time ads this set unless they do them like right at the start of the game on Courtyard or Library, but it doesn't seem like we're going to get a time ad from Bryce. We cannot finish missions at this point. We have to hope a civilian gets shot. But there's really not much happening. Smallman goes to a statue. He could get shot if there were overtime, but there's not going to be overtime. We're going to check our watch. It is a green test, so the clock will hang, but C-Rams is not going to take an immediate shot on Smallman on a clock hang, not like we saw on Pub. So at this point, I don't know, was C-Rams watching for who could have done the timeout, or was he just watching Smallman?
I mean, like, it'd be tempting to say that we should go swap Solomon's statue if we saw that, because that's one of the penders, right? But we are gonna be. This feels like C-Rams is guarding this right now. Well, actually, C-Rams is also kind of like watching Smallman to see if like they're doing some sort of weird swap play. And there is the shot and the book put back, so we were on top of it. So a bit unfortunate there. Just nothing really. That was one of the calm modern games. After that initial bar rush, it was not all that hard to kind of watch everybody. So we got kind of caught up on that and unfortunately couldn't get anything done. And we will keep going.
Yeah, just a case of pacing issues. Well, we move on to Tayen. Um, okay, well, moving on to Tayen. Boots as the spy in 3, 2, 1, play it.
All right. Well, Tayen is one of the most sweepable maps that you could possibly hope for at this point. So there's going to be so much pressure, but pressure on both sides, where sometimes there's pressure on really the sniper to really be expected to pick up a game. There is really going to be pressure on Spy here, which is going to make Tayen is kind of like tricky if you feel like you really need it. You really need to win it. It's a little bit better if you can feel like your way out. By the way, books are absolutely crazy right now. And Bryce is really having trouble parsing out what could be happening in books. And in fact, we're throwing in some highlights on the books there.
Yeah, I mean, you got half the party at bookcases. Probably one of them's microfilming, but the spy is actually in the conversation. Yeah, like you said, like TN, after this many games, it sort of. Well, you do that like a white purloin, and then hopefully someone dies.
Yeah, and
That's fair.
It looks like Bryce is at least caught on to the Portland pretty immediately, because he immediately lowlights the two bookcase highlights that he was worried about before. So Bryce actually probably probably a mixture, right? Like your heart rate goes up when there's a purloin, either for good or bad, right? Because you feel like you might have it narrowed somewhat, but also like it's starting to be like, okay, I am gonna have to shoot because this is a nice early purloin. They are gonna be trying to force a finish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the only highlight. So we are correctly assuming this is a white purloin. We do highlight the SDA, who is, I can't tell from the camera angle. It is the actual double agent. So another good read from Bryce to have the correct double agent highlight. So I think this is pretty much Civ shot or bust from C-Rams's position here.
Yeah, exactly. So like, and you're right about the fact that we can lead into a civ shot. So we're gonna contact here. That's just kind of automatic at this point, right? And, yeah, and the fact that we get shot there on what is anybody in the venue should be contacting there, right? Like if you're in,
Yeah.
doesn't matter what conversation you're in, you're trying to contact. There's nothing we could do at that point. We were gonna get shot.
Yep. Good stuff from Bryce, and this is probably Bryce's biggest chance so far to win the match. Spying on Tayen Smallman once again, the seduction target on this venue, as is preferred by a lot of spies. In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
And I think that's just to confirm, to make sure that Smallman is. Oh, we're immediately doing a green time ad, which is funny because Smallman is going to be in the pool, which might make us actually like be suspicious of Smallman. Because again, if you miss a time ad, you're like not sure at all who possibly could have done it. Oftentimes, you just highlight Smallman and move on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think it's also so they pick Smallman as the ST because they don't want them to be the DA on this venue or the SCA on this venue. So you've got the red frame angle and you've also got that angle. So that's the reasoning often, I think. But yeah, just chilling, getting that float done. Wheels getting the statues done as well though. So potential frame there.
I'm just wondering, like the Tayan, you're like parsing out a lot as spy. You're just like kind of like, so you're flipping your camera around. You're trying to figure out what the angles are. You're still using up a lot of your mental bandwidth, and then you might just like, because like, I feel like the players would be aware of, oh, we're flashing, but it's obviously on Amba. So there's an indication of something, but we have no idea what the indication is. It could also just be literally this person's about to pass out and is hallucinating things at this point, and it's just going to shoot anybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them. I'm tired and I've not been playing. I've just been watching it. Yeah, I mean, and either Serum just caught the time ad and we're dead, or he's tunneling on someone else, and it's probably good news for Bryce. But I guess we'll have to find out soon.
Oh, I'm really curious if one of the conversations going to die on Tayan, which almost never happens. And we do leave that front conversation. It's going to happen. There's going to be an empty conversation on Tayan, which is very rare. And someone is going to be joining it, so it's resituating itself now, apparently. Or DA is going to come in here, it looks like. No, actually, that conversation is going to die again, which I almost never, ever, ever see on Tayan. I don't even know how to play. No, it didn't quite die. Let's say I don't really know how to play that as sniper. Trying to think like, okay, what would be happening here? You probably just play it where you're like, okay, I'm not going to try to overthink it. I'm going to get to play with less cover this time.
We did stop reading before putting the book back, which is a hard tell, but yeah, we're flashing it. I think C-Rams just has us dead to rights. White Purloin here. Let me just reject. So 1 minute 40. Have used pretty much all the time at time. Not to take the contact because Sari's just left. Just eyeing up the party. Wheels is a potential frame, but like I said, I think the time ad was caught and we're just playing it slow on the sniper side.
Yeah, it seems like it, because we don't seem too stressed. C-Rams has thrown out a couple of civ shots just at times where they're like really telling someone, but normally that reflects in their highlights, and I just don't see it reflecting in their highlights right now. Too much tunneling.
Yeah, we're just standing still in the conversation. The DAs at statues, you could assume that they're probably the real DA, given that literally everyone else is outside, but we do a white purloin.
Serums
an eye on
wants
the
to see it.
list.
They're aware of they're aware of the fact that it's a liability right now. They're still doing a huge zoom in. They're really trying to see this pro line. Now the thing that they do know is that took them more than 10 seconds. So I was gonna see if they wait to shoot because they're like, okay, they do have to do one more thing, but it could just be like they flirt right after that. So I think you're correct. The flashing on Ambassador is probably recognizing the time ad and knowing, like, having a good sense of who it was.
Yeah, Serums has really been on those early time as a set. I think there's only one that really got by him on Gallery as Smallman, but yeah, good catch, especially on TN where you got so much to watch in the time of chaos. But good stuff as we head into Courtyard, which is scary potentially in an overtime after 46 games. Will we make it to 50? That is a question. But we have Sierra spying here as Alice. Are you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
It's also just like there's so many metrics we get to talk about now as far as like how to measure the length of OT. One of them is we were already in a championship length set, and we have been in OT longer than we were in the original set. We have had more than just double, which is just an insane way to, like, the first set is so long ago that it's actually just a complete set ago. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I to be honest, I can remember some of the start of the set, but the middle, sort of 30% to 50% the way through is just I don't remember any of it. It just there was some SpyParty that happened and then they ended in a tie and it's still tied. Still, we have time added at Windows, and then Toby rudely came over to offer us a drink at the same time, which means it was noticed. So we are highlighted for it. So probably going to be a sniper win here for Bryce.
Yeah, but we saw I saw a flash. Now it could be the like before, just flashing at random spots. We flashed when we were in rotation. We were next to Irish, so I'm a little bit. Irish is talking. I'm actually a little worried. Irish is gonna get shot. No,
Maybe.
okay, it doesn't. It's not right away, at least.
There are not many reels, which could provide a bit of an avenue for tunneling for Bryce, but yeah, we have it down to, well, not down to 2, but there are 2 highlights, but we are going to statues, which will bump us up a bit in suspicion.
We are keeping swap on screen very intensely right now. I know there's not that much else to watch, but like right now we need to be. If Bryce doesn't fully check other sides of statues, I'm very worried for Alice because right now we actually need to be making sure someone doesn't step in the far side and swap because we've been giving up the far side of statues way too long for me to feel comfortable.
Yeah, but fortunately, as he's rotated now, he hasn't. Second contact. I think he wants to shoot Alice, but he's just yeah, he really wants to.
He also did flash on Irish again, though. Like, I can't tell if that was just the guarding thing.
He did.
But I
He did,
think
yeah,
what
he
he's
did.
saying is there's full, like, we've given full credit to these. They have 3 missions. He just doesn't think either one has a 4th. And that is true. It's literally true. So, I mean, as always with Courtyard, this is a very special flavor of it's going to come down to the 4th mission. But, like, if Irish, like, grabs, like, a fingerprint or something like that, at this point, that's just going to be really tough.
There's one on
We're
the
going
drink
near.
now. We're going to request the fingerprint. This could be death, given the time ad was caught. Watching Purloin. No Purloin, of course, taking the fingerprint. No shot. We're happy that Alice has not finished fingerprints as we go over to the other windows and eventually take it. There we go.
I've been noticing they wait to take the fingerprints. Maybe they're just thinking about other things. But both of them have just actually waited on it. So that's an impressive hold for Bryce right now. If it ends up being the correct thing, because that means we're tracking fingerprints well enough to feel comfortable. Sometimes we just like, okay, this is where it's gonna. Yeah.
This is probably it. Oh, he's taking his time to think about it. He's nervous. He doesn't know what is happening.
Whoa!
He's left it. No, it's so fine with the Crams. Oh.
Oh my god, oh my god, that the number of flashes to not take. We must just not know the drink fingerprint. Like we must have thought the drink fingerprint was just a Purloin threat, and that's what we were watching for. We saw the request maybe, and we were like, okay, they're going to try to do a Purloin at Windows like a reject or something like that, right? When they took drink, it confused us, and then we didn't put it together. That fingerprint had happened on that one, and so I think that Bryce thought there wasn't a fingerprint, and we were kicking ourselves because, like, I think my count's correct. I don't think you have your second fingerprint. And this is bringing us back to the Taft game on Modern 40 games ago, where we didn't take the shot on Taft even though we'd flashed on them. That's tragic. That's so hard.
Well, I mean, there has been 7 occasions previously in this match where Bryce has managed to win the spy game to keep it alive, but he needs an 8th one now on Courtyard of all places. As Bling Twin, I got it right this time, in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Oh god, that is. But the thing is, not only. Oh, don't just swap this. Okay, all right. Okay, I was worried that we're like, because like that's the thing is, that's tilting. Like I will give it to the players; they have not just straight tilted yet, but at some point, like just sanity breaks and they will. But that's like a tilting moment, right? If you are on top of someone, you're worried about one other person, but you know it's them, and your mission count is off by half a mission or something like that. But like you had it, and you were being responsible, you thought, about not taking the shot too early. You thought you were doing the correct thing and doing it well and being patient. That can just leave a tilt into the spy game that you're trying to win here.
Possibly, but at the same time, like Searam has also had those situations in this match where he must be tilted. You miss a pad, just so slightly, but things off screen, so we're fine. I think just generally like they're both probably just exhausted at this point. It's just I don't know. I believe it or not, I've not been in a situation as a player, so I can't really say. But or at least give any sort of what's the word? Experience about it. Yeah.
Yeah, only in like playing someone for like fun, you just get like 100% like the same thing where you just get in this hypnotic state. But never competitive. Competitive just oh my god, it's so stressful this time. I will say probably tipped over where like at some point your body stops being stressed. I think it's just more like mental fatigue and like also stressful. Like, just really want it and like, depression, something like that, rather than like body sweating at this point. That's probably like 20 games ago at this point, and now it's just like I I don't know how to crack this and win.
Probably both realise as well so long, and they realise that when it's going on the cap, it's going to be so. Yeah, I don't know. Probably quite happy because of that, but I think they both still obviously will want to be winning. But, anyway, contact here. White test for the 3rd mission.
Reaction. Yeah, the beast is slow, but whenever we have the white text, we did.
No, you are lap, and I can't.
We put it kind of quick though. Oh my god. It feels like okay, but do we see the cost? Who's getting like boots? And this is a great Irish. Oh my god, okay. Duke. Duke is called. You're rotating the side. So to the side. We're gonna. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. He waited for the stop. He was expecting the stop. He didn't look at the animation. Oh my god.
I mean, the BB split off camera statues.
Wow. That is crazy. So it was a white BB split, right? But it was on the far end. So first of all, as insane as that was a good play by Bryce because it was a late bail. So we were completely blocked. And sometimes you don't think to split if you have a white test. But when you're on the far side and there's all the other conversations with people really in it, and there's not a mission threat in there of like there's no mission threat of ambassador or purloin near you. You have the option to try to bail out even kind of late, and that just ends up working out.
Yep. All right. Just had a quick note from our host that we had a bit of bad connection, but we are being assured that it's okay now. So we continue after that. Just crazy I don't even know. I've lost sort of superlatives, but anyway, 24-24. Hi, Dels, you okay? We're back.
Yep.
We,
I'm here. I'm
still
ready for
going.
more games.
Yes. All right. C-Rams as Irish. Are you
Okay.
ready?
In 3,
In
2,
3,
1,
go.
playing it. Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, the snipers might be losing it at this point. I mean, I'm shocked that that low light came off for a BB split there, and I'm shocked that we just saw 2 spy wins on Courtyard. I mean, at some point, something's got to give. We must be approaching the end. C-Rams just immediately picks up the statue, swaps it. I think that's an animation break, putting it down. Was it seen by Bryce? Is Bryce even looking at that? We just bugged the ambassador on the way out. This one's going to be a spy win. It's just a spy win. Like, obviously, Bryce is not shooting, so it's a spy win.
Well, whatever. Sure, that's fine. I mean, there's no way that
Yeah,
works
I
in any
mean,
in normal situation. But what a rush!
nope. Bryce just kept his eyes off the Amma for a second, and C-Rams gets the spy win. Okay, C-Rams just needs to get a sniper win here to win the set. Bryce spying as Kane in 3, 2, 1. Playing it. God. Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
surely
if
this is
you're...
it now, right? Come on.
Oh god, we're gonna enter. Are we just gonna bug? I mean, clearly you can just bug. Are we in this conversation? Yeah, we are, right?
No, we're
Are
not.
we in the
We're outside the
conversation?
conversation. No, we're
No,
not.
we're standing outside of it. Is that on purpose? I don't know at this point. It could have been it could have been some sort of setup for a bug, like if you really wanted to be very precise with your positioning. Like maybe if you're standing out of convo, the bug is less likely to be seen. I don't know, but nothing happened from it, so we just leave. We go get our flirt now.
I'm losing it, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Conversation circles can be wherever you want them to be. I mean, I thought it was maybe going to be a bug setup. Like, at this point, it seems like it's just getting easier and easier to get away with bugs without the sniper catching them. I mean, I don't know. If you think about, like, other genres of games, like, even if you have to play 50 games in a row, you can just, like, usually just kind of keep pressing buttons, just rely on muscle memory and instinct. But when you're sniping, there is no just keep pressing buttons, just keep doing muscle memory. Like, you just have to be mentally focused. There is no version of sniping where, you know, you just go off fumes or whatever. Like, you just have to be locked in all the time. And if you're not, you just lose the sniper game. So
Yeah.
it's tough.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's just so long into a set. This is like you expect higher standards from these players, but they've been playing for so long right now that you just can't expect the same standard that they've been playing in the earlier set or the earlier part of the set. So yeah,
You
we
just
still
have to rely on your habits.
yeah. I mean, we are in a bit of a rough spot. We got a minute to play. We've got barely any flirt. The ST's about to lead the conversation before we can get to it. We've sort of had to rely on a civ shot here, I think, to keep this going.
Yeah, I mean, we're just literally alone in combo. We're not getting anything done. There are people going to the bar now. Maybe we can pick one of them and pretend that they delegated to us. We're entering with the double agent. I mean, I guess if you get a contact, you can just rush like a bug and like a purloin or something. But at 30 seconds, I don't even think that's possible. But Ponytail, no, she doesn't join us. If she joined us, we could give her a contact and like pretend to be delegated. But that didn't happen. We might just go to the bar and take the list and hope that the sniper just shoots someone because they just assume that they missed something. Yeah, we just take the list. No one even delegated.
Are we just
Not
gonna
even a reaction.
hold wins the game? We just shoot Ponytail. Oh my word!
She wasn't near us. She didn't even join our conversation. She didn't join the conversation, and it just worked anyway. I mean, I understand. C-Rams at this point just figures, like, I'm exhausted. I'm probably missing things. Like, someone just delegated, and it must have been Ponytail. But nope, that wasn't it. The scoreline goes to 50-50, and we go into library, which is so hard to snipe at this point. Oh, God, but it's also hard for a spy to get 5 missions done. All right, C-Ram's playing as Seek in 3, 2, 1, playing it. I mean, even as spy, if you don't come up with a good game plan, you might just run out of time and like do a white purloin, and then it's actually an easy shot for the sniper to take. So who knows what will happen here?
Not like I've lost count. Am I meant to be swapping now or not?
No, I think we're
Uh,
still going.
okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, cool. Anyway, yeah. I've just lost my train of thought. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, we did some cheese flirting basically at the start of the game, and I think that's fine. I think at this point you can just get away with things. I mean, I don't know. It depends because in some of these games we have seen the spies go for bold, cheesy plays, and then the sniper just has an easy shot on them, and it like relieves their mental stress a little bit. But also the spies do seem to be able to just get away with more things right now.
Yeah. We go for a bug.
Oh, we
Walking bug.
yeah.
I think I might be a bit behind you because I started the game late, but either way, it's probably
Oh,
fine. It's okay.
yeah. We got a nice bug there. Was it seen by the sniper at all? Not really. It was on screen, but we were kind of behind the pillar and our arm just wasn't really visible as we walked by the amba. So it may be credited if the sniper has the frame of mind, presence of mind, I guess, to credit, but it wasn't actually
Any in the
super
red.
visible.
Yeah, it was pretty good timing from what I could see. He was sort of as the rotation of the laser came across, so it definitely wasn't being guarded. No highlight for it either. So, and yeah, we got 3 missions done. Contact, seduce, bug. We could go for a very early inspect swap, but we do have a safety off from Bryce. So on, I think Duke because they were behind the pillar at the start of the game. Here
And
we go.
he's just getting shot. I mean, wow.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, this is just indicative to me of a sniper who just knows that he's not going to be able to catch everything and is just trying to rely on his gut more than anything.
yeah. I think just sort of a bit of a vibe shot, to be honest. I mean, Duke was behind, might have maybe Phantom the Time Ad was behind the pill at the start of the game for quite a long time. That's why I think they got the highlight, or maybe I think. Either way,
Yeah, he doesn't really do anything at the end there, though. It hasn't even really been 10 seconds from any mission. So I don't know. I don't know why the shot goes off at that moment, but wow. Okay. Bryce gonna be spying now as sick in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And I don't know what that sniper shot was, but Bryce is down a point now, and he needs to win this spy game to stay in the set. I don't know. I've said this a lot, and it's always
yeah.
been wrong, but C-Rams could close it out here. C-Rams just
Oh,
needs
here
to
we
win the
go.
sniper game. Oh,
White Purloin has not been seen because of course it hasn't.
yeah, oh god, the list is finally visible now. The sniper laser is showing us the confusion. You have no idea who did it. Maybe you want to low light people on the other side of the party, but you don't know if they hit a green or something and Toby walked over there. So C-Rams isn't actually even going to be able to get low lights from this. He's just down a mission and he has to play Library 4 of 8.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. We do get no, we haven't got any low lights. Just gonna assume that anyone did it. I think. I mean, Sirens has shown that he's been able to shoot a spy after missing missions, like the bug on Aquarium early on in the set. But this is, you know, later. So
Yeah.
yeah.
That Purloin, like, it wasn't even in the time of chaos. It was like 10, 15 seconds later. We were the second person that Toby offered to. So it's not like it was a completely chaotic party at the time, but C-Rams was just looking elsewhere, maybe checking for time ads. We know that C-Rams actually pays attention to all the window pads at the start of a game, so he might have been looking for that. And unfortunately, he's just missed a mission now, and Bryce just slowly getting the flirt done, hasn't really had to move much, but with a Purloin done, Bryce has a lot of options to end this. He could honestly just go to statues and just like swap one of them and block it with his body.
Like Kane's just done, or just has basically provided him with that opportunity. I think he might be eyeing it up, potentially. He'd have to move pretty much now to make it convincing, timing-wise, for the call, but we'll just hang out with the flirt, I think, yeah.
Oh, we're going in. We're picking up a
Oh,
statue.
cheese it?
I mean, yeah,
Cheese it?
yeah,
No.
maybe. Nah. It's interesting that we're going for the side statue because, like, we could just do in center inspects at this point. I mean, the laser wasn't dwelling on us when we were at the statue, so like, there is a chance that the sniper missed it, didn't really notice that we were there. I don't know. Like, we haven't picked up a highlight for going to statues, but I don't know. Maybe
Mhm.
CRAMS isn't highlighting every statue visitor right now.
I think he has been doing, and that's probably a bit telling that we've. Well, I think we did try to at least try and cheese it because we picked up the statue up so quickly and put it down so quickly. So I think the aim was to get in and out without being seen, and it might have paid off. Do you take the contact now? Kane is out for it. Whatever. So
Yep.
inspect swap. Here we go.
Yeah, we're just gonna
Highlight.
finish the inspects here, and we can just swap it. Yeah. It will work if the statue isn't visible. If the sniper can even see the statue for a second, it might not work. But oh, we're actually not
Ooh.
going for the swap after all.
So we have a Purloin miss and possibly a inspect visit miss, which means C-Rounds probably isn't thinking that Seek is close to finishing. If you go back to the same statue, we're not finishing inspect here, and we're going to try and swap it because we're not finishing. That's a play, I think, from Bryce.
If CRAMS can take this shot right now, he will get the set, but it doesn't look like he's looking. He can't see it. He can't do it.
God. I can't believe
Ooh.
this.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Bryce got away with the Purloin from the start, so CRAMS was already on the back foot for this whole game, and then probably missed Sick going to the first statues there. So even if he was looking for the swap, I mean, even if he was looking for the swap there, I just don't think he had the opportunity to see it. It was being blocked by Sick's body the whole time. So that's it. Bryce gets the spy win that he needs, and it's tied up 26 to 26.
I've just
All
got
right.
two things. Just quickly.
Take
Firstly,
it into high rise.
quick question from chat. What was the previous most games? It was 17-15. That is the scale of how ridiculous this is. And the second thing I had to say, I've actually forgotten, so we'll just leave it there. Anyway.
Oh, right. It's me taking it into high rise.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Hi. Okay, cool. Let's start high rise in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Like, we might be getting double the previous record. Like, we're actually getting kind of close to that. So 32 games was the previous record. Now, we still have a ways to go before you get to 64 games. But one of the recent, what was a recent long set was Scarnia Goria, which was 14-12. So that's 28 games. So we are looking at 56 games. What are we at now? We're at 52 games. Like, we're getting close to double of like what the previous like second place records are, and like in threat range for getting double the previous record. That's absolutely insane.
Right. Remember, this was a best of 18. It was a best of 18. Can we triple? What's 18 times 3? That would be what, 54 games, I think? So we might actually end up tripling the original set length. And we're back to high rise at this point, which I assume means we're near the end of the venues because they seem to be going in a pretty similar order. So we might be seeing high rise veranda, then we might get back to balcony. We'll see if they play it this time, if it gets there. But yeah, C-Ram's just standing in convo here, getting the flirt finished. Not anything else has happened this game, but we have the flirt done at least, and we probably just want to wait here. The double agent might come into our conversation. It could become a good contact. Yeah, we might have wanted to wait a little bit longer, but I think on high rise you just take the contact when you can. You've got 2 decent combos for it.
We might just bug on our way through here. It's not a bad path. Nope, we very intentionally walk away from that. Oh, we're just gonna center inspects. So we're daring the shot. It's a quick shot. This is gonna be hard for Bryce. This is so hard to just feel like, oh my god, we do find it. That's a great shot. Like, and I do. That's a great note. Is I generally try not to dare Bryce to shoot, but in this position, I might try to dare Bryce to shoot. But yeah, good shot. I guess technically we could have waited to see if they 2-cycle, but at that point, why? Just shoot. You feel like you got to read on them.
Yeah, it's crazy because we didn't have to move the entire game. We just stood in that conversation circle. The double agent came to us. We got 2 green flirts. If there's any time to get away with center inspect, you would think that this would be it, but it didn't work out. So that's the point for Bryce on sniper, and Bryce can now spy for the win in 3, 2, 1. Playing it, playing as teal this time, and we have microfilm on. As well. No swap.
I also just want to note, very impressive thing, the fact that they had this much time in their day to play this all the way through. At least I think, like, because at some point we have had matches that go on into OT, and one of the players has to leave, and so they have to schedule a separate finish session. But this feels like they have not gotten a reset. This feels like they are still playing, and that they've been playing for longer than actually we've even been casting, because they probably took in some breaks in there for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's true. It makes you think that, like, if you are allowed to take a break and come back another time, that completely would change the dynamic of the set. Like I said, I think there might be some discussions about overtime format and stuff in the aftermath of this, but the set is still going for now. Bryce got a little bit of flirt done, but not enough to finish it here. If we'd hit a green, we would have been at like 98% right now, but, you know, luckily we hit a white, so it doesn't feel as bad. It's only 81%. And it's just kind of a similar game as what we just saw. We're mostly just hanging out in conversations, not really able to do too much, but a lot of people going to visit the statues, at least. In fact, the twin probably finishing inspects here. He already had a highlight for statues. Now he's going to visit more of them.
I'm also just realizing there's been like those charity streams where you like stream nonstop for 24 hours. I feel like you could do analysis cast of this set, and you could easily stretch it into 24 hours on its own.
Yeah, so if Bryce gets the spy win here, he will take the win. He's got the flirt done. He's got a minute 20 left. I mean, at this point, anything could happen. He does get a green print off of a drink. If anything's going to get you a win, that could be it. If the sniper's not on top of that, even if they are on top of it, you know, if you just finish with soft tells, they have to decide, do I really think Teal's the spy getting that difficult print? So at least we have that, but we're going to need to hope for another print somewhere else. If the ambassador joins this conversation, he will get pushed out and we will have an opportunity for the briefcase, but he's actually really evenly spaced out here. I'm not sure if anyone's going to push him out. Okay, they are, but he leaves the briefcase. We don't want it. We actually want to change conversations. We want to get a contact here with the double agent. We are the most recent person to have changed convos, but it's 2 pretty full conversations here. Can't get the briefcase, though, because Red Dress picked it up.
So here's the question: is I think I agree. Where I think like we should have actually got that briefcase first, because like we might have another chance at this briefcase, but we're actually really running low on time. I think briefcase into the contact was the better play here. They actually even came into the other one. So this literally might be a timeout, but C-Rams is also shaking. They might need to shoot, but they have to hold here. They have to hold. I mean, Crash Bug coming in. Crash Bug coming in. Are we missing? Do we miss the Crash Bug? We missed the Crash Bug? We're not shooting?
We got it! I thought Bryce might win the set right there. I can't believe how long it took to take that shot. I mean, the bug wasn't like, it was surprisingly not super visible, so it was conceivable that C-Rams might have missed it, but he didn't. And C-Rams, oh god, I just noticed when I'm looking back now, C-Rams was shaking his laser even before the bug happened. He didn't feel in control of that party. But he was able to have the presence of mind to just take the shot on Teal because she was the only person who could have finished there.
That I mean, like straight up, that is some tired, good parsing at the end there. Like the fact that we did mess up actually on the rotation. The fact that we messed up mechanics but got back with parsing is super impressive at this stage. Very well done.
Yeah, I mean, if you had any other suspect in that party, you might have just, we would have had one of those games where some random person in conversation gets shot, like we saw, way back on Tayen when the top suspect just got shot for, talking at the end of the game. But no, C-Rams was able to correctly identify, like, oh, this person walking away must have done a bug on the AMBA. So yeah, it's a good shot. And it brings us to Veranda, C-Rams spying as Boots in 3, 2, 1, playing it. No one can win the set off this game. C-Rams wants to win 2 games in a row if he's going to take the set here. So it's like slightly less nerve-wracking than
We
the
missed
previous one.
pad.
We
We missed
can't
pad.
land in conversation.
I think we're okay because that would be like luckily like a missed pad to end the set would be like just absolute terrible feeling. So like if we did get shot there, I would have been like, that's a terrible way to go down on Veranda, but you're probably gonna lose that the spy game anyways. We are having a little bit more trouble on pathing right now. Like again, we talk about like this is very loopy path, but also like try to pathing sniper after 54 games.
Well, here at the bookshelf, I mean, we've seen these players do microfilms a lot. It's a green test, luckily, as well. So even if the sniper's keeping a little bit of an eye on it, they're probably not going to notice a green test like that. So it's decent mission progress for C-Rams. Unfortunately, microfilm means you always have to do the other half, so you are kind of a little bit behind. But we're going to enter next to the ST here. If we can hit a second green flirt, I think we'll actually be really good on pacing now.
It also will give you the kind of like needed momentum on Veranda to make you feel like you have enough ability to be bold, right? So us getting the microfilm, feeling good about it, I don't think we're gonna try to bug here. Yeah, we're gonna give a nice loopy path around. We might try to contact and CC bug though. Um, oh no, we just have a set down, a normal bug, and I think that feels pretty clean. This really could be something here if we get this spy win. We might even grab this fingerprint off the. Oh no, sorry. Amba's maybe too close for that.
In the end of
We
red.
might be just waiting for
Yeah.
that.
So we have a contact coming off now. The right side of the venue is looking pretty sparse, but it's pretty full here on the left side, and the sniper seems more focused on just watching Toby in the aftermath of that. So doesn't get a huge amount of lowlights off that. This is a really good game from C-Rams. That bug, honestly, that's a really good bug, even if you weren't 50 games in. Because you're just in standing range. The sniper doesn't really think anyone's going to go for a bug there. You wait like 2 seconds for their eyes to move over and you take it. It was really well timed. Great bug. We get a fingerprint off this book. We're not going to do the microfilm right here. We're going to walk away with it. But all we need to do at this point is just finish this microfilm somewhere, put the book back in, and just get, one more fingerprint. And if we never have to visit statues, my God, what a clean game this will be.
That's a great point. Going statueless this game would feel really good because a tired sniper sniping Veranda might really be relying on statues here. So we're going to go to the far side of the venue. Everything is actually lining up really well for this transfer. So it is a white test. Oh no, it doesn't matter. See, that's the thing is like Veranda's not even wide enough to give you the kind of cover like on Modern. You actually might be safe going to like the far like back past the chairs and going in that position because it's so far away. But like even the far spots on Veranda, that was well timed. I really feel for C-Rams there. They kind of did the right thing. Maybe they could have pushed themselves into the time ad spot if they really wanted to do it, but yeah, that's just a bummer. I'm curious if Green Test would have won it.
Yeah, it's too bad. It was such a clean spy game up until then. It's just not a great spot to microfilm. I understand going for it as a sort of unconventional play, especially with the other half of the venue really full of things to be looking at. But man, it's too bad that game didn't work out. But okay, Bryce is the one with the lead going into this game now, playing as Pearls in 3, 2, 1. playing it. Bit of a slow character for a venue where you have to walk around so much, but if Bryce pulls out the spy win here, he will take the set.
And it, as much as like I feel like Veranda is overtuned for sniper, Veranda under stress is actually really hard. Like it's Veranda when you feel like you're in control is just an unbelievably comfortable spot for sniper a lot of time. If you don't feel in control, and by the way, really interesting bug there, and it was completely behind pillar. We might give credit for the path. I'm really curious if there's a highlight pickup here. So we're really staring this down. It feels like we were more worried that White was going to do a bug after we saw that. So this feels pretty clean. So we'll see, because like again, if you let something off, it's a stressful map to try to shoot under pressure.
Yeah, and Pearl's arm was just like barely visible from the sniper side at all. If you were watching it super closely, you might have seen it, but I don't know if I don't think the bug was seen. It might just be credited. But a lot of people walk by the ambassador like that during a game, and I don't know if Pearl's path really stood out as seeming more bug-like than the others.
What are we looking at here? I am worried for C-Rams staring down Red Dress in general next to each other. That was interesting because we were very zoomed in, and that's making me worried about tunneling.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce wins off a spy game here. He might get it if CRAM is tunneled on someone else. He already has a bug pretty clean at least. We did pick up a highlight just because we went to the statues now. That's the problem. Even if you got a clean bug, you're still going to have to do a lot of other things on Veranda. If you have a highlight for statues and you get 2 fingerprints as well, like it's still very possible for CRAMs to take the shot. And it's just hard to get anything done as a highlight. Like, you know, swap doesn't really feel very doable as pearls. Microfilm, maybe even as a highlight. But yeah, just even getting away with the bug, it's still sort of an uphill path.
Yeah, and like I'll be honest, if I'm in this position, I probably look for a chain and just try to jump on that chain and pressure the sniper as much as I can. We are actually getting an offer here. We do reject. I'm not actually sure if I had a crazy chain in there, but like big chain Veranda Purloin mid game is pressure on a normal circumstance, but a ton of pressure under the current ones. We are going to banana bread. Let's see how many lowlights they can get from this. I am happy to see for Bryce that we're doing pretty well in the lowlights, and that we're not focused on any particular person. Like we aren't focused on or flashing on Red Dress, for example. We do pick up a fingerprintable statue here, and so we are gonna be getting close to done.
Yeah, I mean, we should be a suspect now just because we've finished inspects and one of them was fingerprintable. But the question is CRAMS on top of that? Does CRAMS remember where all the prints are? Remember every guest's mission progress? There are a lot of highlights. Basically, anyone who's not low lit is highlight at this point, with a few exceptions. Get another fingerprint, and it's mission win countdown, and CRAMS is able to take the shot.
That's a great shot. That's actually like that feels like the kind of game they could have played at the beginning of the set. Well-paced, good spy game, beaten by a really good intuitive shot on there. I'm curious how much CRAM's had on the bug in the beginning, but like that's a good shot. That's a good game and a good shot. There's nothing silly about that. That's just Rand is tough on spy, and they found the right play. I actually thought that game. I thought we were about to be done. That game felt very strong from Bryce.
Yeah, but no, we move on to Terrace. I will let you two take it away.
I truly thought that leaving the booth last time would be the last time I would be commentating on this game, but no, we are still here. It is 28 all. What a joke. Anyway, CRAM spying is sorry on Terrace. Are you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it. Bit of a callback from early in the set where CRAM's played Sari on Terrace, believe it or not.
And I remember when we got to Terrace earlier, it was already like I think it was like at right about the record level. We were like, oh man, it would be such a tragedy if this ended on Terrace. But like already that like feels less bad now, but it still would be. I actually really don't want it to end on Terrace still. I don't want to end in a silly way. I guess I could end on Terrace with a really good game, but we'll see. We haven't had like a ton of like just like we didn't have 50-50s in the sense of a purloin 50-50 earlier in tennis. We had the 50-50 with Alice and us going to two statues and contacting and flirting, and the last contact timing seemed to do us in for that one. So this is already looking different from that one, but we still might
Banana
seek
bread.
that 50-50 there. No brain contact right there. Like you have to throw that out. Both sides are in contacting no matter what conversation they're in.
Yep. We test only 2 reels, but no reason to not take it there whenever we're in conversation. So good contact there from C-Rams. We are the only highlight in the real BB conversation, but that's because we are highlighting for the bar. As Seek doesn't join our conversation, walks right past it. But yeah, it's a small venue. We've got time to get the float done. It's just, again, sort of a bit like Courtyard. What's that final mission going to be?
Yeah, and also like honestly, at some point, like early bar visitors on Terrace kind of like aren't threats. Where it's like, because like I feel it where it's
Banana
like
bread.
in some ways I'm like, oh, this is interesting. So mind game here from C-Rams. We fake after the real contact, but we also fake when the double agent situation is the same for us. So we are really trying to push the margins on it. So now it's just everybody, right? Now it's
Banana
just the
bread.
neutral one. And honestly, we might even get lowlights in this front conversation circle. Like I would not, I would behaviorally, I might not actually hate that from C-Rams, even though it would be the wrong call. Because if we thought that the first one brought us down, I guess that was just Purloin stuff. But if we didn't, if we lost suspicion on that first one, that second one is looking pretty good too.
Yeah, I don't know about low lighting, but I think definitely attributing more suspicion to the other conversation. Uh, I wouldn't. I don't know. I think having a low light on the spy at this point in the set would be tragic. So I personally wouldn't do that. But you know, it behaviorally I think we're looking quite good here, and we've only got 9% left of the board, so any split will do. But what is that final mission going to be? It looks like it's going to be fingerprint.
Yeah, it looks like
Or
we're gonna
not.
flirt real quick, and oh no, yeah, we just do it. Is this a?
Oh,
Is
we're
this a?
framing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're framing Irish. It's gonna be us or Irish. Who's it gonna be? Here we
Yeah,
go.
and we're
Moment of
setting up
truth.
Bryce. Bryce knows 100%. He's just biding his time, knowing for sure. Oh
He
God,
doesn't know.
you just gotta pick. You gotta
Oh,
pick
he's picked
it.
the right one.
Yes. Good on Bryce. That, of course, that's the right shot, but also just like having a feel for who could be done there. I'm curious how much the banana bread stuff played into that, because Irish was next to us for like the first couple of contacts, and then came in and then did the next one and left. So it was a banana split on the very last contact that Irish got. That went to get the drink that then we framed for. So really interesting. That was actually one of the most interesting terrace games we've had in a long time.
Yeah, it was a very good play as well from C-Rams, I think. Again, like forcing Bryce into a really good shot on terrace, like before. Good stuff. Bryce picking Solomon once again to try and get that final spy win to end the set. Are you ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
I don't. So here's the thing: is I don't know if Bryce would risk the notoriety of doing a Smallman terrace dance for this set.
Yeah.
But like it strategically, it's not a terrible idea. But like at some
Yeah.
point, like C-Rams might actually find you and murder you.
Yeah, like there was a gentleman's agreement on balcony, but I feel like there should be. There probably is sort of one like to end the set like that's been like this in that manner. I don't know. Yeah, I sort of agree with you in that sense. But like you said, it's on terrace. Like a dance to Smallman is generally okay. If you have behind the back conversation, it can be difficult to get the shots.
Yeah, but I feel like they probably just like couldn't do it. But there's like a part of me, devil on my shoulder, and like right now, devil on Bryce's shoulder, that like kind of want to see it, just because it would be so gutsy.
Yeah, yeah, I would. I'm stressed watching it. This is it's I just what an absolutely crazy match this has been. Really hard guarding this standing bug though. Look at C-Rams' angle.
All right, well, we're still just like, kind of hanging out here, so uh, uh, we're gonna fake. It's
Banana
actually so
bread.
unlike the last one. This fake is a little bit interesting because like it's a high risk, high reward where it really feels like the other conversation circle. Because why would you throw out a fake if you're actually going to give away lowlights, right? So it's very double edged where we do give out some actual lowlights and some that had someone was at statues. It might have been the double agent, but no, I think that was actually one of the normals. Okay, we are going to contact again. So how is this going to parse out for the people in? So it's going to low. Was General in? I thought General was out. Yeah, this is some interesting parsing going on here. I don't know. C-Rams really is looking for that that purloin there. Was worried that the second one was a cover for Ascend.
Yeah, General was out, but I think maybe watching someone else, it could have potentially looked like a BB split from General, so that's reasonable. We do get white test cost conversation 79%, so one more will get that done, but like before, what's the third? Could be a Purloin again, unlikely to be Prince. It's kind of difficult. I mean, there is a print at bar right now, but go into bar, getting that print, and maybe either sending the Purloin or finishing Prince with a briefcase is possible, but I doubt we'll be going for some statues.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. So we're switching conversation circles to reset our flirt cooldown timer. Ambassador is going to get bounced from this conversation, so we might be hoping that Ambassador comes towards us. We are going to be going towards Ambassador. Ambassador's got to be close to getting bounced out, though. So instead, we're going to be going into finish Seduction Target. But Seduction Target goes and grabs Briefcase. Are we going to time out?
Well, it's going to be pretty much flirt bug. Probably that's literally the only option we have. We have to chase the windows for timeout, I think. It's going to be another hold from C-Rams. We go... Don't...
Red dress!
We bug!
Red dress is
He takes!
it.
Yeah.
Oh, he found it. I was so worried about Red dress taking that bullet there for a second. God. Okay. I do think that in a normal set, I think we danced it. But Bryce, being well behaved and seeing the magnitude of the moment, not trying to beat that out.
Yeah. So, 29-29, we've made it to the 60th game, which is... So, the record prior to this was 17-15, which is 32, I believe. So this is the 59th game, so we're almost double the length of the previous longest competitive SpyParty match.
It's like the thing is like just math wise, it's crazy. Like we'll start the next game and just talk about it more, but
yeah,
just math wise, it's absolutely insane.
All right, 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Because just thinking about it from just like the fact that, like just thinking about like the percentage of a chance that each player win. Like this is actually a great set to point to for clutch, right? That clutch is real, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like because just mathematically it shouldn't happen. Like because overall, even if there's the 65 even if there's like a 60-40 split or higher than that, 70-30 split even in the set on Sniper, that still should be clicking in for when there's like a break, right? That the 70% comes in for the Sniper, right? When we've had the what would be C-Rams sniping for the win, or Bryce sniping for the win. I can't even remember anymore. Mathematically, it's crazy. Just mathematically, it's absolutely insane.
Good bug. It was slightly visible, but generally that, excuse the pun, was a good bug. With the reverse drive-by in that spot on gallery.
Yeah, the good news for Bryce here is that in some ways you're going to be shooting without full sight of bug, but the really tough spot for Bryce is it's early, right? Getting a free bug early on gallery lets you do things like double statue visits after a contact and seduce before like snipers really feeling out who could have bugged during the game and deciding if they're going to shoot, looking for behavioral finishes, right? So if we go and like really actually put our foot on the gas here, which looks like this is kind of what we're doing, if we felt like that bug was free, that's a hard shot.
Yeah, I think C-Ram's going for statues here. We could get his gallery, and contact on gallery is always, it can be difficult. So statues might be a good way, but we need to get the mission win countdown, but we need the DA to cooperate, and both the SDA and the DA are both reading box at the green shelf, so.
Yeah, no, looking very promising for a spy win here. We are going to be slightly reliant on the double agent. The spot does open up in our conversation circle, and double agent does get
God.
redirected a little bit. I mean, so we'll see. So C-Rams is definitely staring down double agent right now, wondering where they're going to go. We're not leaving this conversation until double agent chooses where they go, and they are going to books. I think
Again, you've just read the books. What you didn't? You're gonna go back there again?
exactly.
God's sake.
And so you be there for a bit. I think we should just go inspect, which is it looks like exactly what C-Rams is doing. Taking a bit of an awkward path though, but it's fine.
Yeah, this is the right time to get the inspects done. Whilst the DA is not in conversation, we could have even maybe inspect swapped, but nah, I don't know. It would have been very risky. But the double agent is in combo.
I mean, I feel like you're right where they could have done the.
No, they're not in combo.
Oh god.
God, unbelievable.
Okay, well, so I mean, but you're right though. Like if they did a back facing statue, they could kind of at least see if sniper is guarding it, right? Because it's so early. Because like you would see them for general especially, they're gonna have to do the what do we call it, pivoting or whatever the thing is, the lean on us. So we'll have to see. Where is she going?
God, painting pad. This is just so like this is the most gallery game that's ever galleried.
Oh my
Where's
god.
she going? Moment of truth. Safety up on someone. I mean, she just. Oh god. Got to be a pearl on, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. Where we need to at least put ourselves in the request position, and then we need to see where she's going. Okay, we have a green test, so we can follow DA if we want to. We're gonna fake.
But SCA's out, so we know it's fake. Safety off in general.
Oh,
This is gone. What's happening?
Give me OT.
We're holding. Shoot, seek. What? Oh wow! I can't believe it. Oh.
that is.
He literally had it. He had it.
He did have it. Like I'm curious how much. Okay, so with Seek in there. So Seek was like nearby with the. Do we even see it? Because like Seek was carrying briefcase at the time. Surely we did see the list though, because like we were watching it so closely, it felt like there was just like this flash on us. But there's a world in which maybe the crossbar of the door frame, does seem like it's gone. We might not even seen it.
Yeah, I think I don't know. The fake contact really threw my thing because I think without that, you're not looking at the pearl line as much. And then he's realised that there's no DA in conversation. I'm sort of reading between the lines here, but and then the list is just not there. And because we rejected, maybe we missed a reject, and so he just takes a bullet for the briefcase. But either way, absolutely clutch screen test from C-Rams, and is now once again sniping for a victory.
All right, let's do it.
Right. Bryce as wheels in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Now, see, if that game was like a match decider, like that would have been like just like double, like the back and forth on that would have just been crazy because like you were totally right, like about being the most gallery game ever. The double agent like momentum about like that, like double agents just hate the conversations. It's like they have dossiers out for double agents on gallery already, where they just hate going in and letting you finish a clean game. So we had to do that desperation there at the end, and also, but good on C-Rams by the way for setting up the purloin.
Banana bread.
It's a BB and a purloin. Good timing when the ambassador's out the front, but there's no chain though. It's just immediately taken by Disney. Do we have the chain? Do we have the list even seen? Yes, we do. Low light onto Rocker. Many shakes.
No.
Oh no.
Bryce is completely. Sorry, C-Rams is completely lost on this. That does feel bad, right? So right now, okay, so recovery options from when you have missed a purloin, especially when the spy, you think the spy might know, because it was a purloin BB combo, and so if you miss the purloin after what was obviously them using the BB to cover it, you also know the spy is feeling like they're going to be looking good, right? If they don't get shot right away or they don't feel a highlight, they're gonna finish. They're going to finish and pressure you.
Mm-hmm. But the question is, how are we going to finish? Because I feel like statues probably kills us because we just don't know who's on the purloin. Bug on wheels is rough. Like maybe Maybe fingerprint, probably the best choice, but like we go for fingerprint. Green test is absolutely massive. That green test.
God, okay, so and it was also great because Bryce, I think, has gotten caught out on. Oh God, okay, but they come right next to us though. They have a redirection right next to us. The AI demands the set continues. We got to make sure we don't look like a we're having a bug here though. Okay, we do show our hands.
We need a fingerprint to win. Probably win. It will be an incredible shot if CRAM's found this, given that they've missed the purloin and we've hit a difficult print at the blue box. After
Okay.
59 games of whatever we've done so far.
Yeah, so we're going to see this get put back. It might be a smudge, though, if Teal puts back. It is going to be smudged. So Bryce has had to decide if they actually want to go for this. I actually don't mind this idea, where we look for a better fingerprint. Because, like, imagine trying to go for a partial fingerprint and missing. It's gone now.
Oh,
anyways.
yeah.
So,
Well, we have a difficult chance if we go right now, but we're eyeing it up. We're going to go for a difficult fingerprint. CRAM just looking for the swap. On
I don't think it even has one because Teal put back, then left, and then came back. So that's why I thought we avoided it at the first one. Is Teal put back right after Ambassador put back, and then came back and took out. Teal just ruined that fingerprint for everybody. Which sometimes would be great. Like if Teal was still in the highlight pool, Teal looks like they got their own fingerprint smudge, right? Oh, but this
case is dead, and then
we don't return it. We have to return it.
Give me strength. Give me actual strength. How is it still going?
Because, like, oh my god, because we actually have to return that briefcase to make it fingerprintable, and so, but of course, it doesn't matter. There's a script to this set. That's fucking crazy.
I think Salmon is going back to the same set of statues I went before.
Oh my god, I'm dying. That felt like it was all gonna come down to like the fingerprints and Bryce just like struggling to get one, and then it's just a shot on a sieve anyway, because of course CRAM's missed that purloin ages ago. Oh my god.
Oh, we're at balcony.
We're back to balcony. Let's play the balcony in 3, 2, 1. Playing it? And yeah,
okay, same as before.
It's a shot on Toby. So I think these players have a gentleman's agreement that they don't want the set to end with balcony. In terms of the rules, I don't know, but they have made a gentleman's agreement, that's for sure. They do not want such a long overtime to end on balcony. So
I don't know. I feel like at this point, like,
yeah,
I don't know if you want it to just be over, but I don't know. Maybe, yeah, whatever. Anyway, we're back to Modern.
Back to Modern for probably the 4th time, I think. Was Modern one of our doubles back in the old days, a long time ago? I don't remember. I think it was.
It wasn't.
Maybe.
No, it was.
No. Aquarium was double.
Aquarium Library. Yeah, that was it.
Oh, Library was double. God. Okay. Yeah. Okay. CRAM's playing as Bling Twin in 3, 2, 1. Playing it. But I don't. Surely we're not gonna get to balcony again.
Oh, don't even go there, Delta. I'm gonna be in bed by then.
No one's allowed to go to bed. The set is not over.
The Europeans in the Twitch chat who joined at 8 o'clock in the evening. How do you feel right now?
Look, there's a bar rush.
Nebula is saying amazing, yeah. Definitely. I don't know. Silly match.
So CRAMS decides that he wants to join the rush at bar. Actually, no, he's just picking up the briefcase, and he gets a highlight for it. No bar highlights, but yes, highlight for picking up that briefcase. Maybe just to differentiate twins, but means we were noticed.
Yeah. Twin taking the highlight for the first sprint. I don't mind taking first print on Modern, just because if you have ideas of finishing prints on this venue, like I've preached to the choir already several times, it can be difficult to get prints on when the ambassador just sat in a conversation doing nothing, but he is going to leave some prints out the green box now, so. me
Yeah, I
wrong.
mean, I don't hate the idea of getting it from the briefcase at the bar, just because, like, at this point in the set, there is a small chance that you just blend in with bar visitors and the sniper maybe doesn't fully realize what's going on. But yeah, at least we have a fingerprint, and the ambassador's leaving more of them. There's going to be another one at the bar as well.
C-Ram said, I'm not going to say what C-Ram said in the Twitch chat because I don't know. Either way, it crazy match still, but
I don't think we're
anyway,
getting to balcony again.
I really hope not. Genuinely, like it's great to see this match go on so long for. Well, I'll be like
It's
40,
so
80 games.
volatile too. I mean, if you just looked at CRAM's record during the normal season, you would expect that with a scoreline like this, it's just because CRAMs is winning all the sniper games, right? Because during the
Yeah,
season, CRAMs won, what was it, 88% of sniper games, but his
yeah.
spy win rate was actually quite below the average. So definitely someone who trades sniper wins back and forth a lot. And you would think that's what's happening here from the scoreline, but both players have just been dropping sniper games back and forth in overtime.
Yeah, I mean the first 16 games of the match, there was 2 spy wins, which is pretty on brand for a C-Rams match, right? So we do go for real contacts and DA bails, and we go for flirt statues and the SC bails. So a bit unfortunate there for C-Rams. We do get the inspects done at the same time, so we at least get some progress from that.
Yep, and we're gonna go join our ST here. We need 35% more flirt, and with a white test, yeah, that's not close enough. 92% flirt, but we are just walking around a lot. We've seen this a lot from C-Rams. He doesn't really care about waiting in conversation. He will just talk, leave, and then go somewhere else. Getting a contact, taking a contact here, more lowlights available. The party is honestly pretty narrowed down, and oh my god, we just get shot for going to the bar. We must have been a big suspect.
Yeah, we're finishing Prince there as well, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, we
good shot from
would've.
Bryce. Yeah, good shot from Bryce. Still keeping
Yeah,
those
Bryce
soft
didn't
tails
even
down.
wait. Yeah. Okay, I mean, shows that Bryce is still really on top of things. That was a pretty commanding shot there. I mean, it wasn't a particularly super spy-like game from C-Rams. Bryce was just on top of the print count and probably just the rest of the suspicious behavior. Okay, Bryce gonna be spying now as Irish in 3, 2, 1. Playing it. And Bryce got the point there. So if Bryce manages to get a spy win, Bryce will come away with the set. Again, for anyone who's just joined us, Bryce was the lowest seed entering the championship here. He already won his first match, and if he wins here, it'll be a huge underdog victory. Though at this point, there is no underdog anymore. Both of these players are clearly very, very evenly matched as we get away with the microfilm there at the Red Bookshelf.
I like how the stats for these players, like, after this, it'll have counted as one match that they've played in addition to all the previous ones that they've played. But this match has been like 7 matches in one. So the invaluable competitive experience they've gained from this match is like outweighs an entire cup for someone probably. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, again, it was a best of 18, and I think we have played at least we've played over 18 times 3 games now. So basically we've played the equivalent of at least 3 sets. Well, we have half the microfilm. There's not much in this conversation now, so we're just kind of waiting and idling. There were a lot of people at the bar. I think that's what all these highlights are for. So the sniper does have a lot of other things to be watching. Honestly, we could be taking advantage of that and getting more mission progress. Like, Bryce almost feels like he's playing kind of scared. Like, he doesn't even want to get that close to the twin just in case the flirt is tracked. But I don't know if C-Rams has the mental presence to be tracking flirts like that at this point. So yeah, the highlights have all become neutral now, presumably because it's been a long time since they've been at the bar. And Bryce hasn't really taken advantage of that.
Yeah, 2 minutes 15 to play, half of my film, 1 more flirt to go as we step into this innocent conversation. Not really sure what we're doing here, but we'll probably just iron up one of the bookcases when this gets full, as the ST maybe joins us. Yes, they do. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that the ST joins us. We are near some other bookcases, so presumably we're going to want to go for another microfilm. But yeah, Astatine made a really good point in chat that whenever the set is on the line and Bryce is about to lose, he plays a very aggressive spy game and just does like a purloin in the first 10 seconds or whatever. But when Bryce is on match point himself, he goes back to the more slower paced spy that just tries to do, fingerprints and, microfilm. And it's usually two transfers where you actually do it with the book in your hand. It's not just from like moving the book from a bookcase to another. So it just takes a lot of time, right? We just don't have that much time left. Maybe we'll do the thing again where we return to the bookcase and then we just immediately do the transfer as soon as we get there. It worked last time. It's not working this time.
Oh god, it's shot.
Laser just moved over, and I knew it was over.
Yep.
Bryce not able to close out the set there. White microfilm right on screen gets caught. And we're back to high rise. Oh, this is a very early high rise, actually, that we're moving on to. Usually we've been seeing high rise more towards the end of a cycle of overtime, but no, it's been picked pretty early this time. Okay, CRAM's going to be spying as one of these two characters standing right on top of each other. The arrow is on top of someone's head. A red dress in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And we have swap on this time. We've been seeing a lot of microfilm on from these players, but this time we have swap as an option.
I am surprised that neither have gone with Purloin on, to be honest. I feel like on high rise, if you can get a green test, it's generally a very good way to either get a safe shot or just make it really hard for the sniper to pick the right guess to shoot. But both going for soft tiles instead, as we do get highlight for being at the spy pad, flirting with Alice, and again we're back with Alice again, but we're saving off on Alice over us because we think Alice is chasing us, which is interesting.
Really? I mean, it could just be these snipers have sometimes been taking their safety off on a character other than their topmost suspect.
That's true, yeah.
Just because, like, sometimes you want to indicate to spectators, like, I am very suspicious of this, but you don't want to put the laser right over the spy. But it's true. Alice did join us in the conversation. We actually did get there a second or two before she did. So it's possible that she's the bigger suspect, yeah.
Yeah, we do get that other flirt. Second flirt for 85%, so no 2 greens. We haven't really seen many 2 green flirts this set, to be honest. You probably have thought you might have seen 1 or 2, but I can't recall any at least. But
we had a 2 green flirt game. No, I mean, last time we were on high rise, we had the 2 green flirts and then just immediately went to the center inspects and just got shot for that. But yep, Alice is in for this contact, and she was the one who came to us to flirt twice before this one. So it is possible that Alice could get shot, but she needs a third mission. She needs to go do the statues. She needs to take a bug path. She needs to do something, and otherwise she might not get shot. So how do we win then?
Yeah, it's 1 minute 20. We got both the 2 soft tells that you would usually expect to get done. Really is that choice. I think for like Senate statues probably would be a shot on us. Maybe a good bug, but again we don't have the option to go for a purloin, so yeah, we'll see what we attempt to go for. So we're just hanging out in the back conversation still now.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that if CRAMs just went and did center inspects or something, that maybe he wouldn't be shot because Bryce would have still been thinking that Alice is the more likely spy. But because we've waited so long, now if we go finish missions, we will look like a very likely spy. So we're going to go over here. We're going to get the fingerprint. We want the briefcase so badly, but it's going to get a shot. So that's not worth it. No, that was forcing it too much.
Yeah, but we kind of had to though with the time. Like if we wanted to go for prints, that was the only thing we had to do. It's just, the AI went for the briefcase, and yeah, pacing was just not really there for us to do that. So good shot from Bryce, good catch, but here we go.
Yeah. Too bad. didn't work out. Bryce going to be playing as Orange Sorry now in 3, 2, 1, playing it. If Bryce can get the win here, he will take the set. Oh, we are totally in range for a standing bug here. We're actually taking a drink, though, to make it really clear that we're not bugging.
That's sad. Like, the ambassador staying there for a while would have been really nice for us.
Yeah, so the swap is still on. There's no microfilm, no purloin option. Honestly, a standing bug might have worked. I do think that CRMs might have been watching for it. It might have actually got a shot. It might have been good restraint from Bryce there. But as sorry, we do have a good bug. Our hope is to just get a nice bug on the ambassador and close out the set right here.
Yep, sorry, has a notoriously good and successful bug, very good on these venues like High Rise, Terrace, that are small, and if you get one good buy of the sniper, then you're often in business.
Unfortunately, the flirt's not going so great. Like, he did join our convo, but he's all the way across from us. We hit a green, luckily, so we're at 56%. That could still mean 2 more flirts needed. Double Agent is with us, though, and on High Rise, you really just need to hope you get a good contact. Hopefully, he stays here for a while, but we're going to wait for at least 1 or 2 more people to get into conversation before we go for a contact, I think. The double agent leaves. We're not going to be able to do it. And we're in this spot where even with a green flirt, we're not going to be able to finish the flirt here. Ambassador, he walks by, but he just goes to the bookshelf. We're just not able to do anything.
I wasn't really the cover there for the bug either. We had a bit of a rough spot, but 1 minute 30 left. ST leaves. That might be a blessing if we can go and sidle up next to them and get that second green flirt, and to finish it. But we do go for that now. Green flirt will do it in 2, but we need the DA to be in conversation, and again we need that third mission like we were in last game, but a white test for 90% is not good enough. We need 1 more flirt.
I mean, sorry on High Rise could easily get you a win, but things just aren't really coming into place. The double agent is just getting done with a briefcase. He is going to enter our conversation, so we should be able to go for a contact. And Bryce doesn't want to wait any longer. He just takes it immediately. Even if it lets off a few lowlights, that's fine. Ambassador just going to a bookshelf. Oh, we could go for a print at that bookshelf. I wonder if the briefcase still has a print on it. But yeah, we're heading towards the ambassador. I wonder if we're setting ourselves up for a bug. If he leaves the bookshelf and walks behind us right now, we could try for a bug, but he goes the other way. We're not going to be able to. We're set up for a fingerprint, maybe, but it's not even enough time to get fingerprints done at this point. There's nothing we can do. We're gonna go to a statue. Are we gonna swap a statue? There's no way that works.
I thought maybe we could have cheese swapped, but we swap. It's on camera. 7 seconds. He's found it. Good shot.
Yeah. I mean, a white swap, not the hardest thing in the world to catch, but you also don't necessarily expect one from Sorry at that point. And there was a little bit of cover from the twin in front of us. So, like, CRAMs could have missed it being 60 games into a set there if he had some other suspect he was watching. But no, CRAMs takes the shot. And we move on to Courtyards. CRAM's going to be spying now, playing as Irish, also known as Green Dress, in 3, 2, 1, playing it.
Dude, like, we were making jokes about 60 games, getting to 64, getting to 67, getting to 69. This is just okay. All right, so we do get highlight for this. So this is what happened on the other Courtyard game too. One of them, however many games ago. I can't remember who. I thought it was actually maybe reverse. That might have been C-Rams.
C-Rams has been really on top of the time ads at the start of the game, but this time Bryce was on top of it.
Exactly. So they're like actually like doing blow for blow punches right now, where when they have that downtime, they actually paid attention to it. So presumably, and there's also a leave from. So this actually, it looks bad, right? Because double agent leaves during our talk here, but there was an opportunity like where maybe it made us get bumped back down from a highlight to a neutral light because of like vibes on the timing, but doesn't look like it. So it is actually looking pretty dire for C-Rams here.
Yeah, I mean, you just let off 4 lowlights and you didn't even get a mission from it. You're going to a briefcase. You're the only highlight on the venue, very obviously getting a briefcase. I don't think C-Rams can win this spy game. Then again, I've said that multiple times this set, but I'm really not seeing it in this one.
Yeah, the path towards a spy win on this one is through sniper delirium, which can happen, but it's not through normal play at this point.
Another contact, but it lets off 2 more people who are at the statues. The safety is coming off on Irish. You don't need to shoot her yet. There's no way she's done with anything, but it just confirms that Bryce is completely on top of this.
I'm also, you know what else I love about this game? I love that there's not etiquette sniping it because we have an animation break on exiting that conversation circle, but that'd be so sad. Like this is what you get when etiquette is not breaking the game. Is you get 68, 60 whatever game sets.
Yeah, I mean, they've been making more and more etiquette mistakes. They've been missing pads a lot. There were a lot of games that could have just been won really early just by seeing someone fail to enter a conversation. But the snipers haven't really adapted to that. They're not really looking for it. But it is interesting how they've sort of copied each other's meta of doing those early time ads and watching for them on this venue. Do you think that happens in long sets, that you kind of start doing the same things as your opponents?
I actually legitimately do on long sets because unconsciously it just becomes more the idea, right? It's like incepted into you as like a thing that you can just do, right? I don't like the catch on the time ad. I don't think was so much. I think that was just Bryce and C-Rams agreeing on what the good thing to catch on that one. But like little ideas about motion, about what to do, available ploys, available gambits, I think absolutely can come into your mind, even if you're not trying to copy it.
Yeah, well, C-Rams has just kind of been slowly making progress on the flirt here. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. That's actually, I feel like we've been in this game for ages, but I guess that's just one time at the beginning. We are the top suspect. We are probably getting shot, but the good news is with this much time on the clock, there is a chance that Bryce develops some other suspect, maybe forgets a little bit about us. I don't think it's likely, but we're just waiting for another fingerprint here. But no one's pushing the ambassador out. We're not going to get that briefcase. Maybe we look a little bit more like a civilian if we actually leave, except we enter a conversation and talk immediately, which just looks so much like flirting, right?
It does, but Bryce is also, I think, being extremely careful not to just like overreact to this thing where it's like the things that he's worried about partial credit aren't flirt. So, which is interesting because every once in a while, like it's funny when they choose to be, they choose to do it early, they choose to do it late. Like here's the telling thing: do we shoot 10 seconds after now, or do we shoot like now? Like, because Bryce is being very patient. Yeah, Bryce is very much taking this seriously and not wanting to mess this up, waiting for the second cycle and just doing it right. So, yeah, no, they're still in it. Like this is an amazing demonstration of concentration.
Yeah, both of them have messed up a few games, but they have had some sniper games that showed that they still have a certain level of control, which is really nice. Okay, Bryce going to be playing as Boots now in 3, 2, 1, playing it. I think the fact that Bryce has been sniping first has usually put him more often in the position that he can win the set off the spy win. We immediately walked into the statue there. Maybe we were considering going for a swap, but it looks like we changed our mind when we thought that the laser would actually have seen us. So we just pick up a highlight for inspects. But it's almost suspicious how quickly we landed at that statue pad. So I do think that we're going to be a suspect. I don't think the set is going to end on this one. It could, but I don't think it will.
I mean, just on a statistical level, it just feels like that would be a bad choice to bet on that, like the set ending and stuff like that. I will say something I did like about what Bryce did though is we pathed immediately the statue, but then we didn't actually immediately pick up. That brought down our suspicion level on being an early statue goer so much because normally if you spawn in at statues and you go for it, you immediately click and you actually don't respect the wait before pickup animation. And we actually did do that here as Boots. So this is a true highlight because it's a true for the threat, but I am curious about how suspicious we actually are.
Yeah, and I think is a good call from Bryce to not go through with doing like a quick pickup and a swap or whatever. He realized that the laser was getting a good view of him, so he didn't go for it. And now he's just one of many statue highlights. And if he wasn't that big of a suspicion, then yeah, he might start blending in and he could manage to pull out a win here.
Man, I'm also just like thinking. I saw someone mention spectators. Like, imagine if you were spectating this match, because like people would have to leave. Like, I am curious. I want to know eventually, like after this is all done, if anybody spectated this entire thing, because it just feels like it would have been such a commitment for anyone to actually live spectate this.
I mean, speaking as someone who live spectates, it's just because I feel compelled to watch. I would probably stay and watch the whole thing if I'd started watching it. But yeah, Bryce is just kind of hanging out here. Again, we just don't know how much of a suspicion we are. We were on screen at the start, like very clearly redirecting to that
I'm in the
statue.
red.
Ooh, we go for the contact here. We have a ambassador near us. Are we going to go for a bug in the aftermath of it? It would be very visible. So Bryce wisely decides not to, but we get a contact for a few other people who have statues. But it looks like the only other person who'd been to statues and has a real contact might be Orange. Sorry. Oh God, we stumbled. Did we just stumble on our way there? We're doing a white purloin at the statue.
God.
Oh God, we're breaking animation to get away. We're being shot. The laser is chasing us. It's just waiting to line up the
But
shot.
we're kind of slow around the shot. That was actually close. That was actually really close. I am literally clutching at where my pearls would be if I could, but like, dude, that was actually playing with fire a little bit on the timing for that shot. God.
Yeah, I thought maybe C-Rams would like miss the shot just because like it is kind of hard to rotate your laser around there. And like just as we were shooting, you know, Seek was right there. The safety went off on him for a moment, like a miss shot. I mean, God, can you imagine if the set ended with a miss shot? It would have been kind of funny, but kind of tragic. But nope, we move on to Aquarium. C-Rams spying as general in 3, 2, 1, playing it. I'm actually surprised that we're only seeing Aquarium now because Aquarium was the first pick of the set. It was the first double. And then every cycle of overtime, we saw Aquarium right at the beginning of it. But then strangely enough, this time we saw High Rise and we're only getting to the Aquarium now. But I mean, if any set could end it, if any venue could end it, it could be this one. C-Rams could get a spy win doing some cheesy plays behind the shark here.
Yeah, I 100% think that it's the players being like, okay, at first, like they both like Aquarium, right? Like they seem like they are down with Aquarium, so they would be picking it, right? Or at least one of the players did. I actually have no idea who's picking what at this point. But it's definitely as you get like more fatigued, like Aquarium gets scary. So it's funny because we saw what High Rise move up and Aquarium move down, and that does kind of track, right? Where High Rise is still scary, but it's not scary in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, these snipers, they've been on top of some of these games, but they've also been missing some things. And I just think sniping Aquarium, it's really hard to do, especially in a game like this. There's already so many people going and getting their partial statues done. And like, you have to just credit people for being near the ambassador when a shark passes by. I mean, look at this. You have to be watching the ambassador so closely here. Any of those people could be bugging. Maybe not any of them, just the person who's standing right next to him, which was Teal, I think. Teal should have bug credit now because she was right there. And the ambassador just keeps putting himself in danger.
Yeah, what are we going to do with this next couple of Sark passes? Because like we do have this fingerprint done, which is really nice, and we have it done in a way where it is. Bryce should be aware that it's complete, but it was done in a way that is automatic, right? Like if the first decision was made, the second decision was made, so it's not super spy-like, except for to put ourselves in that position. So we probably are going to be watched for stuff behind Shark. That said, I will say, even though I think we should be credited at this point, we're not being highlight, but it could just be that highlights are being used for other tracking.
Yeah, again, it's like you were saying last game. We're not a highlight, but it was definitely noticed that we were at the bar getting 2 fingerprints. The question is, are we suspicious for it? We are a person of interest. We are someone who has to be watched for the rest of the game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Bryce really thinks General must be the spy, just because he did get the 2 fingerprints in a pretty natural way. Also, while we were getting the fingerprints, the ambassador was just like crowding himself in conversations, making himself buggable. So might not have been looking at General too much. We go for the contact now. There's going to be about 4 lowlights available around the venue, so it's a pretty good contact. The laser snaps onto Smallman, who's checking his watch at the windows there, but it's innocent. You don't have to worry about Smallman right now. Smallman's just crowding around the ambassador, bumping into him a lot, going for the fingerprints there at the shelf. God, Smallman might become a suspect here, and this is exactly the type of game where C-Rams might have picked Smallman, so I wonder if Bryce is considering that.
And Shark's going to be coming back this direction. So, okay, but Smallman goes down. If Smallman went up, now I do think that there might be like a hesitance for these players to Shark walk at this point. Okay, we are going to send immediately behind Shark. This is the big moment, but like it doesn't look like this is being watched as the send. It really, like you're saying, Smallman looks to be the center of attention, especially as Ambassador steps in right in front of them.
Yeah, Red Dress is at the bar. She's going to be taking the list. We sent it off to her behind the shark, so it wasn't particularly visible. Oh, wait, she was not the next in line. Okay, she's going to take the list now. I don't think it's going to time out. 6 seconds left. She takes the list. I don't think Bryce is on top of this. There is going to be a few seconds of overtime, and it's just going to be a shot on literally anyone in range of my laser because you don't know how much time you have to shoot. He just picks someone, anyone, because he wasn't on top of it.
Absolutely. That's a strong game. Nicely, like, well played. Bryce had a chance of maybe shooting someone randomly, but we were not at the top, right? The fact that we didn't pick up, so we might have actually not seen the fingerprints because it didn't seem like we were at the top of the list. Because if you aren't sure about someone, sometimes the person with 2 fingerprints is the person you shoot. All right. Well, we're back at match point. I mean, I guess it's always match point every time. We had the second game. Half the times half the games have been match point for the last 3 hours, so it's not surprising. But here we are again.
Okay, it's Bryce playing as Plane Twin in 3, 2, 1, playing it. You know, that's how we started the set. We started the set with Plane Twin on Aquarium. I don't know. I'm feeling it. It's fate. I'm feeling this might be it. That was a really good spy game from C-Rams, though. It was really, really good. And if C-Rams can just be on top of the sniper game here, oh God. Oh no, Bryce. Maybe Bryce thought he was behind the shark, but he really wasn't. He became the 3rd person at a bookcase, which is really suspicious. You rarely have 3 people at a bookcase like that. And he ripped the book out, and it was actually right on screen. Maybe he hoped it was behind the shark, but it wasn't. There's not really a reaction from C-Rams, but if C-Rams saw that, then C-Rams is already ahead in this game and might be able to take the win and finally end the set.
I would think, so here's the thing. I think if C-Rams really thought they saw something, we would be seeing like flashes and circles and like fireworks somehow he would be able to put on screen. The fact that there's calm here, but then again, like that could be like just because it's been so tense and you're just like, I just need to lock this out. At first I was like, oh, what about Shark desync? But that would only have made it worse. So I think you're right that it would have been on screen. But again, because it's not behind Shark at that point, there's that bit of meta there. But we'll just have to see. It doesn't feel like there's a reaction yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't too much else happening at the party at the time. There wasn't really a big bar rush of any sorts, not too many people doing statues. So I just don't know what else. I don't know what else C-Rams might have been looking at. In fact, yeah, I'm looking at it now. The ambassador was literally completely safe at the time we ripped the book out. He was just off on his own with no one near him. So it's so hard to tell because I agree with you. If C-Rams saw it, we would have seen, the red flashes. Oh God, Bryce is doing a banana bread behind the shark, leaving conversation, putting the book into the blue bookcase now. Is C-Rams on top of this? Wait, he's not? He's getting a fingerprint off a briefcase instead, actually? And now he's doing the book at the blue briefcase? A bookcase? Okay, if C-Rams were on top of this, we would have ample reason to take a shot right now. But it doesn't look like C-Rams is on top of it.
The question is, are we going to find this shot off the fingerprints, though? Because while we got the transfer apparently clean, right? And I think actually the transfer does look clean. Just the fact that we have back-to-back fingerprints might be enough for there to be a shot. So like we are not out of the woods, and we are seeing some leans, but it doesn't seem to be leans on us though. And I mean, here's the moment of truth. Like we're gonna be sliding into this conversation, and here's gonna be that talk. We have time. It is an early finish. Dude, my heart is pounding.
No, he's not able to. He wasn't on top of it. If he was on top of the fingerprints, he would have shot us for doing that briefcase at the bookcase. It would have been so noticeable. Oh, C-Rams wasn't on top of it after all. And so the set continues. Bryce gets the spy win. We're at 35-35. And we move on. I thought this one was going to be it. I mean, so many blatant hardtails right on screen, but no.
Oh, dude, it's just fucking crazy. I can start this next game, dude. It's fucking crazy.
All right.
Alright.
Well, it goes on to library. I will leave you guys to it in 3, 2, 1. Playing it.
Okay, so actually something we haven't really seen this set is immediately right-clicking after taking control. We've seen very little chaos, like true chaos. No chaos bugs, no chaos purloins. There's been some like book stuff early on. There's been some of a statue, but like I guess the closest thing to chaos was pub, the immediate swap, inspect into bug. That was kind of all in sort of chaos time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. There's not been much like Chaos Bugs. Oh wait, no, we had the Chaos Purlon on Veranda, which ended disastrously. It actually.
Oh right, it didn't, but it didn't take,
didn't.
right?
It didn't end disastrously. It might have done, but it didn't. But yeah, I mean, generally, like if you look across the whole set, there hasn't been much of that. No, I don't think so.
But it's true. There was an attempt, though. You're right that the crash was an attempt at it, so they did want it strategically to happen on that game. But then they went for the walkaway after they were hoping for a green test, right? So Chaos Green. That's on screen, but it's not as visible as it could be. But it was on screen. But we didn't get credit for it, so maybe we weren't looking for the range on that one, anyways. The bug.
Yeah. Alrighty, we got a safety off on someone as we go for a second bug, which doesn't take again because Ambassador is bumped around. We're gonna go for go for Brycea3. We're gonna go into side statues. Also, one interesting thing I've noticed is that there's been quite a lot of repeat spies on venues from C-Rounds. Like we've had Boots on Veranda a couple of times, and now we've had Irish again on Library. It's kind of interesting.
I mean, after a certain number of games, it just has to happen. Like you can only do on each venue 21 games with different spies, and so. But I think you're right. I think they have preferences. I think they actually like things. They have certain games that they play on, and that some people they'll pick a character as a method of them choosing a certain game style. So yeah, we could be seeing repeats on there because they're like, oh, I like doing it. Like when they're in character selection, they might have something in mind. On library, that's a little tough. There's not many things you can guarantee. Was C-Rams the one that did the holding for bug with microfilm? I think earlier.
Yeah. Behind pillar. We do do a purloin, which is god.
That's such a fast shot, dude. Bryce is like playing like. It's funny because like there's been these super patient shots. Like that's a good shot. Bryce had it 100%. Like, but like there's a part of me that's like, dude, you've been playing for 5 hours now. Be careful, right? Wait for the next thing. But they had it dead to rights.
Yeah, I'm not sure what really had them so sus, but either way, a shot on the spy is a shot on the spy, and it's a good one. And gives Bryce a match point spying as Tex. In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
I think you. Oh, are we gonna chaos swap? We have this block the whole time. This is a chaos swap. Oh no, we're just inspecting her. Nope. Okay, never mind. I was so sure we were gonna chaos swap this, but I guess we did spawn on the side that sniper could memorize first. We might have gotten away with that inspect though.
Maybe, and we did it in a previous library game, once upon a time, but this one because we literally spawned at it, so I think. C-Rams will have credited us with an inspect. Although saying that, we're not highlight. So
we also might be credited with this bug. I don't love us taking the spot and not taking the bug because it's such a bug spot from Tex into Taft. So we might actually also be credited at this point, which would be tragic if we if we got a free inspect, which would be a big deal, but not a game-breaking deal, but big. But then now have bug credit.
Yeah, I think CRAM's peak CRAM's is good enough to know if that's a bug or not, but however many games are into a set, 72 into a set, you know, maybe they might credit it as a bug. So it's possible we're credited with both a swap and a bug at this point, but it's hard to know for sure. But we do get our first alerts for 49%, which means we can finish it in 2 with a close green.
And also, I think you're right that like there's something going on with Rocker where if we played 70 games and still no one wants to play as Rocker,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I don't think Rocker's that bad of a spy.
There's a couple of things I really like about Rocker that I even want to say because like there's one thing that I think Rocker does better than any other spy in the game. I'm not saying it because someday I want to whip it out, but I know some people know what I'm talking about. But I do think that Rocker has her place.
Definitely, for sure. As to pretty much every character, there isn't. I mean, every character in the game is good at something, bar maybe Disney. But I know some people in this voice call are gonna probably mute me right now. But anyway, basically every guest has a good thing about them, and which is a good thing about SpyParty. You want balance, and you want all the guests to be good at certain things. So.
This is a relatively calm game, which I mean, like, it may kind of make sense where even if the players really wanted to make something crazy happen on library, just the structure of the map kind of there we go. Actually, never mind. We got a book rip, and we're taking it straight over here. I like this position actually. This is actually Tex is actually pretty good at that, hiding book behind his front side if he stands at the statue. All right, one of the busts. That's some good book hiding that Tex has actually.
Yeah, especially on this venue when, back to sniper. Where are we gonna put it though? Like we might be eyeing up green, but we're trying to dump it in a place where Toby and the ambassador aren't, and unfortunately they're on different sides of the venue. So green will be the choice now, but we sort of have to move a bit to get there. But RSC does. Oh, I love that! Trying to
Yeah.
walk across to get the green test, and it pays off. That's a really cute little play to be efficient with the time. And I think it was needed as well. We've only got 1 minute 20 left, and we put it back in green. What's the reaction?
Yeah, because big reaction here. We got caught on the inside just a little bit there, but doesn't look like we're in any trouble. Ooh, we did anticipate good anticipation on double agent. By the way, we completely read where Papa Danger was going and joined, and it was kind of like a reflex one. I don't think we really knew how good the BB is, which it looked like it was fine. Are we gonna swap block?
This is it. This is a big moment. Inspect swap here could be the win. A swap block. We're getting completely stared down for it though. And Bryce knows that. We're going to go for it. We don't go for inspect swap.
That leave was a little fast. I actually now I get why it's fast, of course, right? But that's a little spy-like to leave that quickly because AI just baller it out, right? And they're like, no, I'm gonna take the full time to walk away and not choose a swap. But Bryce obviously trying to leave kind of as quickly as possible.
Teal and statues is big. We're going to go for a time ad instead though. We do it early and it's a white test, so we know it's not teal.
Okay, so
Scan in the party.
We are gonna have this book, and okay. So what can we do with book hand? We could bug with book in hand because it might be interesting to have this book in hand to make C-Rams worried that we're gonna put it back somewhere, right? But we just book it back normally. We're still a highlight. We're still on camera. It feels like, man, it feels like bug would be the play. So here's the good news, though. The fact that we didn't hit the green test means that at this point we would be at hanging clock. And so we would show that there's no bug. Okay, we're gonna bug contact.
BB, wrong on bug. It's seen, I think. Yes, it is. Oh god, they're still going. Oh my god, I like the idea, but just the time ad made it so there was so little to watch. Basically, if there's no time ad, that might win the game because he's basically had the party whittled down because of it, but. Oh, it was had so much opportunity. We didn't know that teal was doing center inspect, we could have maybe Purloined there, and it might have got away with it. I don't know. Oh man, good game though, generally.
Yeah. All right. We got to keep going. We got to plow through this. We are at game 73.
That's totally absurd. It makes no sense. Oh, right. Okay.
Seek as spies. C Rams is spelling spy. 3, 2, 1, playing it.
God.
Okay, so but pub is one of the venues though, right? Like the thing is it's coin flipping in both directions, so it's easy enough for it to be a sweep. But pub very winnable on both sides. So like regardless of who wins this first one, we will say after this, such and such has a good chance to win the set on this one because very, very even.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more volatile venues after so many games because it's just if you're not totally on it and you're not in the knowledge of all the paddling and whatnot, it can be very overwhelming to spy, and also quite easy to maybe make a sieve shot on someone who has inspect and contact, right? So, yeah, it definitely is one of those venues that requires a lot of attention and focus. Not that other venues aren't, but this one in particular does sometimes.
Okay, so I don't know if has Purloin send worked once because I know we've had a couple ones where we framed. I'm trying to think of like Purloin sends haven't really gotten us much spots in this set. Doesn't feel like it probably must have worked just in like there being 73 games. It must have at least worked a couple times.
Yeah,
But
there's a couple on Aquarium, I think.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, not on the small ones though. Not like Terrace / Pub haven't really like found much success on. They've found success on frames, but
Yeah.
We'll see if this one here. But I don't feel like we've seen any early ones. Also with Purloin, which early we're halfway through Pub's time anyways, so it's not even that early.
Yeah, I think generally they've tried to go for later ones, which is fair, but also this game gonna go not for an early Purloin, and instead gonna go for flirt, a fairly early flirt done, and now contact. So this is potentially looking like a good game if we take this now. Although there'll only be 5 real contacts. Never mind, the Purloin was sent. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I
Here
mean,
it
at
is.
some point, like this is good intel, honestly. For people watching on Rav, just make Rav play 73 games, and they won't pay attention to send.
I can't even pay attention when it's literally like written in the screen, and I know the spies. God, yeah, very nice game. Delegating the SDA, contacting as the Purloin goes off to distract is very nice, and it gets the win. Excellent game there from C-Rans, and we have we seen Queen in this set?
I think so. But
Oh
it's
yeah,
hard.
random.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
All right, Queen, spying to stay in the match again. In 3, 2, 1, playing it.
But I also, what you're saying is very true about, like, it's a classic flavor of a game. These games are also, these venues are well suited for spies having a certain game in mind, right? They're like, this is the game that I'm going to play. I don't have to overthink it too much. I'm just going to play this kind of game. And if I just play a good version of it, there's a decent chance I win. So we'll see if Bryce actually also similarly has that. Like, Pub has some of the most, like, because there's 7 missions, all of them are pretty viable in that amount of time.
Bugged completely on camera and not being shot.
Behind though, it was behind, but man, that was very guardable. But like, it's just like the decision making, like rotations, like even the little things about where you put your attention as sniper here are so hard. I feel like Bryce might just want to even just like walk away and just like flirt again at this point. But then the responsible thing to do is to not go for it. This is looking like a good spy game.
I mean, we got one more flirt to go, and then we're gonna win, I think.
I'm trying to think of the things that could go
break,
wrong,
please.
but like there's so much time even on Filet Pug, or sorry, on Pub. We get to go to a far spot. Yeah, no, this is we look like we would be flirting at. Brocker doesn't feel like there's a doesn't feel like CRAMS is lining up for something that'd be lining up already. And we're going. We're still going. But those were both very reasonable games. It is interesting that we got away with that bug, but it's not at a terrible timing. Like it's caught in rotation basically, and it looks like the dog pet. So I get it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is just. That's like 13 spy games when you're back to the wall that you want to stay in the match. 13. If I'm not sure if I'm counting. I've tried to keep track, but like.
All right,
I
let's do it.
haven't got any words to really explain anymore.
I like what I see though. I see Kane on gallery in 3, 2, 1, playing it. So now this is where also like if I was playing in this long of a set, I would heavily lean into just like letting my character kind of decide for me what I'm going to do. So Kane on gallery, classic wrong arm bug at reverse walking bugs. Also just good at bugging, even if they're walking, but especially good, just like no arm return on painting bugs. So we're not on that side right now. We would be on the other side of the conversation circle if we're really trying to set up for that. Ambassador's not going to path that direction in, so we might even go for this. Oh my god, what a bug. That was like an incredible position for Ambassador to come into and decide to join us and hide the arm that we put out towards them. Because that's not normally the arm you look for that with Kane. Bryce is in a lot of danger here.
Yeah, that's potentially game winning, and with a green flirt, to boot. We just need, like before, the double agent to be fine, and probably statues wins this.
We missed statue. We were trying to grab statues. We missed Pat. I don't think it's noticed, but it's just one of those things where it's like this set's just so crazy that things like that will happen.
Yeah. Probably fine.
All right. Well, we're gonna try to track down Smallman. We're probably gonna stop at this painting, and then actually, we're gonna go and inspect. We're gonna start that process because totally agree with this. This is actually something that I have no idea which player had it before. But we got away with. I think it was General. I think in a gallery game where they got away with an early free bug, and then they just did inspect early, finish seduce, contact, and it was a nice. Well, no, we got screwed over by double agent is what happened in that game.
Yeah.
So we're making that happen now.
In the conversation of the DA we go. Right. Only one conversation that's real, but I feel like as long as we get the flirt done, we got 2 minutes to get the flirt, and then probably fine on the statue finish, but it's going to be a tough shot for Bryce regardless.
God.
Out goes Small to the front conversation. Gonna chase, but there's not really much room. We're just gonna shove ourselves in. Quick talk. Flirt done, 1 minute 30 to get those statues. We're just gonna leave immediately. This is so aggressive. Like if you're just getting shot with these statues, I think.
All right, are we okay? It just feels. Oh, there's a flat. He's decided. He's thinking about it. He's actually thinking about doing the shot. He's gonna be so sad because but the thing is how invisible that bug was. I think everything except for the bug. We thought everything else was lining up on that. We had a behavioral read.
Yeah.
There's been so many shots like that where Bryce it's just been pain. That's tragic.
Yeah, and I think that's been sort of like the difference between the two snipers throughout most of the sets. C-Rams has just been a little bit more able to take those shots off of gut feeling, even if he missed one of the missions, and Bryce hasn't. And if C-Rams does get the win here, if C-Rams is able to win the next game and take the set, I think that will be sort of the story of why he was able to pull out the win after all. But we'll see if he's able to do it. Okay, Bryce spying as Teal in 3, 2, 1, playing it. And like we noted earlier, Bryce usually plays really aggressive early spy games when his back is up against the wall, and he's doing it right here. He took control immediately and walked over to these statues, and he swapped it potentially before C-Rams was even able to memorize it. The statue was visible for a moment, for just a moment at the start of the game before Teal stood in front of it. It was visible. I can confirm this to you looking at the sniper cam. The question is, did C-Rams see it? Because it was only visible for half a second. And unless the very first thing he did was memorize statues, it may be too late.
Yeah, it's hard to know for sure. Maybe
I'm in the
Searams,
red.
maybe Searams is playing it slow, but a pretty good contact, letting off some low lights. Yes, it's early, but it's gallery. We're gonna flirt here. I actually can't believe this. If we get 2 green flirts and finish actually so quick, we might not get a shot.
We might not, but C-Rams might be on top of it just because Teal go into that statue right away. If that leaves any impression in C-Ram's mind, if he's worried about a swap after all, he could take the shot on Teal. The question is, how soon do we go for more inspects? We might have wanted to do them right there, but the statues were all taken. We can't actually fit in next to the ST here. Oh, we could have if we waited one more moment for the ambassador to be pushed out. And we knew he was going to be pushed out too. But,
Oh, he
my
knows.
God, the sniper
I think he
cam,
knows.
yeah.
Yeah, I think he knows.
The sniper cam knows. I mean, it's zooming in on the exact statue that Teal swapped. I think he knows that Teal was there. I think this is finally the end. I know I've said it a lot, but C-Ram seems to be completely on top of this.
Well, that's flirt done. No, it's not. Excuse me, twin. We can just nudge over and get that done now again. Here we go. White test, there we go. Flirt done. Here's the moment of truth. Do we die for a final set of statues?
We're not going to them, though.
We're not going
We're
to them, though.
waiting. I think the earlier you go to the statues, the better, because a sniper might not want to be forced into making that shot. But I don't know if it would have mattered. But either way, waiting this long is an issue too. Also, that briefcase there,
Briefcase, that's illegal.
I think we should have picked that up. We
Yep,
would have been
100%.
obligated. I think we're going to get shot at these statues. I think C-Ram wins off the cane bug
Is
and
he
off
finally?
the swap.
And
That's the
exhale.
set. C-Rams takes it, winning 2 games on gallery. He got gifted that amazing bug. The ambassador walked right up to him when he was Kane, and he just got that bug. And Bryce hesitated. Bryce was not able to take the shot, even though he knew it was the spy. And God, he's probably kicking himself so much right now because he had that shot. He could have shot the spy there, and he didn't. And then Bryce went on his spy game. The swap was caught, and C-Rams takes it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like C-Round's probably their feeling right now is, or at least after they finally closed it out, was just pure relief. I'm hoping that's probably the, well, probably I don't know. There's a lot to analyze and a lot to go over. But just congrats to both players. Absolutely, just ridiculous set, to be honest, as you can see from the scoreline.
Yeah,
And,
and to
like-
me, I thought. Oh, go ahead.
I was just say fan favorite. Whoever was going to win this at some point is everyone's fan favorite to win the championship, right? Because like actually there might be more games in this set than the rest of the games for them in the championship. Like just as they play out, if that person wins, because there's what 2 more sets.
Yeah, there's the semifinals after this. And now that this match is done, they should be able to actually fill in the rest of the bracket there. So match C1, that's Gentleman. He's the highest seed, and he won his previous match. And then C2 is the second highest seed winner. And so since C-Rams won, C-Rams is the second highest seed as Gold 2. And so the other players who won their sets here, that's Beanie and Hypixer. Gentleman gets to pick which of them he wants to face, and then C-Rams will have to face the other one. Man, sad ending for Bryce, who already pulled off an upset victory in the first round and went toe to toe with Gold 2. You know, Bryce was Bronze 4, went toe to toe with Gold 2. Nearly came out of it with a win here. But I do think, like I said, C-Rams just had a little bit more mastery on Sniper, was just a little bit more able to take those shots with incomplete information, and that is
Mhm.
ultimately what made the difference.
Yeah, I'm harp on about SpyParty being, especially at the highest, like the high levels, a game of fine margins. But I think this is sort of proven that again. Like all this hinges on on such small things. But yeah, crazy.
Okay, so we'll be seeing the semifinals of the regular championship potentially starting next week. There is also the Masters Circuit Championship between Diamond and Platinum that will be continuing. That'll be continuing as well. Looks like we have a match between Nebula and Astatine Effect still to be played. And then we're going to be seeing more of Rov, more of Firelord Ethan. We're going to be seeing Opie Rights as well, who just won his first match in the Master Championship. So there's a lot left to be played out, but comparatively very little compared to the number of games in this set.
Yeah.
And the great thing is, there's only a few records that I ever feel like Spy Party they'll never beat. This is one of the records I feel like will never be beaten. I cannot imagine it. I do not feel like this record will ever be beaten in competitive Spy Party, and there's so few times you get to say that.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. It's just like nearly 80 games. Like, even if someone does beat this at some point, like, are they gonna believe it to be legit? Because I don't know. It's just ridiculous how long this has gone on for.
Yeah, the
Uh,
nerves in some of these games. To me, the highlight was the gallery game where I think it was Bryce. Bryce had to like finish fingerprints and he got a green difficult and then he kept chasing fingerprints, but they were all already taken. And then C-Ram shot a sieve. I thought the
yeah.
set was going to end right there, but that was on gallery, which means it was at least 20 games ago that happened.
Anyway,
So much back and forth.
I think we should probably close it out for now. Thanks everyone for watching. If you believe it or not, if you want to watch any more Spy Party, discord.gg/SpyParty on Discord, obviously here in Twitch and on the YouTube channel. If you're not worn out, you can go and watch some more. Up to you, really. Thanks, Nebula, for hosting, of course. Lots of basically no breaks for Nebula, a lot of work, and thank you, Slappy and Dels, for casting with me as well.
Yeah, thanks. It was a fun one.